Winter Lord, starting from the Daily Intelligence. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 326, A Day in Bradley's Life. In the harsh winter of the north, the domed house in Red Tide City was warm as spring. Bradley sat up, slowly stretching his shoulders, making soft click sounds. Ugh, these bones are getting more and more unruly, he muttered, picking up a robe from the bedside and putting it on, then leisurely brewing a cup of warm tea. Maintaining his health had become a daily routine, not for longevity, but simply to be able to handle affairs more clearly each day. This man, over 60 years old, had been the old steward of the Calvin family in the southeast province, spending his life dealing with nobles. He should have retired 4 years ago and enjoyed a peaceful life within the Calvin family. However, due to an order from Duke Calvin, he embarked on a journey to the north to investigate the magic marrow mines. Upon arriving in Lewis's territory, Bradley discovered that this previously unremarkable young master was indeed doing a good job, but there were still many loopholes and chaos in the area. Lewis personally requested that he stay and help develop Red Tide territory. Bradley had initially planned to help the boy for a year or two at most, then return to the southeast to retire once he had established himself. But he ended up staying for 4 years. He witnessed firsthand how that young man, Lewis, single-handedly held up the city amidst snowstorms, plagues, and riots. How he had transformed a group of refugees, slaves, and defeated soldiers into the orderly city it was today. How he had risen from a pioneering baron to an earl in just a few years, becoming the de facto ruler of the north. And unknowingly, he himself had become the chief steward of Red Tide City, second only to the lord and his 2 wives in status. Ah, life is unpredictable, truly wondrous, Bradley murmured, finishing his tea, rubbing his still sharp back, and stepping out of the room. The north was still covered in snow and bitterly cold, but Red Tide City was different. Geothermal pipes drawn from the ground, combined with the fireback turtle greenhouses, kept the street temperature above the winter standard. While it wasn't exactly springtime, at least it wasn't unbearably cold. Bradley stepped out onto the street, where 2 young knights from the Red Tide Knights were already waiting. They led his horse and bowed, saying, "Lord Bradley, the carriage is ready. What's the schedule for today?" A slight smile appeared on his lips. First, to the storage area to check the main grain depot and the salt and meat stocks, and also to confirm whether the 3rd batch of charcoal quotas has been approved. Then, to the clinic to see if the newly received refugees have settled in. After that, to the heating center. Recently, a set of geothermal pipes in the eastern district has been unstable. Someone reported yesterday that the heat isn't reaching the last few heated rooms. Oh, and remember to book me a small meeting room in the Council of State before noon for the spring planting start plan and the spring festival preparations. Bradley adjusted his cloak and made a final joke. That's all. Let's go. It's cold and the roads are slippery, so tell the driver to slow down. I want to live a few more years. The carriage arrived at the central street, where prayer candles hung in the windows of each house. They must have been lit for a long time, still glowing with their last few flames. The first stop was the storage area, a row of semi-underground granaries not far from the inner city. Bradley walked into the dispatch room with practiced ease, where several officials were organizing the distribution slips from the previous night. He didn't need to say anything, someone handed him a list as soon as he reached out. The charcoal distribution rate had reached 94%, the quotas for each district remained stable, and the remaining flexible reserves were also sufficient. Bradley stood before the long table in the center of the storage area, his cloak still on, his fingertips tracing a parchment scroll. This winter emergency allocation form can be streamlined a bit more, removing duplicate distributions and double records. He pointed to a line of data at the bottom of the form and said casually, "There are newly relocated households in the southeastern outskirts recently. Allocate 10 barrels of charcoal as a reserve." Before anyone else asks, the clerk in charge of recording quickly nodded in agreement, afraid that his pen would be a step too slow. Bradley then looked at the neatly stacked grain bricks, dried meat, and cold briquettes in the warehouse. The entire storage area was well organized and orderly, with clear indications of origin and destination. This order wasn't without reason. 2 weeks prior, a warehouse keeper had been caught red-handed by Bradley for illegally reselling high-temperature charcoal bricks. The man was one of the first veterans to arrive with Lewis on the red tide, and in a moment of madness, he had committed this foolish act. He pleaded and begged, even going so far as to appeal to the council chambers that very night. But the next morning, his body was found hanging from an iron hook outside the warehouse gate, the notice listing his crime. After that, no one dared to steal again. Bradley wasn't a bloodthirsty man, but in the North, without severe punishment, it was difficult to curb corruption. The people here were terrified of poverty. Now, warehouse keepers dared not take an extra piece of charcoal, and clerks would proactively report and correct even a single mistake in their writing. The rules were ingrained in everyone's bones. Bradley nodded in satisfaction and strode away from the storage area. As he left, the sky was beginning to brighten, but the fog and snow still hung low. Bradley donned a thick cloak, strode into the carriage, and slowly made his way to the clinic with his guards. Along the way, he could see the footprints left by the patrolling knights. Inside the carriage, Bradley was engrossed in reviewing his notes when he suddenly heard a child's voice. "Good morning, Lord Bradley." Looking out the window, he saw 2 children squatting under the eaves roasting potatoes, their little faces rosy. One of the girls stood up and waved to him. Bradley looked up, a smile playing on his lips, and returned the greeting. "Good morning." This small scene spoke volumes. If it weren't for the effective system and stable heating, how could one see children laughing and playing on the streets in winter? In front of the clinic, several doctors returning from their night patrol were changing shifts, draped in thick blankets, their faces showing the exhaustion of a long night's work. Seeing Bradley approach, Dr. Mary, the head of the clinic, quickly came out to greet him, bowing respectfully. 4 new cases of fever were reported last night, 2 from refugees and 2 from local residents. They have all been transferred to a special hospital according to procedure. She paused. No severe coughing or vomiting was observed. The preliminary diagnosis is the common flu. Bradley nodded, looking at the wooden cabin, which had long been converted into a special hospital according to the Red Tide Epidemic Emergency Response Guidelines. "Have you tried the medicine sent from the south?" he asked. Mary nodded. "Yes, it worked best on the children. Their temperature was controlled an hour faster than the medicine from the north. If you don't have enough medicine, write an application," Bradley emphasized. "Don't let a report ruin a whole group of people. This wasn't a casual order, it was written in the regulations." Lewis's personally drafted regulations clearly stated, "Efficiency is the priority in winter epidemic prevention and control. Medication standards should prioritize the seriously ill. There should be no layer-by-layer approvals or deliberate delays." Bradley added, "Have the case files been compiled, returned daily for unified processing by the archives?" Triggering red line indicators immediately switches to patient mode. "Very good." He gently patted Mary's shoulder. "You did a good job." Mary didn't speak, only bowed, and only breathed a sigh of relief after Bradley got into the carriage and drove away. These seemingly ordinary procedures had long become the norm. After all, every minor illness could turn into a disaster in winter. And now, not only Mary, but the entire Red Tide medical team could accurately and calmly execute every response because they had rules to follow. After leaving the clinic, the snowfall eased slightly, but the sky remained overcast. The path leading to the outskirts of the workshop street was still covered in snow, making it impassable by carriage, so Bradley, wearing a cloak, walked there with 2 attendants. The snow crunched underfoot, the air thick with a chill and the distant smell of charcoal smoke. Most shops on the workshop street were closed for winter break, their doors sealed, piles of snow clinging to the ground. Only a small building at the far end of the street still emitted plumes of white steam. That was the Red Tide Heating Center, the central team responsible for maintaining the city's geothermal system during the winter. Approaching, the hissing of steam could be heard, like the breath of some living behemoth in the snow. Several technicians, wrapped in sheepskin aprons, squatted before the open pipes, adjusting gears and valves, their faces red with cold, yet none stopped. Bradley approached quietly. "Thank you for your hard work. I've come to take a look." The technicians turned around, startled, especially the youngest boy, who took a moment to react. He stood up hastily, wrench still clutched in his hand, his face flushed. "Thank you, sir." This boy was Hamilton, the deputy head of the steam engine construction team. Bradley smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on the new device. It was a steam pressure regulating boiler, half buried in a brick foundation, its copper pipes and heat-conducting channels extending out crookedly, like steel snakes emerging from the ground. A sign was welded to the side, the lettering blurred by the high temperature, only the words Red Tide No. 1 winter use were still barely legible. Is this the machine that kept the West District from freezing? Bradley looked at the valve that was constantly spewing white steam. Hamilton, who was squatting nearby checking the pressure gauge, turned around, his tone revealing a hint of pride. It can probably raise the temperature from 20 degrees Celsius, the geothermal temperature, to 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. He scratched his head and added, but the technology isn't fully developed yet, so we have to keep an eye on it every day. If a pipe bursts, the whole section has to be dug up and reconnected. Bradley didn't laugh, but nodded instead. This thing was far from elegant or precise. It looked more like a monster cobbled together from sheet metal and hot welding. But it was indeed useful, and it really kept Red Tide's heated houses from freezing into ice boxes. Bradley turned to look at the end of the pipe. By the way, someone from the East District reported yesterday that the temperature in the last section of the heating system is too low, and the heat isn't reaching the bottom. Have you checked? Yes, a senior technician chimed in. That section of the pipe is buried, causing insufficient heat pressure. We're sending a component over, and it should be restored tonight. Good, Bradley nodded, his gaze sweeping through the snow mist. Thank you for your hard work. I'll have logistics send another batch of hot meals tonight. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave. When he returned to the government square, it was already dark, but the meeting hall was brightly lit, the stoves and steam pipes making it warm and cozy. Bradley sat in the hut seat, a pot of tea that hadn't cooled down beside him. Representatives from the craftsman's office, the smoked fish factory, the education department, all the districts had arrived. The steaming meeting hall was filled with voices, and several bowls of stewed meat, a late-night snack brought in advance by the kitchen, were on the table. Bradley flipped through a notebook and began briefly. You did a great job with last year's festival. This year's Lunar New Year celebrations need to be prepared earlier than usual, so we need to do even better. He then proceeded to outline the Lunar New Year plans for each district. The representative from the craftsman's district stood up, excitedly rolling up his sleeves, and said, We've prepared a winter iron drilling challenge. Thick steel plates provided by the workshops will be drilled on site. Let's see who has the steady hand and the strongest strength. What's so interesting about that? We might as well recreate last year's sword forging, someone chuckled. The smoked fish factory is holding a king of salted fish competition this year. Each fishing household will contribute a bucket, and the judging panel will taste the best flavor. We want the aroma of sea dew to fill the square. We've designed a new snow race, with obstacle courses, including vine jumping, net climbing, and ice slope climbing. Bradley noted down each item, occasionally making annotations and nodding. He waited until everyone had finished reporting before closing the notebook. Lord Lewis, I'm afraid he won't be able to attend the festival performances. But remember, making it the brightest festival in the entire North isn't for show, but to let everyone know that Red Tide territory will be even better this year. The hall fell silent, followed by a round of applause. Night deepened, and the fireplace in the Red Tide Lord's mansion burned brightly, its flames casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. Lewis sat in a chair, one arm around the infant in his arms, gently rocking him. The child was only a few days old, his features not yet fully open, only occasionally smacking his lips and humming softly before falling asleep again. The carpet beside the fireplace was soft and thick, and the room was so warm that one almost forgot it was a snow-covered, cold night in the north outside. Bradley stood to the side, the briefing pages turning. Distribution is stable in the storage area, and the charcoal supply should continue until the Lunar New Year. The clinic has completed its flu quarantine, and Mary has sufficient medication. Preparations for the Lunar New Year are progressing smoothly. Reports from all districts are positive, and the evaluation system is operating as usual. He paused, then closed the briefing scroll. No major hidden dangers, everything is under control. Lewis looked up, his gaze passing over the briefing, and smiled at him. I trust you to handle things. Bradley bowed slightly, his voice lowering. It's what I should do. The daily report should have ended there. But Lewis gently patted the sleeping child in his arms, then looked up at Bradley. I may not be in Red Tide City for most of next year. Bradley was taken aback. Lewis continued, at Dawn Harbor, the basic surveying is complete. Once the snow melts, we must begin the first phase of piling and harbor excavation. So, things here are in your hands. I hope that red tide will remain the same while I'm gone. Bradley nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I will arrange everything. He glanced at the child in his arms and suddenly whispered, when the young master grows up and knows he was born in such a winter, he should be proud of you. Lewis smiled, said nothing, and gently rocked the sleeping child in his arms. Before leaving the room, Bradley couldn't help but look back at that heartwarming scene. Lewis was still looking down at the child in his arms, his eyes as gentle as a winter night's fireplace. A strange warmth welled up in his heart. After leaving the earthen castle, it was late at night. Bradley entered the public bathhouse, the chill of the day seemingly melting away completely in that moment. This was one of his few days of rest. The young man on duty saw him and immediately came forward, smiling, saying, "Lord Bradley, your room is ready." It was a small, secluded room, its walls inlaid with heated stones, from which hot spring water flowed continuously. A gleaming wooden tray sat beside the pool, complete with a teapot, towels, and a change of clothes. Bradley removed his cloak and slowly sat down in the hot spring water, feeling himself sink into a warm, tranquil stillness. In the rising steam, he exhaled a long breath, leaned back against the stone wall, and closed his eyes. When I left the southeast back then, Bradley murmured to himself, I thought it would be a chore. In the Calvin family, he was merely a dutiful old butler, a tool that could be discarded at any time. But here, in the snow-covered yet warm Red Tide City, he was the Grand Steward, the deputy to the city's government, and the Lord Bradley the children called him. His decisions determined how many families could keep warm on winter nights, whether they could eat a stew on snowy nights. His judgments affected whether the entire territory could continue to function smoothly during blizzards. And more importantly, people showed respect for him because of what he did, not because of who he was. Bradley opened his eyes, gazing at the slightly yellowish light in the steam. To be able to work with Lord Lewis in this icy land, to have brought Red Tide to where it is today, he murmured, is perhaps the most correct decision I've ever made in my life. When Bradley stepped out of the bathroom, the snow was still falling. But he felt that every wisp of warmth, every light in the city, was a response to the little bit of pride in his heart that he had never spoken aloud. Chapter 327 Remnants of the Mother Nest. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass windows, reflecting off the gauze curtains. The moment Lewis opened his eyes, he instinctively reached out to his side. His arm quickly touched something familiar and soft. It was Emily's sleeping hair, still warm from the morning and carrying the familiar scent of flowers and grass. Her once cool features had faded, replaced by a comforting maternal warmth. On the other side, a tiny baby slept peacefully curled up against her chest, its little fists occasionally twitching and waving, as if fighting in its sleep. Goodness, already cultivating at just a few months old, Lewis chuckled softly, bending down to kiss the child's forehead. He slowly sat up, draped the cloak beside the bed, and stretched in front of the French windows. The sky outside Red Tide City wasn't fully bright yet, but the first wisps of white steam were already rising from the southern workshops. It seemed the steam team was testing something new all night. As usual, Lewis gently raised his hand and made a sweeping motion in the air. With a barely audible hum, a semi-transparent light screen silently unfolded before their eyes. Daily Intelligence Update complete. 1. In the Crimson Tide Workshop District, Hamilton successfully prototyped a steam-powered loom. 2. 5th Prince Lampard has recently made several visits to the Golden Feather Flower Papacy's secret base in the capital for clandestine talks. 3. Deep within the ancient Abyss Canyon, beneath the snow-filled altar, in a palace, the remnants of the mother nest are in a semi-dormant state. Oh, upon seeing the first intelligence report, Lewis raised an eyebrow, his eyes brightening. They actually made it, a steam loom. Its significance goes far beyond simply weaving faster. Its emergence would free cloth production from manual weaving. Once perfected, Crimson Tide would enter a true industrial age in the textile industry. Lewis could almost see the day when Crimson Tide City could mass-produce various self-produced cotton, linen, and even dyed cloth, shipping them throughout the Northern Territory and even to the rest of the world. This kid has really created a new business for me. I'll go check out the workshop before noon today. Lewis nodded happily, then looked at the next piece of intelligence. 2. 5th Prince Lampard has recently been seen visiting the Golden Feather Flower Papacy's secret outpost in the capital for several meetings. It's not just hearsay, Lewis murmured, the faint smile on his face fading, replaced by a calm expression. Rumors about the 5th Prince Lampard had been circulating among the nobles of the capital for 2 months. but no one had any evidence. This intelligence report finally provided concrete proof. Looking at the report, Louis thought of his third brother, Eduardo Calvin. This brother, who had been sent to the papacy by the Duke for further studies years ago, seemed to hold a fairly high position in the church. Louis casually flipped through his intelligence notebook. Most of the political intelligence he had recorded over the past few months pointed to the same direction. The political divide in the capital was accelerating. The military, civil officials, the papacy, the nobles, every crack was widening. Louis's finger traced several key intelligence entries. The second prince, a graduate of the Imperial Military Academy, was closely connected to the Military Affairs Department. And his proposed noble legion alliance system was supported by some border nobles. The fourth prince, backed by the censorate and the Ministry of Finance, advocated for centralized civil service and cabinet reform, aiming to restructure imperial power. The 8 great families appeared neutral, but each had their own allies. The shadows of the Golden Feather Flower Church and the Emerald Federation were increasingly appearing in the secret chambers of the imperial nobility. These intelligence entries essentially contained the deepest secrets of these powerful figures, some known only to 1 or 2 people. And all of this was laid bare before the daily intelligence system. Louis closed his notebook and murmured to himself, "So, the cracks in the capital have been completely torn open." In his eyes, the empire was now like a still-maintaining palace, its walls not yet collapsed, but its foundation riddled with holes. If it were to suddenly crumble one day, others might cry out in alarm, but he would not be surprised. Louis glanced down at Emily beside the bed, and the tiny baby in her arms, his eyes darkening. "I'm not powerful enough to decide the future of the empire. But at least, I must be powerful enough to protect what I should protect," he sighed softly, then looked down at the third intelligence report. 3. Deep within the ancient Abyss Canyon, beneath the snow-filled altar in the palace, lies a remnant of the mother nest in a semi-dormant state. Louis's pupils constricted instantly. How is that possible? A remnant of the mother nest? That familiar, nauseating name appeared again. He looked down, repeatedly confirming those words. Remnant of the mother nest exists, snow-filled altar, semi-dormant state. The intelligence was too brief, like a fang just peeking out from under the ice. But Louis knew one thing: if it really awakens, then the entire North, even the entire empire, might not be able to withstand a second insect plague. He recalled the terrifying scene of the mother nest's rampage. The entire northern territory was reduced to scorched earth, more than 4/5 of the population perished, dozens of cities vanished, and even the Dragonblood Knights were reduced to mere remnants. Thinking of this, Louis began to feel a headache coming on, raising a hand to rub his temples. "I must scatter this thing along with its ashes." Then he took out a hand-drawn detailed map of the northern territory from the bedside table drawer. This version, which he had personally revised several times, marking battle lines and trade routes, was arguably the most complete and detailed map of the northern territory at present. The tip of his pen landed on a snowfield that had not yet been named, the ancient Abyss Canyon. Seeing this place, Louis sighed. The ancient Abyss Canyon is near the planned route to Dawn Harbor. It was a perpetually frozen, cliff-like snowfield, with bottomless snow, frequented by magical beasts, and still unexplored. Louis tapped his fingers lightly on the clearing a few times, his brow furrowed. This area is almost the last blank space on the map of the Northern Territory, but at this moment, he had already quickly drafted a preliminary plan in his mind. Send the White Knight Knights Squad forth. The White Knight Knights Squad was a special knight squad he personally assembled, composed of the most elite members selected from his several knightly orders, each possessing strength exceeding that of a transcendent knight. Originally set up to deal with unknown anomalies, extreme environments, and special magical calamities in the north, he hadn't expected them to be put to use so quickly. They will be responsible for the first round of reconnaissance. If they can find an entrance, they should try to go and take a look. If they cannot enter the core area of the snow-filled altar, they must at least ascertain whether there are any magical energy disturbances or magical mutations in the surrounding area. As long as the intelligence proves there is no danger, I will go myself. Louis leaned back in his chair and let out a soft breath. He was no longer the small lord with only a dilapidated village, but Earl Calvin, who commanded hundreds of thousands of subjects, coordinated the major towns of the north, and shouldered the responsibility for the situation in the north. When he finally went to that altar, it had to be a moment of absolute certainty. This time, He not only had to unravel the mystery, but also ensure that no one died in the calamity of the second mother nest. "What's wrong?" A soft whisper came from beside him. It was Emily's voice, slightly hoarse and carrying the breath of someone just waking up. Louis quickly put away the map in his hand, a gentle smile appearing on his face as usual. "Nothing. Just routinely checking some border reports." Emily stared at him for 2 seconds, as if trying to read more from his eyes. She propped herself up, draped a thin blanket over herself, and said with a hint of stubbornness, "You're always like this, keeping everything to yourself. If there's really trouble, you might as well tell me. As your wife, I can help you share the burden." Louis chuckled and gently stroked her hair. "It's really nothing serious, just some barbarian remnants harassing us on the northwestern border." "It's not even a crisis." Emily nodded slightly, still somewhat suspicious, but ultimately didn't press further. At that moment, the baby in the swaddling clothes beside them rolled over in the soft blanket, making soft sucking sounds. Emily quickly picked him up and gently patted the child's back. "Look," she smiled, looking down, "the little one can roll over now." Louis moved closer, gently tapping the child's nose with his finger. The child sneezed sleepily, hummed twice, and snuggled back into his mother's arms. "In 2 days, I'll be going to Dawn Harbor," Louis said softly. "The port construction is about to begin, and I have to go there myself." Emily didn't hesitate, simply nodding gently. "I know, it's something you have to do. Let Sif come with you too. You've been with me all this time, and I'm afraid she misses you." At this, Emily couldn't help but smile, glancing down at the baby in her arms. "Bring him back a little brother or sister, both are fine." Louis smiled as well, putting his arm around her shoulder. After Emily and the child fell asleep again, Louis removed his outer robe, sat cross-legged on the thick blanket beside the bed, and closed his eyes to concentrate. He breathed slowly, his battle ki flowing smoothly through his blood vessels. With each breath, a slight surge of red battle ki appeared and disappeared on his body. Thanks to the various resources provided by the daily intelligence system, his fighting spirit has already reached the level of a high-ranking elite knight. Adding to this the mysterious amplification he received from the scorching vine garden and the magical enhancement from the primal heart, his true strength is probably at the mid-ranking extraordinary knight level. It can be said that Louis is now one of the strongest combatants in the Crimson Tide territory in the true sense. A few breaths later, he opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and his breathing returned to normal. Now, a new day begins. After washing up, he changed into a smart Crimson Lord's robe and stepped out of the hall. Breakfast was already laid out downstairs: hot porridge, salted cheese, and a piece of mutton stew with beans. During the meal, Louis didn't say much, only flipping through a draft of the Lunar New Year budget prepared by the district officials, occasionally jotting down a few suggestions for revision. After the meal, he walked out of the hall, where a carriage had been waiting for some time in the snow at the end of the corridor. Lambert stood in front of the carriage, still wearing his Dark Knight's cloak. He was now the supreme commander of the Crimson Tide Army, in charge of the entire territory's garrison, deployment, and handling of external military intelligence. But unless there was an emergency, he still preferred to personally stay by Louis's side, just like he had during his time with the Calvin family, when he had watched over that lonely child. "Today's itinerary is quite busy, Lord Louis." Lambert bowed respectfully and opened the car door. Louis nodded slightly, but stopped before getting into the car. Turning around and saying, "Have the White Knight squad depart. Their target is the canyon south of Dawn Harbor." Lambert's eyes narrowed. "A special mission?" "Yes." Louis remained expressionless. "A knight reported that there is an ancient altar there, with abnormal magical activity that may affect the subsequent port construction. Have them approach cautiously and not venture too far." This was a reason he had deliberately fabricated. After all, the existence of the Mother Nest Remnant Corps could not be easily exposed, even to his closest knights. Lambert asked no further questions, simply punching his chest with his left fist and saying in a low voice, "Yes, sir." Louis nodded slightly, his gaze drifting towards the faint steam rising in the distance. "Let's go check out the steam engine testing base first." "Understood." Lambert nodded and waved forward. The coachman silently accepted the order, gently adjusting the reins, and the carriage slowly headed towards the workshop area. When the workshop doors were pushed open, a strong smell of steam wafted out. A boy wearing an oil-stained apron was hunched over a complex device, holding a speed control lever and a notebook, so focused he forgot the world around him. It wasn't until Lambert coughed lightly that he looked up sharply and saw the red cloak entering the workshop. "Lord Lewis," Hamilton almost jumped up, hurriedly removing his goggles. "Why did you come in person?" Lewis took a few steps closer, his gaze falling on the slowly turning metal machine. His tone was gentle. "I heard you've come up with something new recently." Hamilton nodded shyly, somewhat flustered. Yes. I tried modifying the crank and spring of the steam engine, using a linkage to drive the shuttle back and forth, allowing for continuous operation." He paused, his eyes gleaming. "Initial tests show that the efficiency of single-person operation is more than 5 times that of traditional weaving." With that, he jogged a few steps and pressed a side valve. With a soft hiss, the steam engine emitted a low hum, and the shuttle on the frame began to move swiftly like the wind. The yarn on the weaving thread intertwined rapidly, and in just a moment, a small section of fabric was formed. Lambert watched, slightly taken aback. Lewis observed silently for a long time before nodding slightly. "The idea is good, but it's still a bit rough. It needs some tweaking." Hamilton nodded repeatedly. I understand. I'll revise it immediately." Lewis raised his hand to stop him. "You can start with a small-scale trial production. The workshop has approved a test group of 30 people for you. Don't rush things, figure out the problems one by one." He paused, then added, "But you've done a really good job." Hamilton's face flushed quickly, and he finally managed to squeeze out, "Thank you, sir. I certainly won't let you down." At that moment, he resembled a boy who had just been praised by his teacher. But what he had invented was the seed of an industrial revolution that could influence the entire world. Chapter 328 The White Night. Snow fell on this desolate land, where even the sunlight refused to set foot. Thomas, captain of the White Knights, landed with a soft click on the melting snow. His shoulder armor bore the Crimson Tide Territory's insignia of a sun and dagger crossed, symbolizing the glory of the White Knight Squad. 14 extraordinary knights behind him dismounted, awaiting his orders. Thomas glanced up at the depths of the canyon swallowed by snow mist, their destination. "I'll repeat the Lord's words: no trespassing, no reckless advances, survival first. Report any unusual activity immediately. Do not venture deeper without permission." Although Thomas was occasionally witty and humorous, at this moment his tone was serious, devoid of any joke. All the White Knights nodded in unison, indicating they understood. "Move." The words had barely left his lips when 15 figures swiftly emerged into the snow-covered wasteland, advancing towards their target. The climate of the ancient Abyss Canyon was extremely harsh, almost extinguishing all life in the wind, but for these extraordinary knights, it was nothing. Along the way, they surveyed the environment, avoiding a high-ranking frost bear in its slumber and several groups of ice-covered boars rummaging through piles of carcasses for bones. It was a pity their objective wasn't hunting, otherwise, it would have been a great success. Finally, as they approached the outskirts of the target Lewis had given them, the air became unusually oppressive. It was a barely perceptible fluctuation, not intense, yet chillingly deep, like some decaying and chaotic will lurking in the wind, gnawing at their ears. "Something's there." A scout knight named Kane raised his hand, signaling the entire team to stop. He possessed a bloodline talent to foresee danger, a rare and valuable asset, and the core of the White Knight Squad. Everyone activated their aura barriers, following his gaze. In the thin mist of the remaining snow, several blurry figures were slowly wandering. They lay low on the ground, crawling on all fours like wild beasts. They weren't ordinary barbarian remnants, nor were they regular magical beasts. Their bodies were deformed and twisted, their exposed skin covered in dark spots, as if viscous spores clung to them. Their eyes were bloodshot and lifeless, and they repeatedly murmured some indistinct phrases. "Frostibus, gnawing, hunger, return." The voices were low and chaotic, yet they carried a penetrating power, echoing in the air. "They were once human," a knight murmured, "but now they've probably completely turned into beasts." Thomas's expression turned grave. "The ancient gods of the Frostibus, that's a forbidden belief of the old Snow Kingdom, once considered an evil god by the Empire." He paused, his gaze darkening. "Capture them alive, find out what they are." Thomas then gestured, and the White Knight Squad instantly moved like shadows in the snow, silently circling around in several directions, spreading out to encircle them, their standard formation for silently hunting magical beasts. Several knights pulled out a blue-green magic explosive bomb from their waists. This was the Frostleaf Concentrated Magic Explosive Bomb, a non-lethal tactical munition developed by Hilco. It contained frost leaf juice extract mist, which could instantly release a large amount of low-temperature paralyzing gas. It is extremely effective against out-of-control demon-eye targets, especially adept at weakening muscle reflexes and nerve feedback, rendering them unconscious. 3, 2, 1. Several frost leaf condensed magic bombs were thrown simultaneously, landing and tumbling in the target area before exploding with a bang. Boom! A cloud of blue smoke exploded, instantly spreading across the snowfield and engulfing the beastmen. The beastmen staggered, their movements noticeably slower, and one even trembled violently, as if their nerves had been paralyzed. But the next moment, Awu, a taller beastman suddenly roared to the sky, violently breaking free from the mist's restraints. Its eyes glowed blood red, veins bulged, drool dripped from its mouth, and fragments of its battle aura transformed into tearing black smoke, forcibly repelling the mist. Useless, the beastman leaped towards Thomas like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, its claws leaving after images in midair. Abandon capturing it alive, prioritize self-preservation, Thomas roared, his battle aura erupting instantly. A ring of deep red battle aura exploded from beneath his feet, scorching and violent. He slashed out with his longsword, the blade leaving a deep red trail in the air. Crack! Before the charging beastman even landed, its right arm was severed by the battle aura, falling to the snow, its cry scorched black by the red flames. Don't linger, finish it quickly, understood. The White Knight squad instantly switched to combat mode, 14 bursts of battle aura simultaneously exploding. A beastman roared as it charged, its muscles bulging like rocks, its claws creating a sonic boom. Bang! But it was struck head-on by a young knight wielding a massive shield. A pale blue ripple of battle aura rippled around the beast, the heavy shield colliding with immense force, producing a deafening roar. The beast's body was forcefully thrown 2 meters, the knight's shield blade flipping in midair, sweeping like a crescent moon. Crack! The sound of breaking bones mingled with the roar, instantly fading into silence. On the other side, the black-haired knight, lurking on the flank, enveloped himself in a whirlwind of battle aura, instantly flanking the enemy. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 icy blue daggers sliced through the air, precisely piercing the monster's spine and carotid artery. Before it could react, its spine snapped, blood spurting out. At that moment, another beast-like creature lunged at Kane, one of the weaker members of the rear, roaring like thunder. Don't let him get close, the towering shield axe knight roared, a ripple of deep blue energy spreading through the air. He raised his shield axe high, roared, and swung it down with tremendous force, shaking the entire snowfield. Boom! The monster was slammed into the ground, a bloody mess, motionless. Each of these monsters was comparable to a high-ranking barbarian warrior, possessing immense strength and incredible speed, and showing no reaction to pain. The one-armed continued to claw, the one leg could still roll and bite, like an incurable curse. But the White Knight's team's coordination was swift and efficient. Every strike, every block, seemed rehearsed 1,000 times, a mechanical tactic like gears meshing together. The light of battle aura crisscrossed in the night, sometimes blue, sometimes red, cold yet dazzling. And those dozen or so berserk monsters were slain one by one in less than half a minute. Their corpses lay motionless on the blood-stained snow. The blood on the snow was not yet completely frozen, thick and black, carrying a strange, fishy smell. Thomas knelt on one knee, using his short dagger to pry open the remains of one of the monsters. His fingertips probed the torn shoulder muscle, the texture strangely sticky, as if mixed with some kind of spore membrane. Somewhat similar to the structure of an insect corpse, he murmured, his brow furrowing even more. He looked up, his eyes like knives. You heard it, the ancient god of the frost abyss, the return. These madmen are praying to some being, a knight added in a low voice, the god worshipped by the Snowsworn, the ancient god of the frost abyss. Thomas's expression grew even colder. If these mutants are truly connected to the mother nest, then this altar is far more than just an abandoned ruin. He stood up and calmly ordered, leave 2 heads and several tissue samples to take back to Red Tide, especially the black blood and spotted skin. Bury the other corpses on the spot, dig deep. Several squad members immediately and skillfully dealt with the scene. Thomas called out the name of a knight. Hayes, a tall, slender young man stepped forward. He was the fastest knight in the squad. You immediately turn back the way you came and return to safety. If we don't return by today, write a report on what we encountered today and send it back to Red Tide City. You must personally deliver it to the Lord and tell him that the mother nest may not be completely extinct." Hayes nodded. "I understand." Without any sentimentality, he disappeared into the snowstorm the next moment. Thomas slowly put on his helmet, the metal buckle clicking shut. He turned to look at the 13 silent knights behind him. "Let's continue." No one responded, but everyone nodded silently and followed. They slowly advanced along the cracks on the side of the ancient abyss canyon, the snow beneath their feet thick and icy cold, only their battle aura allowing them to maintain their movement. Suddenly, Kane, at the very back, whispered a reminder. "Captain, look ahead." Thomas's gaze sharpened, following the direction he was pointed. An unusual bulge came into view. It was a semicircular arc, with snow frozen into a hard layer of ice, its edges covered with unnatural cracks. "Clear the top layer of ice and snow. Use 2 small magic explosive bombs. Detonate them at the edges. Don't damage the inside." "Understood." 2 knights quickly stepped forward, knelt down, and planted the bombs. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded in the snow and ice, the shockwave whipping up a large cloud of icy mist. In the billowing white mist, shattered ice shells flew like blades, the shock waves carrying the chilling air making the air itself seem to tremble. As the dust settled, the outline of a huge stone slab emerged from the snow. Thomas sheathed his short sword and strode forward. His boots clattered dully on the ice as he brushed aside the freshly blasted snow. Twisted runes etched into the stone slabs came into view. Thomas recognized them instantly as the script of the old snow country, yet more complex and ancient. A chill ran through him as he murmured, "Found it." The squad members slowly gathered, maintaining a safe distance, none making a move. "Divide into groups and clear the ice along the cracks." With each shovelful of ice scraps removed, the entrance buried beneath the snow was revealed. It was a half-collapsed stone staircase, weathered and worn by time, yet still leading straight to the deep underground. The moment it opened, the air changed. What wafted from the staircase wasn't just mildew, but a mixture of stench, blood, and the stench of decaying raw flesh, causing one to involuntarily frown. A knight took a long-handled torch from his backpack, lit it, and hurled it into the depths of the passage. The torch trailed a red arc before disappearing into the darkness. A few seconds later, the point of light did not dissipate as usual. Instead, it was swallowed by some kind of black mist after falling for several seconds, leaving only a faint red glow sinking into the abyss. Thomas squinted, staring at the direction where the red light disappeared, and muttered to himself, "Unfathomable." He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the team members standing solemnly beside him. The team members were not afraid, but their eyes were more cautious than before. "Carter and Rick, stay above. If we don't return within 30 minutes, return to Red Tide as planned and submit a report." "Yes," the 2 responded without asking any further questions. "The rest of you, follow me." Thomas didn't waste any words, stepping into the darkness with a dull echo. The remaining 11 White Knights followed closely behind, filing in single file. With each step down, the air became more humid, and the sound of the wind seemed to be gradually replaced by some kind of whisper. It was a strange language, vague, hoarse, and mumbled, like repeatedly reciting fragmented verses, but all the words had lost their meaning, leaving only an absurd echo. Some knights were pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Thomas immediately turned to the sight and said, "Wake up, it's just residual mental pollution, not actual erosion." Suddenly, Kane abruptly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. On the rock wall ahead, beneath the frost, an ancient mural, buried by time, was faintly visible. Thomas stepped forward, and in the firelight, a huge and ancient mural gradually emerged from beneath the frost. The mural depicted a man and a woman standing atop an altar, their expressions solemn. Beneath their feet, 2 twisted behemoths were suppressed, like some kind of out-of-control monster, their fangs bared, seemingly ready to tear the heavens and earth apart. That woman," a knight murmured. Thomas's pupils constricted sharply, his heart feeling as if gripped by an icy hand. The woman's face was strikingly similar to the mother nest of the End, which they had witnessed during the War of the End. It's the mother nest," a knight murmured, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Not exactly the same, yet it resonated with an astonishing intensity. It was as if she were looking through the mural at every soul that approached her. Indifference, disregard, judgment, like a superior staring at ants. A terrifying mental pressure suddenly descended. Not only Thomas, but all the extraordinary knights around him paled. They were not ordinary people. They were knights who had stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, all strong individuals with unwavering wills. But even they felt their wills being stripped away by some invisible force, their souls being dragged into the abyss of those empty eyes in the mural. Ugh! One knight collapsed on his knees, clutching his head tightly with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The other two struggled to draw their swords, but almost plunged the blades into their own chests. It wasn't an illusion. It was some ancient and sinister whisper, seeping into their consciousness through the mural, through sound. "Everyone, activate the breathing technique," Thomas roared. All the knights channeled their battle aura, using their own strength to resist the invading will, a scene resembling a blazing fire in a snowy night. An unseen mental battle erupted in the silence. After several breaths, the whispers faded, and the oppressive feeling receded like a tide. The knights knelt, panting, cold sweat soaking their inner armor. None dared to look directly at the mural again. Thomas's face was ashen, a bead of cold sweat clinging to his forehead. "No, this is far beyond what we can handle alone. Our mission is to bring the intelligence back and let Lord Lewis decide." He turned to his men. Retreat. Chapter 329. A heavy blow against the evil god. Your subordinate is incompetent. Farron, commander of the Cold Iron Knights, knelt, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face so grim it seemed almost dripping with water. The edges of his battle aura armor were still visible, clearly indicating he had just escaped a dangerous environment. "I've reached the end of the first stone step of the altar," he reported in a low voice. "Any further down, my will begins to blur, my senses become disordered. Even with battle aura protection, it's difficult to maintain. If I force my way through, I fear I'll descend into madness." The temporary camp fell silent for a moment. Lewis stood before the table, his gaze fixed on the coordinates circled in red on the map. After a long silence, he sighed softly, his tone gentle rather than accusatory. "Don't blame yourself. You've done very well. It's very possible that even a peak knight might not be able to penetrate that mental blockade." Farron paused slightly, looking up at Lewis. Since Duke Edmund's fall, the entire Northern Territory had lacked a true peak expert. Farron was a high-ranking extraordinary knight, the strongest individual fighter in the entire Crimson Tide territory, and even in the entire Northern Territory. This investigation was specifically initiated by Lewis, who had recalled him from the northern front lines to investigate the secrets of the Siri altar. The result was that they too were stopped at the gate. In other words, currently, no one in the entire northern border of the Empire could decipher the truth of this ancient altar on their own. "This is no longer an ordinary ruin," Lewis said coldly. "This is the altar of an evil god. We must strike hard." His words caused a stir among the crowd. Lewis, however, had already picked up his pen and written a line on the tactical briefing. "Tactical level adjusted to Type III Magic Energy High Explosive Bomb Practical Test." The snowstorm hadn't subsided, and the world was a uniform white. The snow in the ancient Abyss Canyon had been leveled to create a large, gentle slope. 300 meters from the snow-filled altar, a massive, black iron-colored device was slowly taking shape. It was a steel beast that seemed to have been dragged out of hell. 6 heavily armored steel bulls, their necks as thick as stone pillars, exhaled white mist as they struggled to pull the heavy frame. At the center of the cannon carriage stood a massive metal tube, as thick as a roof ridge. Its surface was jet black, gleaming with silver-white rune grooves and channeling channels, shimmering with a barely perceptible magical glow in the cold light. This cannon tube was forged from molten iron, a metal that would never corrode, withstand high temperatures, and resist energy backlash. Craftsmen had forged it countless times in a steam-powered forge, making it as stable as a mountain. The barrel was polished to a mirror finish to reduce friction loss and energy backlash during the firing of the magic explosive projectiles. This was the pinnacle of craftsmanship, the culmination of 3 years of secret research at the Crimson Tide workshop. A magic explosive cannon tube firing device, the only cannon in the world capable of withstanding third-generation magic explosive projectiles. The man standing beside Lewis had gleaming eyes, his voice trembling. "My child," he's finally about to speak for the first time. The speaker was, of course, Hilco. He wore an inappropriate white trench coat. A fervent smile on his face, his hands clasped together in front of his chest, rubbing them back and forth, as if what was about to happen wasn't an experiment, but a celebration. Lewis stood beside him, on a high point in the snowfield a few hundred meters away from the magic explosive bomb, watching the artillery crew complete the final calibration process. Behind him, A whole line of knights formed a defensive line. The security measures on site were meticulous. It wasn't cowardice, but rather a matter of discretion. Lewis turned to Hilco and asked, "Are you sure it can penetrate that lower seal? If even that doesn't work," Hilco grinned, "then I can only suggest a crazy double-barreled approach." Lewis didn't respond, only glancing down at the map, positions, and wind direction indicators on the command platform in front of him, then sweeping his gaze over the busy loading knights below. These were elite units composed of specially trained magic explosive users from the Crimson Tide Knights. All of them initiated the seal-style loading procedure with extreme precision. Because this was no ordinary weapon. It was the ultimate result of 3 years of secret crafting by the Crimson Tide Territory, a monster jointly created by the Crimson Tide Workshop and the Mage Forest. The Crimson Tide's third-generation magic explosive bomb, a magic energy high-explosive bomb. The projectile is over 4 meters long, entirely dark blue, with a spiraling, interwoven structure that serves both as a pressure-resistant and heat-conducting agent. Internally, it has a hollow, double-cavity structure, with a core embedded with a heart forged from a condensed energy crystal core. This is a black crystal containing distilled and compressed magical beast crystal liquid and extracted magical energy fluid. Its activity is extremely high, constantly pulsating slightly, like the heart of a dormant creature on the verge of awakening. The materials are no ordinary items. The magical crystals used are from 10 rare magical beasts from the Northern Territory, with extremely strict extraction ratios, and were jointly supervised by the Red Tide Pharmaceutical Research Bureau and the Workshop. More importantly, the magic rune array core, which stabilizes the energy flow of the entire projectile, could not be independently completed by Red Tide. It was constructed and adapted by the Red Tide Workshop after Lewis personally wrote to consult with 3 archmages, including Mage Lin. The entire process was incredibly expensive, but in return, this magic explosive projectile can theoretically release powerful shockwaves with precision and stability, creating a dual effect of a high-temperature shockwave and a magical energy oscillation layer at the detonation point. Theoretically, it was powerful enough to blast a small mountain to its knees. Hence the need for a dedicated launch system, specialized loading and escort, and Hilco's personal presence to ensure absolute safety. Moreover, only this one cannon in the world could withstand its roar. "Activate the stabilization array," the guard knight shouted. Intertwined rune arrays appeared on the cannon barrel. The knights, with perfect coordination, inserted the magic explosive shell into the barrel, producing a clear click of metal fitting together. The runes on the barrel lit up, and the ground in the distance trembled slightly. "Activate the cooling rune slot, lock the wind direction. Adjust the elevation angle to 18 degrees, activate the triple stabilization ring, loading complete, ready to fire," rumble. The magic explosive cannon barrel emitted a deep rumble like a beast's roar, the entire barrel vibrating and resonating, a harbinger of an impending cataclysmic attack that would tear apart a mountain. "Ha ha ha! Fire it now! Fire it now!" Hilco almost jumped up, his eyes wide as he stared at the monster he had created. Lewis stood there silently, his gaze fixed on the white expanse where the altar stood. He twitched his finger, signaling the knight commander to give the order, "Fire." At that moment, the snowfield froze. The next second, thunder shook the earth, and flames soared into the sky. A ball of scorching white magical flame tore through the heavens, streaking across the canyon sky like a meteor amidst the roar and tremors, heading straight for the slumbering darkness sealed beneath. This strike was destined to be recorded in the history of this world. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly shattered. A blinding white light exploded without warning from the altar, like the sun falling to earth, swallowing all colors on the horizon. 3 seconds later, the shockwave, carrying an endless sea of fire, scorching lava, and exploding gas clouds, expanded abruptly, like the roar of a colossal beast, causing eardrums to ache and hearts to clench. The entire ancient Abyss Canyon area, centered on the altar, within 100 meters, was instantly leveled. The permafrost, as hard as steel, was blasted into millions of fragments. The intense heat instantly vaporized the snow, condensing it into a mushroom cloud of white mist that billowed violently in the wind, blotting out the sun. The area where the altar once stood had now collapsed into a massive crater bubbling with crimson lava. The rock layers were burned through, and surging magma from underground rolled out, slowly flowing along the fractured surface, like the opening of a fissure in hell. Countless fragments of rock, ice, and ancient bricks were blasted hundreds of meters away, creating a shower of meteorites in the air. On the observation high ground several hundred meters away, more than a dozen Crimson Tide Knights were almost all thrown to the ground by the blast. The artillery crew was thrown several meters away, crashing heavily into the snow, their armor deformed by the impact, and blood seeping from their mouths. Ha 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 ha! Hilko raised his hands high, his clothes fluttering, spinning around in the snow like a madman. It's a success. Did you see that, Lord? This is no longer a bomb, this is the war cry of a god. He was almost in tears, his voice trembling, as if he were about to ascend to heaven. On the other side, Farron, the commander of the Cold Iron Knights, stood on the half-destroyed cliff top, staring intently at the place where the ancient altar had once stood, speechless for a long time. The ground had collapsed nearly 10 meters after the explosion. The remaining snow, rocks, and broken rocks were all melted by the intense heat. Now only a scorched wasteland remained, steaming hot, like a blank space erased by a god. This shot is beyond human power to stop, he murmured, his voice so low it was almost swallowed by the wind and snow. Farron had witnessed the amazing performance of the Crimson Tide magic explosion bomb on the battlefield during the War of the Mother Nest. Knew that the Crimson Tide had a very powerful magic explosion bomb, and thought he was already mentally prepared. But as he watched the magma fissure in the scorched earth slowly collapse, like the still-breathing maw of a demon, billowing steam obscuring the sky, he thought, but who would have thought it had become this powerful? In that instant, a strange feeling rose within Farron. It was a faint sense of loss. He remembered his youth, leading his knightly order across the frost plains, crushing enemy armies with their battle aura time and again, the steel blade of the north whom everyone looked up to. But now? This single magic explosion, without losing a single soldier, could wipe out an enemy stronghold, a mountain peak, even a city. What did this mean? It meant that the main force of the war was no longer him and his knights. Perhaps, the glory I once took such pride in will truly be buried by history. Farron subconsciously gripped the sword at his waist, the blade silent, as if sensing its master's bewilderment. His throat bobbed slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only sighed. Lewis, who had caused all this, remained unmoved, silently watching the still-burning crimson embers. The high-frequency humming after the magical shockwaves sounded like the incessant whispers of some demon. This shot was truly astonishing. Like the dragon flames of ancient legends, the uncontrolled forbidden magic, or the oracle of the golden feather flower goddess 300 years ago. Lewis showed little emotion, but only he knew that the excitement in his heart was almost bursting through his mask of restraint. Lewis understood, of course, what this meant. Even if the enemy was the Dragonblood Legion, if they were caught off guard, a single strike could uproot them, turning them into dust and charred remains, leaving not even ashes. This was the trump card he had dreamed of. It was also his last trump card in the turbulent chessboard of the Iron Blood Empire's future. But excitement aside, he knew clearly, this power cannot be used lightly, it cannot be known, cannot be understood, and must not fall into the hands of others. It should only appear at the moment of determining fate. The snow continued to fall, and embers still burned on the scorched earth in the distance, wisps of white mist rising from them. Lewis slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to the silent ranks of technicians and knights behind him. What happened today must not be divulged. Before a reply could be heard, a piercing, agonizing scream suddenly erupted from the depths of the leveled earth, piercing through layers of smoke. The sound was neither human, nor beast, nor demon. It was like an ancient shadow breaking free from its seal in the abyss, roaring, or like an annihilated being crying out its final, angry, and painful words in its last moments before death. At that moment, the entire snowfield seemed to freeze. Everyone felt their hearts tighten, their eardrums pierced as if by needles, and a strange shiver ran from their feet to the back of their necks. A young knight, close to the epicenter, turned deathly pale, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face convulsing, muttering incoherently, as if still struggling against some corrosive force. Activate your battle aura, Farron shouted sharply, secretly channeling his own battle aura to steady his mind. Everyone felt as if something was watching them for a moment. Not with eyes, but with the weight of its very existence, emanating from the ground. The next second, a plume of grayish-black smoke silently rose slowly from the cracks in the scorched earth. The smoke writhed like a living creature, climbing from the fissures and swirling in the air. It seemed to be searching for something, or struggling to escape. No one dared to utter a sound, only watching as the smoke churned and twisted. Finally, After emitting a piercing shriek like metal cutting through a blade, it exploded into invisible dust, dissipating with the wind. As the last wisp of smoke vanished, the eerie scream abruptly ceased. It was as if something had finally died completely. Everyone, evacuate the core area. Take the unconscious knight with you, move him carefully, and do not have any further contact. Lewis's tone left no room for doubt as he quickly directed the guards and knights present to retreat. After a devastating explosion capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth, the most dangerous thing wasn't the explosion itself, but what remained alive afterward. Once the energy has completely subsided, we'll organize a second reconnaissance. However, before his words even finished, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible wisp of purple smoke appeared deep within the charred ruins. That wisp of purple mist silently meandered out, twisting and swirling in the air, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, evading everyone's sight. The next moment, whoosh, it flew towards Lewis with an incomprehensible speed. Lewis's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react, the purple mist had silently pierced his brow. It felt like a cold bolt of lightning piercing his soul. He shuddered, his feet swayed slightly, and his face instantly turned ashen. No one noticed. Everyone was still immersed in the shock and aftershocks of the explosion, discussing amongst themselves, unaware of this strange intrusion. Again, this feeling is all too familiar. Just like the wisp of crimson mist that emanated from Titus's corpse and forcibly invaded his body, it has come again silently. It's so far away. Lewis gritted his teeth, quickly closed his eyes and focused his mind, activating the dual barriers of primal meditation and tidal breathing to seal his sea of consciousness. Chapter 330 Fragments of Memory. Lewis's chest tightened suddenly. The next instant, the purple mist burrowed into a sea of consciousness, instantly transforming into countless insect shadows. The crisp sound of shells cracking, the sticky slapping of tentacles, swarms of them coldly staring at him. They chewed and tore, seemingly trying to devour everything into their dark bellies. Every hiss was like the roar of endless hunger. This was not mere killing intent, but a desire to devour everything. Even his will, memories, and heartbeat were being pulled and forced into the bloody maw of the swarm. Again? Why does all this nonsense have to crawl into my head? Lewis cursed inwardly, his head throbbing. Just as he was about to be torn apart by the sound, a platinum pulse suddenly lit up in his mind. The primordial heart shone. Platinum starlight surged forth like a galaxy, instantly traversing the entire void. Alongside it was that wisp of the former crimson mist. The petals of the raging flower unfurled in the flames, the blood vines meandering, not attacking him, but coiling around the primordial heart like guardians. The swarm of insects attacked, opening their fanged mandibles. White light and crimson flames erupted simultaneously, instantly burning them through. Thousands upon thousands of insects screamed as they turned to ash, their skeletal forms disintegrating in the flames. The sound of shattering echoed throughout a sea of consciousness, but the suffocating tearing sensation of before was gone. Lewis watched the contest, suddenly realizing he wasn't pushed to his limit like before. The cooperation between the crimson mist and the primordial heart gave the purple mist almost no chance to breathe. In just a few breaths, the swarm was completely engulfed, reduced to a wisp of embers, absorbed by the platinum light. His sea of consciousness returned to tranquility. Compared to the rage of last time, this purple mist is much weaker, Lewis thought to himself. Perhaps this was just a remnant of its will, too weak to truly tear through his mind. Lewis had barely caught his breath when the world before him collapsed once more. Before he could react, his consciousness was torn apart by a torrent, swept into an unfamiliar river. Memories completely foreign to him, tinged with the scent of blood and fire, crashed into his mind. Suddenly, flames erupted. Under the dragon's shadow, the city was engulfed in flames. Chains dragged countless humans along, their cries and roars drowned out by the deafening dragon's roar. The primordial mage stood in the crowd, his eyes bloodshot, clutching a blood-stained stone tightly. The scene shifted, and before a snow-covered altar, a man and a woman stood side by side. Countless inhabitants of the snowfield knelt at their feet, their foreheads pounding deeply into the snow, as if they were truly ancient gods rising from the earth. Then, the thunder of iron hooves echoed. The banners of the Ironblood Empire plunged into the snowfield, and knights' lances pressed down like a forest. The village burned, women and the elderly were driven away, and the cries of children were swallowed by the wind and snow, turning into silent despair. In the final moments, between the flames and ashes, the man who had just been there knelt alone amidst the ruins, tears streaming down his face. Purple mist rose silently from behind him, like a cold, outstretched hand, slowly enveloping him. He didn't struggle, but simply closed his eyes. Images flashed by, as if someone had forcibly torn apart fragments of history before his eyes. Lewis gritted his teeth, determined not to be swept away by the torrent as he had the first time. He desperately tried to capture the details of these fragments, seeking the truth connected to the mist, to the primordial heart. Unfortunately, they crumbled in an instant. He could only cling tightly to these 4 images, like grasping at a few withered leaves from a raging torrent. Lewis suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself lying in a tent in the canyon, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. The heaviness in his body remained, but a vague, inexplicable power, brought by the purple mist, had appeared within him. He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling this power. If someone were to attack him at this moment, the lingering power of the purple mist seemed capable of converting the injury into energy, becoming his new support. The death and carnage on the battlefield would subtly nourish him, making him increasingly calm and powerful amidst the bloodshed and chaos. If he suffered a fatal wound, his body would automatically initiate healing, accelerating hemostasis and recovery. And in an environment strewn with corpses, his presence would be incredibly vivid, becoming the core of his aura. These thoughts were not deductions, but rather innate intuitions that naturally surfaced in his mind. Lewis focused his mind, a cold glint in his eyes. The more powerful something is like this, the more it signifies war, at least for now. He didn't want to verify these abilities. Lewis closed his eyes, recalling those 4 fragmented images once more. The barbarians kneeling before the altar, they didn't seem like this era at all, more like remnants of a distant past. He suddenly remembered the mural the knight had described, which also depicted 2 figures shrouded in strange mist. The mother nest and the scorching vine garden were probably inextricably linked to those 2. And what do those imperial knights represent? I guess I can find something out from the ruins, and the history of the old Snow Kingdom. I need to dig deeper. Lewis silently noted this in his mind. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted, and Lambert strode in, his expression anxious. "Lord Lewis, you're finally awake." Lewis looked up, his voice calm. "How long was I unconscious?" "Less than 3 hours." Lambert breathed a sigh of relief, then pressed, "My lord, how are you feeling?" "The doctor examined you. It's just simple fatigue." Hearing Lambert's answer, Lewis quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Last time he slept for 10 days straight. This time, perhaps the purple mist was much weaker than the crimson, and with the platinum galaxy alongside the crimson mist, he hadn't fallen into deeper sleep. Lewis nodded, downplaying it, probably just too tired lately. The underground rumbling stirred things up, everything went black, and I collapsed. Lambert nodded, but wasn't truly at peace. This was the second time. The last time was during the final battle of the barbarians. Lewis looked up and saw the unease in Lambert's eyes. He smiled slightly. "Don't worry, compared to last time, this isn't even a fainting spell. I'm just too tired." Lambert was silent for a moment, then said softly, "I'm still worried." "I understand." Lewis shook his head and changed the subject. "How is the situation? How is the cleanup going?" Lambert immediately straightened up and reported. "Everyone has returned to camp and is awaiting your instructions. Several knights were wounded, but thankfully, no one was killed." "Very good." Lewis nodded, but his brow remained furrowed. "Send more people to the explosion site tomorrow. There's no need to take any risks tonight." He paused, then added, "As for the magic explosive bombs, have Hilko and the others work on improving the muzzle. The range needs to be even greater, and the power must be completely controllable." Lambert replied softly, "Yes, sir." The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lewis led his cavalry on their way. The knights were fully armed, their masks tightly closed, and the sound of their hooves echoed particularly heavily in the snow-covered canyon. Lewis, riding in the middle, turned and asked, "Hilko, what do you think of last night's explosion?" "The power far exceeded my expectations, causing me to misjudge the distance." Hilko pushed up his goggles, his voice trembling, a hint of excitement in his eyes. The air was still thick with the smell of burning, the lingering smoke mingling with the cold wind, giving off a pungent, acrid odor. The frozen ground beneath their feet was cracked into countless fault lines, littered with rubble and debris. Ahead, the ground had collapsed into a massive crater, as if a meteorite had struck, the ice at the edges shattered and radiating outwards. The mountainside was even more horrifying. Thick layers of rock were scorched black by the intense heat and shock wave, as if licked by flames. Sharp cracks stretched to the horizon, snow slipping through the fissures and falling into the bottomless abyss. Lewis stopped his horse, silently gazing at the charred ruins. This was the power of the third-generation magic explosive bomb. He sighed silently in his heart, but didn't let any emotion show on his face. The night squad first set up a perimeter around the crater, their eyes sharp, alert for any lurking monsters or remnants of black mist. Several knights used their spears to probe into the rubble, carefully confirming that it wouldn't collapse again. The search continued for half an hour, until the outer perimeter was confirmed to be safe, before someone slowly descended into the crater. Lewis remained hundreds of meters away, mounted on his horse, his gaze calmly surveying the entire ruins. Lambert stayed by his side without leaving, his expression tense. More than any sudden danger, he was worried that Lewis would faint again without warning. They split into 3 lines and slowly descended the collapsed slope. "Put on your masks," the lead knight whispered. Hearing this, everyone took out transparent masks with silver frames from their backpacks. The inner walls of the masks contained a light blue liquid. As they were fastened, the liquid seeped into tiny channels, turning into a thin mist that diffused inside the mirror. This is the Frostfiend Purifier, recently perfected by the Red Tide Territory's artisan workshop. It's said the prototype was personally designed by Lord Lewis. It can isolate spores and hallucinogenic gases for a short time, allowing one to remain conscious even in the face of the remaining black mist of the mother nest. "Take a deep breath, don't panic," someone whispered. Breathing echoed muffledly through the mask. The icy soil beneath their feet was brittle and cracking with every step, as if it might collapse at any moment. The lead knight gestured for caution while probing the soil with his vibration spear. Each thrust produced a subtle vibration, confirming the presence of a hollow beneath their feet. Only after several probes, confirming there was no collapse, did they continue their descent. The dim light from the torches and battle oran illuminated the bottom of the pit, a completely charred ruin. Searching the scorched earth, they quickly found scattered insect shells. Their shapes were bizarre, some resembled armor, others were only the size of a palm, most charred and brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. A few fragments still gleamed with a purple sheen, emitting a faint, unsettling buzzing sound when approached. "Don't touch it for too long," a knight frowned, brushing the fragments aside. "This thing is dead, but not clean." The team then retrieved a sealed jar, provided by the magelin. The jar was heavy, its inner walls coated with special runes to slow the decay or energy dissipation of the unknown substance. They carefully placed the fragments inside, and only after the lid was closed and the runes flickered faintly did they feel temporarily safe. Continuing forward, several twisted humanoid corpses came into view. Flesh torn apart by the shock wave, limbs stuck to rocks, arms still bearing vine-like tissue, deformed skulls, and mouths full of sharp teeth. Further ahead lay a collapsed pile of boulders. Several remaining stones bore intricate symbols and grooves, but most were cracked or burned beyond recognition. "The ruins of an ancient altar," the lead knight murmured. "It's unrecognizable, a pungent, rotten scent mingled with a faint floral fragrance. Remnants of black mist." Someone immediately tightened their mask, their tone grave. Several knights' breathing became slightly heavy, but they showed no signs of losing control or being poisoned. The team quickly assessed, the aura has almost completely dissipated, the threat is minimal. They exchanged glances, a hint of relief in their hearts. If it weren't for the Crimson Tide Territory's purifiers protecting them, who knows if these auras would have seeped into their brains. In the end, the knights returned almost empty-handed. The power of yesterday's high-explosive magic bomb was astonishing. The altar, along with the underground palace, had been reduced to ruins. Even the stone surface once engraved with ancient murals was shattered, the fragments mixed with the scorched earth, long gone. The team could only bring up a few fragments, charred insect shells, twisted limbs, and cracked stones. All of these were carefully placed in a sealed jar and presented to Lambert. "Lord Lewis." Lambert took one of the jars, his expression hardening as he peered at the insect shell in the dim light. He wouldn't mistake its shape, it was almost identical to the remains left by the mother nest. His brow furrowed deeply, a terrible thought rising in his mind. Could the remnants of the mother nest still lurk deep within the north? But Lewis, standing beside him, knew that the purple mist had been purified by the primal heart within him, and the daily intelligence system indicated that the Witch of Despair was dead. But Lewis couldn't voice these thoughts. He could only let Lambert worry. However, Lewis, standing beside him, calmly accepted the report. The insect shell remains had lost their activity. The monster's limbs, structurally similar to humans, were confirmed to be contaminated. The altar stones were severely damaged and unrecognizable. A faint aura of black mist lingered in the air, but posed no direct threat. The investigation's conclusions were as expected. Lewis felt a pang of regret. All the clues had been destroyed, leaving no further leads. Lewis took one last look from his vantage point, suppressing all remaining questions in his heart. Regardless of the truth behind the fog, at least for now, the most important matter for Crimson Tide territory was in the south, at that port that would eventually lead to the sea. Leave a few to continue the investigation, the rest of you, retreat, he ordered, his expression unwavering. There's nothing left to linger here. Let's go, the group responded and began their retreat. The column rounded the canyon, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing as they marched south in a grand procession. The canyon gradually fell silent, leaving only the charred crater standing silently, like a massive scar, a reminder to everyone that the power of the third-generation magic explosive bomb was enough to level anything. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Difficulties and Plans. In the early morning of Dawn Harbor, before the morning mist had dissipated, the air was filled with the shouts of craftsmen and laborers. Heave-ho, heave-ho, they were building what would become the largest and most important port in the north. Several oddly shaped machines roared across the construction site. White steam billowed from valves, swirling in the air, as heavy iron hammers, lifted by steam, slammed down, sending bubbles rising from the mud on the ground. This steam-powered pile driver was the latest creation of the Red Tide Territory's steam-powered craftsmen's group. At Lewis's suggestion, a sliding rail and counterweight had been added above the steam hammer frame. Therefore, it was more accurate and faster than manual labor, with almost no deviation. Several young workers were tending the furnace, adding fuel, others were holding the piles, still others were shouting commands to ensure synchronized and orderly movements. Meanwhile, Dawn Harbor's supervisor, Elliot, was carrying finished piles towards the steam engine with several laborers. He was one of the first knights to follow Lewis to the north, and his unwavering loyalty earned him Lewis's appointment as overseer of Dawnport. Under Lewis's tutelage, he always led by example, ensuring that no laborer dared complain, no matter how arduous the task. Meanwhile, Russell, the technical director of Dawnport, was squatting in the mud, discussing with the craftsmen who had accompanied him to the north how to build the port on this mudflat. They were indeed pessimistic. The port's location was a silty mudflat, constantly eroded by the tides, making the foundation piles prone to sinking or tilting. Traditional methods would require years and massive stonework to stabilize it. Someone muttered, "This mudflat could probably swallow a house, no matter how deep the piles are driven. I don't know if they'll hold." Russell didn't say anything, but his brow was furrowed. Just then, a young knight ran over, stomping through the mud, and whispered to the two officers of Dawnport, "Lord Lewis is on his way and will arrive within 2 days." Upon hearing this news, Elliot immediately smiled with relief. Although he was highly regarded by Lewis, this was his first time independently overseeing such a large territory, and Lewis had told him that this was the most important project for Crimson Tide territory in the coming years, which put immense pressure on him. Sometimes he couldn't sleep at night, worrying about whether he could shoulder such a heavy responsibility and not let Lord Lewis down. Now, hearing that Lewis was coming, a great weight was lifted from his heart. In Elliot's mind, Lewis was omnipotent. As long as he came, this matter would surely be accomplished. But Seller, standing beside him, was somewhat stunned. He had only arrived in the north last autumn and had met Lewis a few times, but they had only had 2 truly effective conversations. Once was when they first arrived in Crimson Tide City, where the young lord warmly welcomed them. The other was before they set off for Dawnport, when Lewis summoned them privately, offering words of encouragement and highlighting a few key points. It was then that Cyril realized Lewis did indeed know something about port construction. After all, he was a young master from the Calvin family. He was a nobleman with an extraordinary bearing, but he looked far too young, judging by his appearance alone. He was not even 20 years old. However, hearing that Lewis was coming, an unease still welled up in his heart. After all, he had built ports for many nobles, and some projects had been ruined by the self-righteous guidance of the upper class. If this young man was just coming to take a look, that would be fine, but if he really thought he had some ability and came to instruct them, professionals, it could very well cause trouble. Moreover, in Cyril's opinion, this place was not suitable for building a port. The worry in his heart lingered for a long time. After resolving the crisis left behind by the Witch of Despair, Lewis arrived at Ron Harbor without stopping. He dismounted, his shoes sinking into the half-wet sand, and his eyes swept over the entire construction site. The outer fence had been erected, and several rows of sheds were emitting smoke, living separately from the houses of the laborers and craftsmen, and were fairly tidy. Such houses were not considered simple in the north, but in Red Tide territory, they could only be considered temporary accommodation. Looking further afield, the port was just beginning to take shape. Piling machines roared, craftsmen drew lines in the mud, and laborers, drenched in sweat, carried wooden stakes forward. Lord Lewis, Elliot and Russell approached almost simultaneously, stopping 2 steps in front of him. They reported on their respective progress. The sheds and camps were complete, and the craftsmen were settled, the surveying was finished, and the harbor's boundaries had been marked. The steam-powered piling machines were operating normally, and their effectiveness exceeded expectations. Some supplies were being consumed slightly faster than anticipated, requiring further shipments from the south. Although Lewis had already learned most of this from the daily intelligence system, he listened quietly to the reports. Lewis nodded after listening and said, "I know there are many difficulties, your Tide-class ships, and some unknown enemies. These difficulties are inevitable." He paused, his tone firm. "Some difficulties are to be expected, but the port must be built. Because this is the lifeline of the Red Tide Empire, only after this port is built will there be a chance for development." Elliot straightened his back, while Russell subconsciously swallowed. Lewis turned and said, "Call all the foremen and technicians here, let's have a meeting." The meeting was held in a large wooden hut, with various maps and survey maps laid out on the table. Even with the door closed, the sea breeze still seeped in through the cracks, carrying a damp smell. Lewis stood at the head of the table, a wooden plank behind him, his gaze sweeping over each craftsman and technician present. He said, "Speak directly, don't beat around the bush. If you have any difficulties, just say so. Hiding things will only harm yourself and others. If you don't speak up now, I will hold you accountable if problems arise later. It's not about deliberately punishing you, but about ensuring that all responsibility is distributed to those who should bear it. Understand?" The cabin fell silent, and no one spoke first. Finally, it was Elliot, who was closest to Lewis, who spoke up first. "Lord Lewis, there are strange fishmen nearby who frequently attack at night. Several laborers have already been attacked and are suffering terribly." Lewis replied, "Set up sentry posts with firelights in various locations. Prioritize personnel safety with 3 layers of defense, and ensure the posts are interconnected. If the fishmen dare to come, they will be exposed to the light. Archers are on standby, and we will find an opportunity to eliminate them all at once." Seeing this, Russell also mustered his courage and said, "The mud layers under the cofferdam are of varying depths. Driving piles at a uniform depth will risk collapse." Lewis pulled out a small black notebook from inside his cloak, clearly prepared. "We won't use a uniform depth. We'll explore first and then divide the area into sections. We'll drive deeper into soft areas, even pouring mortar to harden them. We won't waste effort on hard areas. Each section has its own method, and only when combined will they be stable." The craftsmen nodded frequently, their brows gradually relaxing, and even Russell was taken aback. The young lord not only understood his technical jargon but could also replace it with the simplest analogies, making it understandable even to the clumsy stonemasons. Although they didn't know the specifics of the plan, everyone felt much more at ease seeing that the lord wasn't giving orders arbitrarily. Seeing this, the others also raised their own questions, which Lewis answered one by one. "Sir, the ropes are being used up too quickly. The warehouse only has enough for 5 days. If they break, the piling machines and gantry cranes will have to stop. First, dismantle old fishing nets and braid them into spare ropes. Drano, register the shortage and send someone to Red Tide City immediately to request a second batch of supplies. We're short of long timber. The keel of the slipway needs oak. The existing timber is mostly hill fir, which won't hold up. Use fir to build a temporary frame first, and replace the main timber once the oak arrives. Don't stop work, get the frame up first." The group raised a series of questions. Supplies? working hours, technical parameters, night protection, medical logistics, disability compensation, dampness in workers' accommodations, slipway load-bearing capacity, backup coal for the steam engine. Those who could speak up did, and even the timid were encouraged to voice their concerns. Some problems could be solved, others couldn't be for the time being, and they had to be noted down. After all the problems were raised, everyone's mood noticeably improved. Lewis said, "That's right. Problems can only be solved by raising them. If we keep them hidden, they'll never be solved, they'll just drag on forever. If you have any other problems, report them to me or Elliot immediately. I can't guarantee every problem can be solved, but I will do my best." Hearing Lewis's words, the craftsmen and technicians no longer looked worried. Especially the shipwrights and port artisans from the southeastern provinces, who had assumed the northern nobles were as ignorant of maritime affairs as ever. Now, finding their lord different, their anxieties lessened considerably, and they felt that building a port here might not be impossible. Lewis closed his notebook and his gaze returned to the crowd. Now that the problem has been raised, it needs to be addressed concretely. Without a plan, even the most skilled craftsmen and the most advanced machinery are wasted. Phase 1, stabilizing the foundation and harbor basin, including cofferdams, drainage, test piles, and the initial form of the diversion breakwater. Eliminating potential threats such as fishermen and pirates. Phase 2, the wharf and breakwater structure, raising the breakwater, constructing the pile bridge wharf, and establishing warehouse foundations. Phase 3, shipbuilding and navigational safety, including the slipway, keel, lighthouse towers, and port defense weapon positions. The room was silent except for the sound of pens scratching on the wooden board. After finishing, Lewis paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over Elliot, Russell, and the other leaders. "This is the general direction. Proceed step by step, one step after another. And you must establish specific daily plans and goals. Everything must have a schedule and a responsible person. It must be clear who should do what, and there can be no shirking. Of course, what I've written down are just examples. The real details will need to be developed by you based on the actual situation on site. And as long as you follow the order and move forward, even the most difficult construction can be accomplished." A moment of silence followed his words. With a clear direction, the manager's eyes no longer held the dejection and confusion of before. Looking at the few lines of text on the wooden board, Elliot felt a long-lost sense of peace. He had charged into battle with a sword on countless battlefields, but only after becoming the overseer of Dawn territory did he realize that leading the construction of a city was far more difficult than facing an enemy head-on. Lord Lewis's words were simple, yet they were something he was far from capable of. "So, I'm still far from it." Elliot felt an immense respect for Lewis. Looking at the clear handwriting on the wooden board, everyone felt a fire rekindled in their hearts. The plan was finalized, and thanks to the foreman's promotion, the atmosphere on the construction site became somewhat positive. These laborers were mostly those who had joined the Red Tide relatively late last year. They rarely complained about Lewis sending them here to work. Most were grateful that Lord Lewis had provided them with food and shelter. So they carried loads on their shoulders and in their hands, shovels and hoes rising and falling tirelessly, beginning to dig away the soft silt and rubble. As the mudflats gradually dipped in the center, a nascent waterway slowly emerged, the outline of the future harbor. Elliot directed his men to build a wooden deck along the outer edge to block the seawater. Workers braved the sea wind, driving planks into the mud and filling gaps with sandbags. Just then, a section of the excavation area suddenly collapsed. Silt poured out instantly, trapping over a dozen workers. Their cries pierced the noise of the construction site. However, they escaped unharmed, as Lewis, alerted by the daily intelligence system, had already dispatched reinforcements. Elliot led his team into the mud and water, pulling ropes and managing to drag the workers out unharmed. Lewis stood by the dike, pointing to the collapsed area. "The site must be safe. Lay planks on the mud, securing the outer edges with sandbags. Also, dig a drainage channel to disperse the water." After Lewis's orders were given, planks were brought in, creating a makeshift passage, allowing the workers to walk steadily on the mud. With a diversion channel excavated, the accumulated water gradually receded, and the inner work area was no longer swallowed by mudslides. The construction site became much safer, with accidents reduced by 90%. As the days passed, a deep trench was gradually carved into the open space in the center of the mudflats. The water was dispersed by the diversion channel, and the cofferdam line stood firmly on the mud. What was once just a patch of mud was now showing the outline of a circular waterway, with rows of wooden stakes along the edges, like a rough skeleton. The prototype of the harbor was finally emerging. The craftsmen stood in the mud, gazing at the scene, their expressions somewhat dazed. Someone wiped the mud from their face and couldn't help but laugh. It's really been carved out. Their companion couldn't help but grin as well. The harbor, it really can be built. Those who had initially harbored doubts worked even faster and with more energy than before. Of course, the construction wasn't without its challenges, and external dangers gradually emerged. The sentries guarding the dike often heard the sound of splashing water late at night. The torches illuminated the water, revealing a series of bubbles rising to the surface before fading into silence. A wooden stake along the edge of the dike bore hafteth marks, with sawdust floating on the water. But by the time the knights pursued the trail with torches, the marks had been washed away by the tide. The craftsmen worked in the mud, occasionally feeling a slight tremor beneath their feet, sensing something lurking in the shadows. Elliot ordered increased vigilance, manning the outposts every night. The merfolk would sooner or later bare their fangs. Chapter 332 The Fishman Disaster. The night tide surged, casting deep shadows along the edge of the dike. A squad of knights, cloaked in gray, lay in wait, holding their breath. The surroundings were eerily quiet, offering no sign of impending war. Will they really come? A young knight finally couldn't help but ask. Elliot frowned. Don't make a sound. Lord Lewis said they will, and they will. He then turned to his adjutant behind him and asked in a low voice, have the timber and oil barrels been moved? They've all been moved. Only some old wooden frames remain. Let them burn them. Elliot nodded, relieved, and continued to watch the black water. A moment later, a deafening roar ripped through the night. A giant deep-sea fish, over 10 meters long, driven by a group of fishmen, slammed into the dike. The wooden stakes shook, mud shot into the air, and water droplets rained down like arrows. The camp on the Dawn Harbor side was thrown into chaos, a cacophony of noise as laborers disguised as soldiers fled in all directions. The leader of the merfolk in the shadows smirked, plan in place. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dike, dozens of merfolk were silently climbing up. Their scales glowed eerily, their hands wielded bone spears coated in venom, and their leather pouches bulged, faintly emitting the smell of burning oil. Not all merfolk were mindless monsters. A small minority retained intelligence, even surpassing that of ordinary humans. Therefore, they had devised a plan to lure the humans away, attempting to destroy the suddenly appearing human camp and reclaim their backyard. Of course, they hadn't anticipated that the cunning humans possessed the ability to foresee the future. Now, Elliot roared, his body erupting with crimson battle aura as he charged towards the merfolk. With Elliot's charge, knights emerged from the shadows of the wooden stakes, their battle aura leaping between their swords. A young knight charged forward, blue battle aura surging with his sword, cleaving a ferocious merfolk in two with a single strike. On the other side, an elite knight swung his greatsword, cleaving a group of merfolk, along with their oil sacks, onto the muddy ground. His companions followed up, finishing them off one by one. These merfolk were not entirely without strategy. After the initial surprise, they quickly formed a battle formation, attempting to buy time for their comrades to set the camp ablaze. They roared, brandishing their spears on the narrow dike, maneuvering against the humans. But the knights pressed on wave after wave, forcing the merfolk to retreat, their blood mingling with the mud and splashing onto the wooden stakes. Merfolk fell one after another, their oil sacks shattered, yet not a single inch of the camp was ignited. Most of the merfolk were slaughtered on the dike, their blood dripping into the sea through the unsealed cracks in the wood. The remaining few plunged into the waves, swallowed by the night tide. Just then, a burly black figure emerged from the distant waves. A strange bone crown sprouted from his forehead. He was the leader of this merfolk. Its eyes gleamed with a ghostly blue light, and it let out a hoarse, piercing howl, seemingly cursing its defeated subordinates. Then it abruptly sank into the dark current and vanished without a trace. Elliot slowly sheathed his sword, gazing at the dark horizon. The camp was still in turmoil, but no part of it had been burned. The human camp was unharmed. News reached the camp, and the residents' fear gradually turned to excitement. The previously tense garrison now realized that no matter how cunning the merfolk were, the Lord was always one step ahead. The night raid has ended. The main force has been intercepted. No casualties, warehouses and supplies are intact. A head count revealed over 80 corpses at the scene. The remaining survivors have been swallowed by the tide, Elliot reported the results of the battle to Lewis in detail. Lewis smiled and nodded in approval. Very good, you did a clean and efficient job. It's all thanks to your meticulous planning, sir. Without your arrangements, the camp might not have survived today. Elliot's words were filled with unadorned admiration. Lewis smiled and waved his hand to interrupt. Stop flattering me. He looked at the calm sea and said in a deep voice, but this is only a temporary solution. As long as the merfolk leader is still in the cave stronghold and only defending the shore, we will always be led by the nose. One day, a lapse in judgment will lead to immeasurable consequences. Therefore, we must take the initiative to completely destroy their lair and eliminate future troubles. Elio nodded, but still hesitated before speaking. You're right, sir, but we don't have enough ships right now. The capabilities required for an expedition to the seas are insufficient, and we don't know the exact location of the merfolk stronghold. Lewis took out his notebook, flipped to a few pages of sketches, and said, I've already had the exact location scouted. I have some ideas for the plan. Listen to them and see if they're feasible. Then, instead of immediately revealing his ideas, he called over Hilco. After resolving the crisis with a witch of despair, Lewis had brought him to Dawn Harbor and assigned him to handle demolition-related work. He would return with him on the next trip back to Red Tide City. Now was the perfect time to put him to use. When Hilco arrived, Lewis immediately said to him, Explain in the simplest terms the two types of magic bombs I had you make in Red Tide City. Hilco immediately held up the prepared items and shook them, as if showing Elliot and Lewis a dangerous toy. Well, to put it simply, we have two new types of magic bombs. The first is a mud block. Throw it into a crevice in a hole, and it will expand like dough when it comes into contact with water, hardening after several tens of minutes to block the entrance. The other is called a directional magic bomb. Don't underestimate its small size, it's quite powerful. Fix it to a rock and ignite it, and it will cause that area to collapse immediately. Lewis nodded, but didn't overlook the details. Won't the tide wash these magic bombs away? Hilco's eyes became serious. We put the mud block in a shell with an anchor hook, throw it in, first hook it to a crevice in the rock or debris, and then tighten it with a short rope, so the tide can't move it. The directional magic explosive bomb has a splash guard on the outside and a small timed fuse and slow-burning core inside, giving you enough time to retreat. Simply put, secure your things first, then leave. He explained it very carefully, and not only did Lewis nod, but Elliot beside him also nodded repeatedly. Lewis turned his gaze to Elliot. Elliot, you'll take 30 men, infiltrate the merfolk's lair, and use these two types of magic explosive bombs to deal with them. Can you do it? Elliot looked at the two items in Hilco's hand and firmly replied, Yes, sir. He then began to consider the details of his tactics and explain them. 100 knights would be more than enough. The first team will scout and explore. The second team will carry mud blocks and directional magic explosive bombs to deploy and secure them. The third team will provide cover and emergency evacuation support. Each person will carry mud blocks, 3 directional bombs, ropes, anchors, and diving gear. The timing will be when the fish are least numerous. The first team will scout near the shore to confirm safety. The second team will simultaneously dive from both sides to deploy and secure them, and the third team will provide cover from the outside. If there is a counterattack from inside the cave, the third team will use fire tubes and signal flares to attract attention and ensure the evacuation route is open. The mud must solidify within the predetermined time, and the directional bombs will be operated by experienced knights. No rookies should be allowed to operate them alone. Lewis interjected, What if the backflow blocks the path or the small boats are unable to reach the shore? Elliot blurted out, There are 3 safeguards, tidal window, shore fire and smoke cover, and emergency explosives to seal the side walls as a last resort to buy time for retreat. Of course, that's a last resort. What about casualties? Lewis pressed. The goal is 0 casualties, but we're prepared for the worst. The wounded will be taken back to the near-shore medical station by small boats immediately. If trapped, the squad will provide cover and shore fire will provide priority rescue. Lewis closed his notebook, looked at the horizon, and calmly ordered, Conduct 2 rounds of drills nearby, near-shore deployment and fixation tests, and a complete retreat drill. Once everything is up to standard, launch the attack as planned. Remember, the attack must be clean and efficient, and the retreat even more so. Make sure everyone returns safely. Elliot nodded, his voice deep and resolute. Rest assured, sir. Phosphorescent light danced on the damp walls of the cave, reflecting grotesque faces. This was the Fishmen's nighttime feast. Or perhaps some kind of festival. Several strong men clashed bone spears at each other, as if testing their strength, occasionally drawing blood. Nearby, someone strung together freshly torn sea monster entrails into chains, offering them to another to smell, as if exchanging compliments. The more experienced ones smashed their caught shells into pieces, emitting short, rhythmic snickers. For them, this commotion was both a pastime and a way to maintain group order. At the very center of the banquet, on a stone seat, the fish-man leader sat alone, gazing up at the stone wall, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a group of humans appeared on the other side of the shore, erecting stakes and building wooden fences on the beach, treating their long-held territory as their backyard. They had tried to attack them, attempting to reclaim control. But several attacks failed. One of their largest attacks was even ambushed and annihilated by the humans, forcing them to leave nearly half their warriors behind. However, this did not discourage him, only fueled his anger. He was determined to block these intruders from the shore, preventing them from establishing their own forces on the shallows again. Of course, his previous failures had also made him realize that he could no longer charge in as easily as before. He had to use more cunning tactics. If a direct confrontation didn't work, he would use trickery to lure them into the depths and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. A slight smile played on his lips as he calculated how to make the next attack more covert and deadly. Of course, he didn't know that on the other side of the sinking wave reef, a group of figures were moving slowly but methodically. The rocks were wet, and the seaweed swayed. The Knights of the Red Tide, dressed in light black robes, moved stealthily among the reefs and sea mist in multiple columns, striving for complete silence with every movement. Elliot stood on a small boat. He wasn't a strong swimmer, but for this operation, he had come to the front lines as the commander-in-chief. He wore a gray cloak and had various signal flares ready beside him, just in case. The tide has been receding for 45 minutes, and the current has entered a calm phase, a knight beside him who knew how to swim reported in a low voice. Elliot exhaled a chilling breath and whispered the order, "First team, move out." The command caused tiny ripples on the water. The first team glided into the night sea like fish. These were knights carefully selected by Red Tide, skilled in the water. Their diving suits clung to their skin, their magic explosives were packed into their special backpacks, mud slacks were strapped to their waists, and anchor hooks were wrapped around their finger bones as they swam towards the various points of the tide reef. Their mission was to familiarize themselves with the reef's terrain and the location of the merfolk. Glug, glug, 3 stealthy knights slowly swam to the edge of the crevice. The leader pressed down on his companion's shoulder, signaling a halt. Then they quietly approached the cave wall, cautiously peeking out their upper bodies. We see it, they had never seen the merfolk's carnival so closely before. The cave was arched, with a sunken stone disc in the center, littered with the ripped remains of sea beasts. Dozens of merfolk were engaged in a bloody and bizarre scene. Some were slashing each other with bone spears, others were flinging fishbone spikes at the ceiling, and still others were tearing at each other over a string of slimy entrails. The scene was gruesome and eerie, with a bloody mist slowly spreading through the water. The Crimson Tide Knights watched this scene without moving. Even if one of them made a bubble, it could trigger a frenzied rampage among these monsters. They stared at each other in silence. The leader slowly raised his hand, making a gesture, "Retreat." The other 2 nodded without hesitation and quickly turned and dived back. They disappeared into the shadows without even disturbing the water behind them, leaving without a sound, as if they had never been there. Back near the shore, they quickly climbed back onto the command boat. The leader drew a symbol on the stone slab with water, target confirmed. Most of the merfolk are gathered inside the cave for a feast. Patrols are sparse. Elliot took the stone slab, his heart filled with joy. He whispered the command, "Second team," in the water. The second team silently leaped into the sea, splitting into 2 groups, diving from the flanks of the turbulent reef towards the fishmen's lair. They moved like silent shadows, slowly advancing along the rock face, yet with remarkable order and quiet. Working in pairs, one held a launcher casing, the other protecting the flanks from any turbulent currents. The buoyant mud was wrapped in tarpaulin, the casing secured with a non-slip layer and a short waterproof rope, the grappling hook at the end gleaming faintly. The rider reached the crevice, deftly pushing the casing into the recess, his fingers swiftly pulling out the rope, the anchor hook digging deep into the rock face. The rope was pulled, knotted, and then folded back for stability. The cover rider retrieved a directional magic explosive from a waterproof bag and inserted it into a depression in the side of the crevice. The fuse was wound around the opening, the slow-burning wick inserted into the pre-drilled hole, and the final safety pin snapped shut. From the deployment of the first buoyant mud to the final directional explosive being secured, a full 10 minutes passed without a single error. By the 25th minute, under the protection and support of the third team, all the deployers had quietly retreated to the rendezvous point, not a single one missing, their movements clean and efficient. After all, they had practiced this over a dozen times. Elliot crouched on the small boat, clutching his pocket watch, his gaze fixed on the waves. He silently counted in his mind, 26, 27. Chapter 333 Slaughtering the Fishmen. Giggle, giggle, a piercing snicker mingled with the clanging of bone spears. Several young males were locked in a fierce battle of biting and thrusting in the puddle, their scales flying. A fishman with algae-covered spines on its back plunged its bone spear deep into its companion's shoulder, splattering foul green blood, only to be met with shrill screams and cheers from those around it. On its throne made of decaying rock, the fishman leader's bone crown gleamed eerily as he watched the carnage below, chuckling softly. This was his second favorite form of entertainment. His number one, of course, was slaughtering upright apes. Suddenly, a faint click sound rang out, so subtly yet still caught by the fishman's ear fins. The leader frowned, about to turn his head, when he saw that the flowing water in a crevice had suddenly frozen. Boom! A mass of muddy, grayish-brown material exploded from the depths of the crevice, filling the passage with a muffled thud and a squeezing sound. Countless streams of water were instantly blocked, their backflow disrupted. Simultaneously, several locations on the side walls erupted in a second wave of intense heat and explosions. Directional magic explosives ignited. The stone walls burst open like a volcanic eruption, mud, phosphorus, bone fragments, and the flesh and blood of the merfolk being swept into the collapsing torrent. Crack! The leader roared in shock and fury, desperately rushing towards the main passage. His vision was filled with falling rocks and the drowned remains of his tribesmen. He was one of the few in the entire group possessing bloodline memories and intelligence surpassing that of ordinary humans. He believed that if he escaped, he would have a chance to rise again. So the merfolk leader, holding a strange horn, sprinted towards the cave entrance, desperate to escape this hellish scene. But on the bank at the cave entrance were 5 red-tide knights who had been waiting for a long time. With a deafening roar, magic explosives and crossbow bolts were fired simultaneously, and flamethrowers swept across the water, burning any survivors to ashes. The merfolk leader had barely taken a step when 3 aura slashes rained down from the sky. PFFT, a string of blood and foam burst from his throat, his bone crown shattered, and as he fell, the horn in his hand rolled into the tide, only to be kicked away by a knight on the shore. Elliot slowly stepped forward, his long sword flashing, and decapitated him completely. It's over. This was a massacre. The remaining fighting after the explosion lasted less than 10 minutes. Outside the cave entrance, 100 knights had already completed the blockade and mopping up of the remaining enemies. Fishman corpses floated up like waves, and blood spread around the cave entrance, turning an eerie purplish black. The knights, clad in armor, returned by boat, carrying undried blood and the salty smell. What they dragged back were fishman corpses wrapped in linen, broken bone armor, and a few remaining cursed tools. What was particularly unusual was a strange bone horn, curved like a section of a sea monster's spine, with several circles of unidentified writing at its end, still trembling slightly with residual warmth. Inside the main tent of Dawnhill, Lewis was reviewing the latest construction progress report. Elliot strode in, lightly pounding his chest with his right fist. Mission accomplished. The Merman Cave is sealed. The chieftain is dead, over 100 enemies perished, and there were no casualties on our side. The supplies have also been brought back. He paused, gesturing for 2 knights behind him to present the spoils. Lewis nodded, saying calmly, "Well done, clean and efficient." The crowd's faces lit up with joy. But Lewis showed no sign of triumphant excitement. However, this is only the beginning. It's just the closest small Merman tribe. He paused, but victory is victory, and there's a reward. All participants will receive 30 gold coins each, distributed according to the roster, with no deductions allowed. The knights' spirits lifted, their faces beaming with barely suppressed joy. 30 gold coins was a huge sum, and it wasn't just money, it was also the Lord's affirmation of them. Standing in the corner, Hilko chuckled and leaned in. I contributed a lot too. If it weren't for the explosives I provided, it wouldn't have been so easy. Lord Lewis, I'd like more money. How about 50 gold coins? Lewis glanced at him sideways, sighed, and had the knight beside him give him 50 gold coins. Oh my, thank you, Lord. Hilko immediately beamed and stuffed the bag into his pocket. Elliot, standing nearby, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his monthly salary is much more than this, isn't it? Lambert whispered back, more than double, not even counting all the bonuses. After the bonuses were distributed, the knights had retreated to their barracks. The excitement had died down, leaving only Lewis and a few guards standing in the command tent. Lewis sat at a makeshift table made of rough wood, turning something over in his palm. It was one of the spoils of war that had just been returned, the Merriman horn. It vibrated slightly in Lewis's hand, as if still retaining some unreleased wildness. It's still moving, Lambert whispered, his hand unconsciously resting on the hilt of his sword. I know, Lewis said calmly, still fiddling with the horn in his hand. Lewis wasn't afraid it was some kind of cursed artifact, because he'd learned of its existence in the daily intelligence system a few days ago. It was a damaged ancient artifact of the merfolk, used in war summons rituals. Its function was to strongly attract nearby merfolk in nearshore environments, stimulating their collective consciousness and aggression. Although they had destroyed a merfolk tribe today, there were still dozens of such tribes in this area. The real threats were the merfolk royal family in the distant seas, the roaming pirate fleets, and other forces within and outside the empire. But this horn was a good thing. If it can attract merfolk together, it can lure them ashore. If they really come, then they'll be wiped out in our trap. Lewis placed the horn into a sealed box and slowly closed it. In the short term, he would still focus on building a defensive system centered around the port. A proactive attack? That would have to wait until the fleet was launched. He stood up, his gaze fixed on the dark coastline. That day won't be far off. 3 days after the Murloc lair was wiped out, the artisan corps from Red Tide territory arrived at Dawn Harbor. A conference table was set up in the newly renovated makeshift office, the wooden walls were unpainted, and the wind carried a salty smell through the cracks. The room was already filled with people. Lewis sat at the head of the table, several neatly arranged diagrams beside him. He didn't waste words, speaking directly. The Murloc problem is solved, our port construction should now enter the next phase. A dozen or so artisans from Red Tide City, led by Mike, stood to one side. Lewis said, Dawn Harbor isn't just a port. It's to become a node on maritime routes and the earliest coastal city in Red Tide territory. So from now on, we need to not only dig the harbor basin and build shipyards, but also warehouses, residential areas, workshops, and trading markets. He pointed to several circles on the map on his desk. The first step is that the warehouse and workshop areas must be in their basic form within 2 weeks. The residential area for citizens must follow suit, first building Red Tide-style domes, and having the first batch of craftsmen move in within half a month. Mike immediately replied, building materials have been transported from Red Tide City, the crane was assembled yesterday, and the railcar was tested this morning. If the rain isn't too heavy, we can do it. What about manpower? Lewis asked. 220 skilled construction craftsmen, plus 30 machinists and 7 blacksmiths. Mike paused. They know how to do it, but we still need a clear construction schedule. Lewis nodded. You all have clear divisions of labor. The schedule will be posted at the entrance of each work area tomorrow morning. There will be inspections every 2 days, and rewards and penalties will be issued on time. He paused, then looked at everyone and emphasized, this is the first city facing the ocean. Don't build it like a port camp. Everyone nodded quickly, promising to complete the task. After the meeting, everyone left, but Lewis remained, looking at the port area sketch on the wall as if he were looking at a city yet to be built. The morning mist in the port had not completely dissipated, and a group of figures had already gathered on the high ground near the breakwater. Mike carried a tool bag, holding folded blueprints in his left hand and several marker flags under his right. His steps were small but fast. Behind him were several craftsmen leaders from Red Tide City who had come with him, each carrying measuring ropes and stake hammers, discussing in hushed tones as they walked. This place has good terrain, sheltered from the wind. The soil is compact, making foundation work easier. A ship unloading point can be set up nearby, shortening the transshipment route. Reaching the center of the high ground, Mike stopped and waved his hand. Use this natural rock as a point. The western section will be for storage, and the eastern section will be reserved for a market. Several craftsmen immediately split up. Some sprinkled stone powder to mark lines, while others took out flagpoles to measure distances point by point. With their feet on the damp soil, rows of zigzag lines gradually outlined the region. Mike looked up towards the harbor. The wind blew from there, carrying a slightly salty smell. He casually added, "The warehouse should be as close to the harbor as possible for easy unloading. Move the market over there, it'll be open, sunny, and good for business." A young craftsman beside him chuckled, "You've even figured out what people's stalls will be." "The Lord said this isn't a temporary dock, it's a city that will stand strong in the future," Mike said without turning back. "If you don't have a brain, go back now." He then stepped onto the next plot of land, muttering as he compared the slope. "Drainage is natural here, no need to dig too deep. Go back and have the carpentry team prepare materials according to the red tide warehouse design." The craftsmen chatted amongst themselves, no longer as reserved as when they first arrived. Even their measurements were filled with relaxed laughter. In the western section of the port area, the clicking of steam winches echoed. A thick rock foundation stone slowly rose on a sliding crane, steadily moving towards the newly designated warehouse foundation. A bold craftsman sat in the back of a gear-driven transport vehicle, his hands gripping a wooden beam, sliding along the rails, an unconscious smile on his face. This was the first time Dawn Harbor had used a rail crane in a gear-driven transporter, new technologies brought by the Crimson Tide Craftsmen's Guild. This system was improved by the Crimson Tide Craftsmen's Guild in the main city, with a prototype based on sketches drawn by Lewis himself. The rail crane lays rails along the ground, with a winch and pulley at the front of the boom. Driven by steam-powered rope pulleys, it smoothly transports heavy objects several dozen steps away. The gear-driven transporter is even more ingenious. Manually turning the front axle drives the internal gear ratios, supplemented by light steam, allowing it to steadily transport an entire rock without the need for dozens of people pulling it. Much lighter than carrying it shoulder to shoulder, one of the porters exhaled, watching the crane steadily lower the entire keel-grade beam into the marked point. "This thing is a monster, not a monster. It's technology made by the Crimson Tide," another smiled, securing the assembly hook. "You haven't seen the monster in the steam workshop. It can turn the hammers of 3 entire hammer workshops just by burning firewood." At noon, Lewis rode over to inspect the area. Mike was about to order the laying of a warehouse wall when Lewis stopped him on the spot. "This site is too low, too close to the harbor basin," Lewis said, glancing at the blueprints. "It must be raised by at least 2 feet. In winter, the tide flows backward, and with the salt spray, it will at least corrode the timber, and at worst, the bottom layer will be flooded." He opened his notebook and pointed out 3 problems. The base timber should have double layers of moisture-wicking material, the walls should use insulating board, and the outer layer should be coated with resin. "If you don't have the necessary materials, get them from Red Tide City," Mike replied in a deep voice. "Understood." He turned to the men and ordered them to remove the materials they had just laid, instructing, "Check all the foundations that have been laid, and redo them tonight." In the twilight, the workers replaced the foundation stones with a new batch and stacked the old materials back in the yard to reorganize them. No one complained. This wasn't a waste of materials and labor, but rather planning for the future. On the other side of the eastern section, in the reserved area for the future living quarters, the atmosphere was much lighter than at the other construction sites. "This will be a tavern," Lewis said to Mike, standing on a slope. "Next to it will be a bathhouse and a stage. The carpentry team will draw up the plans, but the location needs to be decided first. To keep people here, we need a place for them to eat, drink, bathe, and watch performances." Mike nodded and immediately instructed the carpenters to set up markers. Not far away, a young craftsman, hearing about the bathhouse, grinned. "A bathhouse? I thought I'd only be able to take hot showers in Red Tide City for the rest of my life." Someone carved a sun on a warehouse doorpost, with 2 wave patterns drawn below it. That was the symbol of Dawn territory, representing the sun and the tides. Further away, on the construction fence, several small signs carved from scrap wood were hung, crookedly written, "Harbor established, peaceful settlement, open soon, may your family settle here safely." These weren't Lewis's arrangements. Some illiterate laborer had someone write them for him and hung them up, and others followed suit. As time passed, the outline of the residential area began to emerge. Several rudimentary wooden cabins were erected one after another, their roofs covered with double-layered moisture-proof shingles, their walls coated with resin mortar, and their door frames featuring the arched structure of the Red Tide style, adorned with dawn patterns. Mike personally led the craftsmen in inspecting the structure, wiping sweat as he said, "Let's build to this standard first, Then we'll build row by row. Several young craftsmen carrying planks nearby couldn't help but pause as they passed. They looked at the cabins with an unprecedented gleam in their eyes. "It's somewhat like those in Red Tide City," someone murmured, their tone slightly detached, almost disbelieving. "I lived in one of those cabins last year. It was warm as spring in winter," another smiled. The construction pace quickened noticeably afterward. Some voluntarily stayed to work overtime, while others swept away the sawdust meticulously. By evening, a bonfire rose by the harbor, and an old craftsman looked up at the emerging dome-shaped cabins on the high ground, silently placing a new wooden plaque under the fence. The plaque read, "May the Lord of the Red Tide bless us." Chapter 334 Russell at Dawn Harbor. The outline of the breakwater was already visible. A row of guide piers, like a line, anchored the waterway at the harbor entrance. Gear-driven transport vehicles slid along the shore, steadily pushing heavy wooden beams to their respective bases. A rail-mounted crane swung back and forth on the elevated platform, thick ropes dangling to lift and place granite blocks one by one. The foreman of the craftsmen directed the procession at one end, while others tested the locking mechanism of the crane boom in the middle. Russell, as the technical director of Dawn Harbor, stood at the highest point of the slope, arms crossed, staring at the row of newly driven piles. He remained motionless until the piles came to a complete stop, then nodded slightly. The workers on the shore saw him and greeted him, "Lord Russell." No one felt there was anything wrong with the address. Russell didn't respond, only nodding faintly. But a subtle feeling arose within him. This harbor, this breakwater, actually gave him a sense of participation, even pride. Russell was originally a port craftsman under the Calvin family. Although he was considered a foreman, within the family system, a craftsman was ultimately just a craftsman. As a commoner, Russell was quite content, married, had children, and steadily earned his seniority. He had planned to spend his life guarding the southeastern seawall, and later, send his son to Tide City as a foreman. Such a life, though not glorious, would be successful. Until one day, a transfer order shattered his plans. The Calvin family was sending people to assist the 8th Prince in building a port in the north, and he was unfortunately chosen. On the surface, it was said to be an appreciation, but he knew in his heart that such a task was tantamount to exile in the family's eyes. Russell didn't sleep that night, saying goodbye to his wife and children, even making arrangements for his affairs. He thought he was going to his death. Not to mention the sights he saw on his journey north: frozen ground, ruins, starving people, and endless snowstorms. It wasn't until he arrived in Red Tide City that he discovered the North was not the barbaric land he had imagined. That city was even more orderly and prosperous than many large cities in the southeast. For the first time, he began to feel that perhaps things wouldn't necessarily turn out badly. But when he arrived at the site for Dawn Harbor and stepped into the mudflats, his heart sank again. He had worked on 7 port projects in the south, and he could tell how much stone would be needed just by stepping on the ground. He knew what kind of land was suitable for dikes and what kind would collapse. But this wasn't land at all, it was silt that could swallow people. This mudflat could probably swallow a port. This was Russell's first impression of Dawn Harbor. What worried him even more was the incredibly young and incompetent Lord Lewis. Russell was no stranger to the consequences of nobles interfering in construction projects. Sometimes, a simple "I think the dike line can be moved over there" could add half a year to a port's construction time. And judging from this site selection, it was clear that Lewis knew absolutely nothing about port construction. At that time, Russell stood by the muddy water every day, outwardly silent but inwardly already planning his retreat in case of failure. After all, he didn't want to be ruined by a nobleman's presumptuous project. Just as Russell was resigned to taking things one step at a time, Lewis surprised him. The young lord convened a small meeting with the management team, cutting straight to the heart of the matter without any pleasantries, refusing to engage in empty talk. He broke down the massive port construction goal into phased tasks, clearly marking the timeline and responsible parties for each step, and even outlining contingency plans. The negative atmosphere that had been shrouded in mudflats, fish infestations, and unrest quickly dissipated under that clear plan, replaced by a surge of collaborative drive. In the following days, Lord Lewis refrained from overstepping his authority. Lewis continued to inspect the site daily, but never interfered with the details of construction. Whenever he had a new suggestion, he simply wrote it down in his notebook, leaving it to Mike and Russell to decide its feasibility. "You two are the experts in this," If you say it can be done, then it's done your way, Lewis spoke calmly, yet with a natural sense of trust. For the first time, Russell felt a strange respect from the nobles, not a performance, but genuine respect for the craftsmen as part of the team. What surprised Russell next were two new tools the Red Tide Craftsmen's Guild had incorporated into the port construction. One was a device called a rail crane, which could smoothly glide along per-laid tracks, using a winch to lift entire sections of timber. The other was a gear-driven transport cart, powered by steam and a chain mechanism, allowing 2 or 3 people to push hundreds of kilograms of stone without additional manpower. When he first saw the crane lift a heavy foundation stone and place it steadily on the positioning line, Russell stood aside, almost thinking he was seeing things. He examined the counterweights and pulleys closely, confirming that it wasn't magic or some strange trick, but a solid product built from components and calculations. For Russell, a craftsman his entire life, this was a miracle without magic. "It actually works," he murmured, unable to find the words to describe it. What surprised Russell even more was the origin of these tools. These weren't ancestral techniques passed down by some craftsman, nor were they private modifications by some old artisan. The artisan group from the Red Tide clearly stated that the original design drawings for these two machines were drawn by Lord Lewis. The sliding rail crane was personally tested by Lord Lewis last year, Mike told Russell. Mike was a bit older than him, the head of the artisan's workshop in the Red Tide, with a loud voice, even somewhat rude, but his attitude towards the Lord was consistently respectful. The tooth chain of the transport cart was originally used on the wheat sorting machine. It was Lord Lewis who devised and modified the structure. Russell initially thought these were just Mike boasting. But the more he understood, the more he began to actively ask Mike about how to use them, gradually accepting these Red Tide-style technologies. However, what truly made him feel different wasn't the technology, but the system. There were daily checklists and reports on the construction site. Who was responsible for the task, what the progress was, whether the handover was completed, whether mistakes were reported. The forms were posted at the workshop entrance, visible to everyone. "What's the use of this?" he couldn't help but ask once. Mike pulled out several documents and showed him examples. Lord Lewis said that technology must be valued, and so must the system, but Russell didn't take those so-called work schedules and responsibility cards to heart. He'd worked as a laborer his whole life and knew what truly made a project move. It wasn't plans written on paper, but on-site experience, feel, and shouts. Russell even felt that this practice of writing down craftsmanship in tables was somewhat pretentious. The construction site isn't a school, he thought at the time. But Russell had no right to stop Mike from applying this system to the port construction. Initially, all the craftsmen from the southeast province were unaccustomed to it. The craftsmen complained about the tediousness of filling out forms, the team leaders found the tasks too fragmented, and some simply relied on memory to schedule tasks. For several days, no major problems arose. Until a significant mistake occurred. A batch of foundation stones was delayed due to a scheduling conflict, forcing an entire section of the wall to be halted for a day. Mike simply pulled out the form, marked the tasks of the relevant individuals according to the schedule, ordered the schedules to be changed and rework done according to the rules, and gave them reasonable punishments. So everyone started taking those forms seriously, and in less than 2 days, the work was completed half a day ahead of schedule. Russell stood by, watching the functions of the forms become clear one by one. Everyone was responsible for something, and there was no way to shirk responsibility if problems arose. Clear handover meant no one was passing the buck, and remediation was faster. Moreover, everyone involved knew the true meaning of their work. They weren't being pushed to work, but actively considering themselves a part of the entire project. This was more stable, efficient, and less prone to disputes than any construction site he had ever seen. Russell had to admit that this system was extremely effective. That night, he sat in his room, reviewing the work schedule card from that day for a long time. Not only at work, Russell's life was also far more comfortable than he had imagined. He now lived in a semi-buried red tide dome house assigned to him by Dawn Harbor. It looked unremarkable from the outside, but the interior was dry, well insulated, and fully equipped, several times better than his brick house in the south. There was even hot water for showers at night, and he could occasionally hear music and dialogue coming from the harbor stage. A performance every day, Russell couldn't help but mutter. At first, Russell didn't think much of it, but later, on several nights when he had nothing to do, He leaned against the outside and listened to a few excerpts. Later, he simply squeezed into the crowd. Most of the performances were old stories of the North, with some newly adapted ones about how the Red Tide Knights repelled barbarian raids and how the Red Tide city's granaries preserved their food during an insect plague. They always revolved around that young lord. On stage, Lord Louis was the great son of the North, fighting on the battlefield and protecting the North. Sitting in the crowd, watching the play on stage, he felt a slight tightness in his chest for some reason, thinking, Lord Louis is a different kind of lord, not to mention the salary. His basic salary was 3 times higher than in the South, paid monthly. Plus quarterly bonuses, special post allowances, and operational risk subsidies. Most importantly, no one treated him like a servant. Even the knights from the Red Tide addressed him as Lord Russell. He was used to working with his head down, and at first, he felt uncomfortable, turning around several times thinking they were calling someone else. Russell had privately asked Mike and several other craftsmen from the Red Tide. Mike, drinking, said earnestly, the Red Tide is better. Detached houses, children can go to school, and there are work subsidies. What truly swayed Russell was when Louis called him aside one evening. If you're willing to stay in the North, not just as the chief craftsman of Dawnport, I'd like you to join the Red Tide's Craftsman's Bureau as deputy director, assisting Mike in managing a wider range of workshops. Of course, I won't force you. Think it over carefully. That night, after returning home, Russell sat at the table for a long time, lost in thought. Russell wasn't after an official position, nor was he after more gold coins. He simply saw how he was truly needed. Russell began to consider bringing his wife and 2 children to the North. He knew the North was unstable, and Dawnport was only just beginning to take shape, requiring further observation. But he was already seriously considering it. On the east side of the port, cranes and pile drivers roared incessantly. On the other side, in the southwest inner bay, another quieter yet bustling area has quietly taken shape. That is the shipyard of Dawn Harbor. The inner bay has calm tides and gentle waves, is elevated, does not easily accumulate water, and is only 100 paces away from the main harbor channel. When Louis first planned it, he designated this place as the slipway workshop base for building the first batch of trial ships. Now, 2 long sliding rails have been firmly buried by craftsmen under the sand. The rails, with oak grooves and animal oil lubrication, extend all the way to the shallow water area. After the hull is completed, it can be launched into the sea by simply pulling the anchor chain. The workshop itself is still under construction, but the core area has been marked out with 5 workstations, arranged in sequence for 4 types of work: keel splicing, cabin sealing, mast erection, and steam testing. The open space closest to the inner bay has been reserved as a storage yard, which is currently filled with specially selected oak and pine wood, stacked neatly, with the smell of smelting wood and tar. Oak is a crucial material for shipbuilding, essential for keel construction. Initially, Louis thought it could only be sourced from the southeastern provinces. However, that meant long-distance transport, doubling costs, and, more problematic, the Calvin family almost entirely monopolized the timber. Even as Duke Calvin's son, Louis struggled to control the supply, and any slight change would result in being hampered. This was precisely the situation he wanted to avoid. But just days before the Calvin caravan was scheduled to depart for the southeastern front to discuss timber matters, Louis learned through daily intelligence that excellent natural oak existed in the north. He immediately dispatched an envoy with grain from the wheatfield territory to that remote territory. Without haggling or mentioning long-term contracts, he offered a straightforward and enticing condition: grain for oak. The lord there didn't even hesitate. Axes swung across the entire territory, and logs of whittled oak were transported to Dawn Harbor. In the Empire's coastal ports, most ships were still 2 or 3-masted sailing wooden vessels. The structure was a typical greased wooden hull, relying on wind to below the sails, and with a few skilled sailors, it could cross the seas. Several noble families in the south had tried a newer approach, installing magical furnaces on the ships. It was indeed fast, but too expensive, and most importantly, too unstable. In rough seas, fires would erupt from under the masts, even cracking the planks. Merchant caravans that had used it dared not mention it again, preferring to spend twice as much time sailing. So when Louis proposed a steam-propelled ship without magic, many craftsmen were actually skeptical. Boiling water with fire to turn the wheels, this was the most common question heard in the port. But Louis didn't explain much. He only mentioned 3 words: steam engine, gear transmission, paddle wheel propulsion. This wasn't a copy of any other ship design, but rather the prototype of the Red Tide-style long-range ship he hoped to build in the north. It might be cumbersome, it might still be immature, but it could cross sea winds and undercurrents without magic or wind power. I don't expect it to be a success on the first try, he told the craftsman, but at least take the first step. This is our ship. Chapter 335. On the slipway on the southwest side of the harbor, the air was thick with the mixed smells of sawdust, tar, and steam. Lewis stood on the makeshift test platform, his gaze fixed on the newly assembled experimental ship, Prototype 1. It was the first small boat with a steam paddle wheel structure, completed in 3 weeks by the Red Tide Craftsmen's Guild and a shipbuilding team from the Southeast Province. The paddle wheels on either side of the stern were huge and heavy, connected to the steam engine by gears. "Prepare to start," Mike whispered. The technician nodded, turned the valve, the steam engine roared, and the paddle wheel spun wildly. Water splashed at the stern, but the next instant, the Dawn rocked violently, the ship beginning to veer to the left. "Paddle wheels to the left," a sailor shouted. "Decompress. The stern is rocking too much." The paddle wheels churned water frantically, but the speed was far slower than expected. Several sailors were dumbfounded, some even muttering, "It's not even as good as my old fishing boat, at least it doesn't spin in circles." Lewis didn't move, only watching the chaotic waves at the stern. Not far away, the old shipwright Bernard stood on the shore, frowning, and said softly, "It pushes loudly, but it doesn't go fast." The deck began to creak as the planks twisted. "The lower deck is shaking," someone shouted. Lewis finally spoke. "Stop the engine." The steam valve slowly closed, the paddle wheel gradually slowed, and finally creaked to a stop in the middle, hanging in mid-air like a pair of sunken logs that couldn't complete their dance. Lewis's gaze swept over the cracks on the Dawn. "Stop steam propulsion for now. Convert the Dawn to pure sail configuration," Mike whispered. "Sir, why not try some modifications, like adding a pressure tank?" Lewis waved his hand. "I was too hasty. Let's build a traditional ship first, and we'll talk about it when the technology is more mature." After the sea trial, Bernard led the shipwrights to clean up the site, while Mike and the Red Tide steam team were responsible for dismantling the damaged paddle wheel structure. Lewis stood on the shore, but his eyes didn't show much disappointment. He had expected this. "The steam engine isn't enough, we need to keep working on it," he said softly. "It's not the right time yet, but that kid will get it working sooner or later." Lewis had Mike organize all the records from this experiment, pack them all up and send them to the Red Tide workshop for Hamilton's reference. Meanwhile, at the dock, although the steam propulsion project was temporarily shelved, this didn't keep Lewis away from the shipbuilding workshop. He simply adopted a more pragmatic approach, no longer fixated on achieving a so-called epic-making ship in one go. He made suggestions from the basics, attempting a series of small but precise improvements to the traditional hull structure. Of course, most of these suggestions came from his memories of knowledge from his previous life. Lewis never gave orders in a commanding tone. More often, he would squat beside the blueprints, doodle in the corner, and then ask, "Would doing it this way save some effort?" The first thing to be changed was the sail system. He suggested replacing the original 3 square sails with a hybrid structure of square sails and jib sails, and introducing pulley systems to reduce the resistance of raising the sails. After the trial installation, the efficiency of raising and lowering one mainsail almost doubled. What used to be an operation that required 4 people could now be easily done by 2. Mike nodded repeatedly, praising Lord Lewis as a genius. The old shipwright Bernard, standing nearby, frowned and muttered, "Will this work?" This young lord was, after all, not a shipwright, and the failures of steamships further proved this. As a shipwright with pride, he disliked this behavior. Bernard watched as Lewis squatted by the side of the ship, drawing rope paths, then turned and asked, "If we replaced a foresail pulley with a double axle type, could we reduce the number of times we have to climb the mast when furling the sail?" He studied the diagrams for a while before understanding what Lewis meant, replying, "Theoretically, it's possible, but it increases the risk of slippage." "Then let's try it." Bernard nodded, his face still bearing a polite smile, but inwardly he was skeptical. He was no stranger to nobles who interfered in the work of craftsmen, thinking they could improve the hull structure after hearing a few words about shipbuilding principles, only turned up making a perfectly good ship unable to even hold on to the wind. Therefore, he was experienced in dealing with such situations, only having someone attempt to install one set according to the diagrams. If it failed, this shipbuilding genius would naturally learn his lesson. The result was unexpected. The pulleys ran smoothly, the sails rose and fell effortlessly, and even the ropes didn't jam or slip. The efficiency was unbelievable. "It really works," Bernard couldn't help but exclaim. He looked back to check the pulley grooves. They were even neater and smoother than his own design. That night, he secretly returned to the workshop and traced the blueprints again, adding a few notes in the margins. The next day, Lewis came to inspect the workshop. He glanced at the prototype structure, without a word of boasting, and said softly, "This part might be able to be optimized, but you're the one who truly understands ships. You decide how to modify it." Bernard was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Understood, sir." This time, he truly understood. The tide had just receded in the southwest of the harbor when a dull click came from the tracks in the workshop. Two thick oak tracks extended from the slipway into the bay, their surfaces still bearing the traces of dried salt. Bernard stood to one side, glanced at the end of the slide rail, and whispered, "The tide is just right, and the embankment isn't loose. We can launch now." Russell didn't reply, only turning his head to look at the center of the slipway, where the unnamed ship was already ready. Lewis named this ship Dawn. It was the first ship to be officially put into service in Dawn Harbor, and also the first combat and transport ship built under the Red Tide Territories construction system. The ship was about 17 meters long and 5.5 meters wide, with a hull made of local northern oak. The sail ropes had a pulley structure personally optimized by Lewis, allowing even two skilled sailors to quickly raise the mainsail. The lower decks were already configured, with heavy loads uniformly lowered, the living quarters located at the stern, and watertight doors and tide drainage channels installed at both ends of the passageway. In fact, a steam engine mounting position was reserved at the stern, but it was not yet in use. The protective aspects were not neglected either. Slide rail mounting points were provided on both sides of the hull for temporarily loading projectiles or melee weapons. Two magic bomb launchers were pre-installed in the midsection, corresponding to 16 spare magic bombs stored in a fully enclosed, shockproof container. A detachable ram was installed at the bow for destroying merfolk boats or intercepting ships. The crew used Red Tide standard short crossbows and bayonets, with dedicated racks on the bulkheads for easy access. Bernard stood to the side, inspecting the joint between the bow and keel, and then glanced at the cable between the mast and pulleys. "Slide rail assembly, ready." Russell waved his hand, and several craftsmen immediately started the steam winch on the platform. Click, click, click. The heavy Dawn began to move slowly, sliding along the oak slide rails toward the harbor. Several short shots of Titan came from the deck. The shipwrights on both sides of the slide rails stared intently at the bottom joint, afraid of any accidental sparks from friction. But the sliding process was smoother than expected. The bow did not tilt, and the stern did not wobble significantly when entering the water. The hull's entry point was just above the lower red painted mark, indicating that the center of gravity control was as expected. Russell watched the ship rise steadily, a weight lifted from his shoulders. "It works," a cheer erupted from the craftsmen and sailors watching on the shore. Lewis stood on the dock steps, his gaze calm. Elliot beside him whispered, "Sir, everything's going well, at least it didn't sink." Lewis replied softly, "Continue." The veteran shipwright Bernard had taken command. Beside him were 4 skilled crew members and 2 young technicians. Today's test wasn't just about sailing, it was about confirming that it was a combat-ready ship. Bernard gave the order, raise the mainsail a bit, unfold the foresail 1/3, slowly turn the rudder, test with the wind. The helmsman quickly took his position, the rigging system activated the pulleys, and the newly designed rails and counterweight system smoothly raised both sails. The sails billowed in the wind, and the entire ship began to slowly veer towards the outside of the harbor. The hull traced several gentle arcs back and forth in the inner bay. The handling response was good, and the directional corrections were stable. Several crew members began shifting positions on the deck, checking the maneuverability between different points. Meanwhile, on the other side, bayonets and crossbows were held alternately, and within the limited deck space, the knights performed standard combat formation changes. Although it was just a drill, their movements were clean and coordinated. "The deck layout is reasonable, turning won't cause collisions," Bernard reported. "The width inside the cabin hasn't been compressed too much, and the shifting is smooth." Next was the test of long-range attacks. "Prepare the magic explosion bombs." The target was a raft floating 50 meters away, gently bobbing on the water. Ready, fire. The first magic explosion bomb drew a low arc, its impact point slightly off, but it still exploded at the edge of the target. A cloud of white mist erupted from the sea, the wooden frame at the center of the explosion shattered, and a column of water rose several meters high. A little off, adjust the angle again, Bernard said calmly. The second bomb hit the center of the raft. The shock wave from the explosion traveled back through the water, but the Dawn's hull did not exhibit any abnormal shaking. Lewis, watching from the shore, squinted for a moment before speaking. The shock wave didn't reach the hull. The shock-absorbing layer is quite solid. Elio nodded. It's ready for practical use. As a long-range attack method, the Dawn circled the harbor 3 times. Bernard stood at the helm, his expression much more relaxed than before. He slightly adjusted the sails and circled a short distance along the north breakwater. The wind wasn't strong, but it was stable enough. The ship's reaction was surprisingly fast. One more lap, he shouted to the shore, his feet slightly shifting as the ship cut into the next arc. This was an additional test he had proposed. It wasn't in the plan, but no one objected, because everyone on the harbor wanted to see it complete one more lap. After the 4th lap, the sails were slowly lowered. The Dawn began its return journey, approaching the main dock along the original track without any deviation. Done, Bernard said softly. The next second, a loud shout erupted from the dock. Long live Dawn, long live the Lord. Mike put down his journal pen and muttered, stable. Bernard stepped down the gangway, walked to the shore, and gave Lewis a standard salute, reporting, Sir, the Dawn has successfully returned. Very good. Lewis raised his hand and gave a brief order. The Dawn is officially incorporated into the first batch of mass-produced ship prototypes in Dawn Harbor. Establish standard process files, including sail and rigging configuration, material proportions, and assembly procedures. Based on today's sea trial records, all details will be further optimized by the craftsman's team. Lewis paused, then ordered in a deep voice, within 2 months, I want to see 6 ships of the same type launched. Mike and Bernard exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Understood. Lewis's gaze swept over the entire Dawn, finally landing on the Dawn Harbor emblem, which had been polished to a gleaming shine. Dawn Harbor's first ship, the first to complete the entire process of design, construction, launching, and sea trials. Not perfect, but it was a success. He turned to Elliot. The entire harbor will be shut down tonight for a day of rest. Eat meat, drink wine, and celebrate. A brief silence fell over the dock, then a deafening roar of cheers erupted. Long live the Lord, there's a feast tonight. Craftsmen raised their hammers high, while sailors jumped into the harbor, soaking themselves in the water, shouting and laughing like children. Mike stood beside Lewis, smiling and muttering, we need to get the kitchen ready in advance, otherwise even the pots will be snatched up tonight. That evening, rows of stoves were set up early on the western side of the harbor, and makeshift shelters were erected along the beach. Freshly caught fish were cleaned and skewered with smoked meat, emitting a fragrant aroma. A skilled cook brought from Red Tide City directed a dozen young men to stir the pots and pans. Nearby, a makeshift wine barrel rack was being used to pass wine into large wooden cups. Lewis didn't stand at the front, nor did he make a special appearance. He simply sat quietly in the high-backed chair beside him, taking the wooden cup from Elliot, listening to the boisterous clinking of glasses, laughter, and shouts around him. This was genuine celebration belonging to the working class. When Lewis woke up, it was still dark. He moved his arm, first touching a warm body, then feeling the softness and faint breath close to him. He slightly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a strand of long white hair clinging to the side of her neck. Sif's hair had grown a bit longer, and when she slept, it clung to her face, making her features, characteristic of her barbarian heritage, even more defined. She was still asleep, her brow relaxed, her hand resting naturally against Lewis's abdomen. Lewis didn't speak, only muttering softly, "Tisk, it's been almost half a month, and still no sign of anything." His tone was ambiguous, neither disappointed nor teasing. Originally, the opportunity to give birth to Orsis could have been used to advance the human-making plan, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. Emily stayed in Red Tide City to oversee things, while also taking care of Orsis. Sif had accompanied him to the port to oversee port affairs, coastal defense, and negotiations regarding the resettlement of some fishermen. Lewis carefully slipped out of bed, not wanting to disturb the person in his arms, and put on his robe before walking to the window. Dawn was just breaking outside, and in the distance, he could faintly hear the footsteps of workers and the rustling of moving timber from the direction of the port. "Let's see what my luck is today." He stretched out his right hand and waved it in the air. A semi-transparent interface appeared, and text rapidly jumped before his eyes. Daily Intelligence Update complete. Chapter 336 Barbarian Remnants Prepare for Rebellion. "Let's see how lucky I am today." Lewis stretched out his right hand and waved it in the air. A semi-transparent interface appeared, and text jumped rapidly before his eyes. Daily Intelligence Update complete. 1. 80 miles north of Dawn Harbor, a large area of snowfield moss has been discovered. 2. In the Red Tide City Workshop District, steam-powered looms have entered small-scale mass production. 3. Barbarian remnants in Border Guard Village are colluding with the remnants of the Silver Disc Guild, hiding oil and magic bombs, and have a plan for arson and explosions. Lewis stared at the first intelligence report, his eyes slightly brightening. Snowfield moss, a cold-resistant plant, can be dried and stored to make monster feed. Moreover, it is accompanied by salt frost crystals, which means that its energy conversion rate is extremely high, which may allow monsters to recover their strength in a short time. Nowadays, there are more and more monsters being raised in the Red Tide territory. Some are raw materials for refining magic bombs, some are used to pull heavy carts, and there are even several varieties that can enhance the knight's fighting spirit and blood energy. If the moss could be supplied stably, it would be equivalent to allowing these magical beasts to grow faster, serve longer, and reproduce in greater numbers. Lewis muttered, "We must keep it in our own hands." Without further thought, he directly wrote the order in his intelligence notebook. List snowfield moss as a military resource. Collect, transplant, cultivate, send samples back to the city, test planting first, then expand planting. He naturally didn't need to personally handle these matters. The Crimson Tide Knights already had a dedicated team responsible for searching and recovering resources. Lewis only needed to give the order. Lewis thought to himself that this was good news. Resource intelligence could be directly converted into power. 2. In the Crimson Tide City Workshop District, steam-powered looms have entered small-scale mass production. Lewis's gaze swept over the second item, his expression not surprised. He had received a handwritten letter from Hamilton a few days ago. The letter reported that after improvements, the steam-powered looms could finally operate stably, and the output efficiency of a single operator was more than 6 times that of traditional weaving. That boy wouldn't exaggerate. Lewis knew this very well. Hamilton never used flowery language. The fact that he could write down a number like 6 times meant that the machine's performance had been repeatedly verified. It should have been something he personally returned to the city to confirm, but at that time, it was a crucial stage in Dawn Harbor's shipbuilding, and he wasn't distracted. He only sent a brief letter, ordering the workshops to mass produce according to the trial production standards. Seeing this in the Daily Intelligence report now simply meant that everything was proceeding smoothly. Lewis silently noted it down. This meant that Crimson Tide City's textile industry had truly crossed the threshold. 3. Barbarian remnants in Border Guard Village colluded with the remnants of the Silver Disc Guild, hiding oil and magic explosive bombs, and had a plan for arson and explosion. Lewis stared at this intelligence report for a few seconds, his eyes calm, without surprise. He had severed the Silver Disc Guild connection last year. After Anthony's arrest, the entire Silver Disc Merchant Guild intelligence network in the north was uprooted. Those who needed to be killed were already killed, only a few stubborn remnants remained, stirring up embers in the corners. As for the barbarians, Lewis had said long ago that the flames of betrayal must be extinguished before they ignite. He hadn't originally intended to personally handle these small-scale rebellions. As usual, those who deserved to be killed would be killed, a purge would suffice. But Lewis paused for a moment, then reached for the map on the table. Border Guard Village. His gaze fell on the coordinates of a village near the edge of the snow-capped mountains. It was an autonomous village for settling surrendered barbarians. But autonomy was merely a facade. The military household system, collective responsibility, and the permanent presence of knights ensured tight control. Theoretically, nothing should go wrong unless someone started a fire there. He said softly, "It's time to go see it." The port construction and shipbuilding plans at Dawn Harbor were on track. The Dawn had successfully completed its sea trials, and ship standardization was underway. There was little need for him to remain here. And Border Guard Village, He had never personally visited it since its establishment. This was a good opportunity to see how well it was being educated. The room wasn't fully bright yet, only a sliver of gray-white morning light filtering through the window cracks. Sif awoke to a slight fluctuation of battle aura. She didn't open her eyes, but simply buried her head in the soft blanket beside her pillow, the familiar scent so close. A moment later, she opened her eyes, half asleep, and gazed at the figure not far away. Louis sat on a thick blanket in the corner of the room, his battle aura shimmering around him like a flowing, close-fitting light, undulating slightly with his breath. His hair was slightly damp, clearly indicating he had completed a cycle. This was his routine morning practice, whether in Crimson Tide City or Dawn Harbor, unless in a crisis, he could always be seen cultivating before dawn. Sif propped herself up, rubbing her eyes, her voice still a little hoarse. "Don't you ever feel tired?" Louis didn't open his eyes, only saying calmly, "I practice for a while when I'm awake." Sif didn't speak, only staring at him for 2 seconds before turning and leaning against the headboard, smoothing her disheveled hair. After he finished his movements, stood up, and put his outer robe back on, he asked slowly, "Are you going to the port today?" "No." Louis fastened his cloak, glanced back at her, and said, "I'm going to the border village." Sif paused, her eyes shifting slightly. She knew what that place was, the border of the Crimson Tide territory, where barbarian surrenderers were incorporated into military households and supervised by knights. It seemed autonomous, but in reality, it was tightly controlled. She had participated in the surrender negotiations but had never actually been there. "What's the matter?" A knight discovered that someone is planning something. Louis spoke vaguely. "You're going yourself?" Louis nodded. "I'll go and see for myself. The process at the port has already begun. There's no need to stay here." He glanced at her. "Do you want to come along?" Sif didn't answer immediately. She lowered her head, pulling the blanket down a little to reveal the old scar on the side of her neck, a mark left during her escape. But no one mentioned her identity as the princess of the Cold Moon tribe anymore, not even Visa, because she disliked it. She had grown accustomed to being called Lady Sif or Madam, but this didn't mean she had completely left that history behind. If they insisted on bringing hatred back to reality, she had to stand on the front line herself and tell them, "The enemy is dead, don't become the next one." Sif remained silent for a long time, and Louis didn't speak either, just waiting. Finally, Sif looked up at him, her expression flat. "I'll go with you." Louis nodded, saying nothing more. He knew that this matter was far more complicated for Sif than it appeared on the surface. But she still agreed, and that was enough. 3 months ago, outside the western ridge of Border Guard Village. In Border Guard Village, the Red Tide Knights dispatched an entire troop to the northern section to support the repair of the trade route. This news was leaked 3 days ago on the post road by a Red Tide merchant. That man didn't know the Grey Ridge caravan's background, only considering them fellow salt traders. The next morning, Cohen ordered a detour via the snow route, taking the southern pass, because they had found a real opening to penetrate. At this time, Border Guard Village was in a state of complacency. Some knights were transferred out, leaving only a small number of knights and local officials in the village, reducing night patrols from twice to once. More importantly, they hadn't encountered any trouble yet, so no one was truly on guard. "Move out." With just that one sentence, they set off. 3 men in one cart, and an old ox. The cart was covered with a gray cloth canopy, bearing the blurred markings of Southern Border Free Merchants Union. Cohen sat at the back of the cart, one hand resting on a cloth bag, the other clutching the old mission manual, his face etched with worry. Recently, the Merchant Guild's entire network in the north seemed to have been cut off. Cohen didn't know what had happened. No one had told them anything, nor had anyone informed them whether they had been exposed. They were merely a peripheral group, responsible for receiving supplies from afar, initial contact, and shaping public opinion, never at the center. And because of this, they hadn't been detected by the Red Tide territory. His 2 subordinates were completely unaware of these matters. Cohen didn't intend to tell them either. He only knew one thing: the mission itself wasn't over. Phase 3, contact the retired barbarian soldiers in the border village, implant their sense of identity deviation, and push them to break away from the Red Tide order. He had read this sentence at least 10 times. Cohen muttered to himself, "No one has told us it's over, so it's not over yet." The cart lurched, and the ration bags under the cart collided with each other, making a dull thud. Inside were salt cakes, dry rations, old barbarian totems, oil packets, and a small wooden box containing a few magic explosive bombs. Returning from his night patrol, Sarek, as usual, hung his short crossbow back behind the barn door, unbuckled his belt, and prepared to stuff the ration bag he had been issued during the day into a corner. He lived in a small hut shared by 3 people in the side room of the barn. The other 2 hadn't returned yet, and the room was dark, with only the ashes in the red brick furnace casting a dim red glow. He tossed the bag into the corner, picked up his water bottle, but noticed out of the corner of his eye that the bag seemed a little different. It wasn't a burlap sack commonly found in the supply depot, nor was it sealed with the Red Tide's standard seal. It was a gray cloth bag, old and worn, the edges frayed. The stitching at the opening was a little loose, the stitching method, a customary technique of the old tribes, wrapping the needle 3 times before tightening it. The person who delivered it was a tall, thin man, a member of the caravan he had met at the post station that morning. He hadn't reported it, nor did he feel any obligation to. Sarek sat by the window of the barn, breaking dry biscuits into pieces, chewing slowly, bite by bite. The next day, he deliberately took a detour, circling around to the edge of the snow slope, pretending to be on patrol. The man under the gray cloth shed was still there, sitting by the wooden box, slicing dried fish, nodding at him when he looked up. "The weather's better," the man said in a barbarian language, his tone natural, like a long-lost friend from the same tribe. "Not bad," Sarek replied with just 2 words, not moving any closer. "The Red Tide is quite strict with you," the man laughed, "but you don't seem like someone who wants to be tied up by them." Sarek didn't respond. Their interactions began to become more regular. Every 3 days, the caravan would bring a small bag of salt cakes or dry rations, along with other supplies and some gossip. "You're clearly of barbarian blood, yet you're sent to patrol for the Red Tide. They're using you to guard the warehouse, but they don't trust you. You think you're a military household? They'll only turn your children into a second you. We can take you out." Sarek neither argued nor agreed. Until one day, when Sarek circled around to the back of the warehouse, he saw the figure already crouching by the fence, carrying a long bundle, as if he had been waiting. "What I brought tonight isn't food," the man said softly. Sarek didn't approach, standing 3 steps away, watching the other man slowly place the bundle on the snow and loosen the leather strap. Layers of cloth unfurled, revealing the outline of a longsword. The blade was broad and thick, double-edged, with old barbarian inscriptions, the hilt wrapped with animal sinew, and a piece of dried feather bone hanging from the end. It was the standard longsword passed down through the tribe, issued only to the eldest son of a nobleman upon reaching adulthood or going to war. Sarek's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized the runes on the sword. They were the same style his father's generation had used. "You won't see this kind of thing in the Crimson Tide anymore." The man raised an eyebrow, his fingers lightly tracing the patterns on the blade. Sarek remained silent, still staring at the sword. "You think you're a soldier? You're nothing but their servant." The man's tone grew colder, his voice lowering inch by inch. "When your father wielded his sword, they dared not set foot on the snowfield. Now you're guarding their warehouse." Sarek's fingers tightened slightly. Seeing this, the man simply plunged the sword into the snow, the tip sinking halfway into the ice. "Do you have the guts to pick it up? Or have you already grown accustomed to life without a sword?" These words seemed to pierce Sarek's heart. He stared at the sword for a few seconds, his hand unconsciously reaching out, then stopping in midair. "We are the remnants of Frostblood, the sparks that haven't been extinguished," the man said, enunciating each word clearly. "We will rebuild the glory of the barbarians, not with words, but with taking back what belongs to us. Now, are you willing?" Only the wind whistled through the snow. Sarek stared at the longsword, his breathing slowing, something churning within him. He remembered his father carrying the sword out of the tribe, the sword's light beside the sacrificial fire. He finally stepped forward and grasped the hilt. The man smiled. "Then it begins with you. Find someone you trust, tell them we're still here." But Sarek's hand remained on the hilt of the longsword, hesitant to draw it. He looked down at the familiar patterns, a belated question surfacing in his mind. "Do I truly hate the Red Tide?" The answer was vague. He remembered the year he shivered from cold and hunger when the Red Tide's grain convoy entered the village. He remembered the day his father's body was lost, when the Red Tide Knights helped erect a monument. Even now, he wore the cotton-padded clothes they had issued and ate the rations they had allocated. He couldn't say he hated them, but he certainly didn't belong to them. After all, The fate of being guarded for a lifetime was suffocating enough. Sarek finally moved, wrapping the longsword back in the animal hide and holding it to his chest. He glanced back at the direction of the barn, where the Red Tide's flag still hung. At this moment, he knew he had crossed that line. Sarek didn't have much trouble finding people. The few he found were notorious troublemakers in the border village. Some had been beaten for refusing to remove their hats during training, some had been in prison for 3 days for possessing tobacco, and one had been given 2 infractions by the interpreter for speaking too many times. Sarek only said one sentence, "We're preparing something. If you don't want to be a watchdog forever, come." No one refused. They didn't have gatherings, only exchanging a few words against the wall during shift changes. Gradually, the other villagers noticed. Who was close to whom, who had been going to the western warehouse lately, who always took the long way when changing shifts. None of this could be kept secret. But no one spoke up, no one cared, and no one reported it to higher authorities. Chapter 337 Attack and Execution. Some of the snow had melted by dawn, revealing a few cart tracks on the western slope of the post road. Cohen stood on higher ground, crouched down, and took out a map from his sleeve, confirming the route one last time. According to the pattern, the supply wagons will pass through here. We'll burn the lead wagon, kill the rest, and intercept the grain. Sarek didn't speak, but joined a dozen or so others, moving oil barrels and using roadside firewood as cover. Of these men, only a few had been with Sarek from the very beginning. Back then, there were fewer than 5 of them, meeting secretly at night, not daring to light a fire, communicating only in the dark. Later, more men joined. Some Sarek sought out, others those who had heard rumors came to him, and he stayed. Cohen looked at these diligent men, but felt no anticipation of completing the mission. This wasn't a highly successful ambush. Even if it succeeded, it would only destroy a few grain wagons. The Red Tide wouldn't be thrown into disarray by such a small loss. They had far too many supply wagons. Cohen's goal wasn't actually to destroy anything, but simply to make people feel that something had happened in this place. Not that the Red Tide had been bombed, nor that the barbarians had won, but to let everyone know that the subjugated barbarians have made their move, and the Red Tide has begun killing the barbarians. Once the word spread, the already dwindling trust would crumble completely. Once the people in the border village started to be wary of each other, the illusion of barbarian autonomy would shatter. That was their true objective. Cohen tucked the map back into his cloak and took 2 steps towards Sarek. "I'll lead the way tomorrow. Your men guard the corner, and don't hesitate to light the fire." Sarek glanced up at him, didn't respond, and gripped the longsword at his waist. Cohen knew he understood. He then turned to look at the diligently preparing barbarians. These people truly believed in the remaining barbarian glory. But this was just a lie he had fabricated. In reality, the barbarians had long since perished the moment Tistu launched the war. Cohen only knew that he had accepted this mission, and he had to finish it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return to the Emerald Federation and see his wife and children. The oil was poured evenly, flowing down the slope from the corner. "Ready." Sarek checked the fuse one last time. A dozen barbarians nodded, hiding behind the snow, their breathing barely audible. Not far away, the Red Tide supply caravan slowly entered the post road. 3 grain carts, 2 leather carts, and a dozen soldiers lined up on either side, their armor ordinary looking, like a regular reserve squad. But their presence made hearts pound. Sarek was still unsure if he was really going to act, but in that moment of hesitation, black smoke rose in the distance. He had no time to think, only hearing himself shout the order, "Light." A burst of flame erupted instantly, the first cart engulfed in a pillar of fire, crashing backward with a roar and swirling snow. "Charge." Sarek drew his sword and led the charge, their footsteps echoing beside the burning oil fuse. The squad surged forward, clean and efficient, as if the plan had truly succeeded. Standing on the slope outside the post road, using a cedar tree for cover, Cohen still held the flaming iron in his hand. The sound of the oil exploding still echoed in his ears. And thick smoke billowed up from the slope below, blurring his vision. Cohen saw the first cart completely engulfed, followed by a clamor of shouts. The dozen or so barbarian soldiers charged quickly, their swords drawn with ferocity, their movements synchronized, unlike a hastily assembled motley crew. These barbarians do have some backbone. As expected, Cohen had thought these people had been tamed by the Red Tide, but he hadn't expected them to be so quick and efficient in a real fight, not letting him down at crucial moments. The scene looked quite organized. It turned out the so-called Red Tide Order was nothing more than this. All it took was a barrel of oil, a few swords, and a few people unable to control their emotions to create a breach in this line. These people are too confident. They didn't even set up enough sentries. They've forgotten that the people they're raising aren't just obedient subjects of the Empire. This commotion is big enough. When the Red Tide people hear the news, will they think the border villages here have collectively rebelled? Cohen breathed a slight sigh of relief, put away the signal flare, and prepared to turn and retreat. The route was all planned out, a 3-mile detour through the snow, and after half a night, he could return to the forest line. As for these barbarians, let them die. Foolish people deserve to die. However, Cohen had barely turned around, before he hadn't even taken his second step, when he heard a short command explode from behind the slope. Deploy. Cohen immediately turned his head and the first thing he saw was a beam of battle aura, dazzling to the eye. That blue battle aura sliced through the flames like a sword. The curtains of the seemingly burned grain carts were suddenly lifted, and jumping off were not panicked drivers, but a row of orderly Red Tide knights. They wore leather armor, but beneath the armor was a uniform blue aura. Their footsteps caused the snow to collapse, creating shallow craters. Begin to close in. Try to capture them alive, the leader whispered the order. The knights spread out and moved in unison. The short spears of the front rank swept in an arc, knocking several barbarian soldiers who rushed at them to the ground in the snow. The rear rank bent down and lifted, the iron mesh-like barrier hitting another man, pulling him down so he couldn't even struggle. Sarek stood there, stunned, his hand gripping the old longsword trembling. Just a moment ago, he thought he could really steal the grain, but now he realized the carts were full of straw. The real cargo belonged to someone else, these knights. Retreat, Sarek had barely shouted when a burst of fighting spirit swept his leg, forcing him to his knees in the snow. The cold crept up his wound. He felt no pain, but his entire leg was numb. He looked up and saw the knights standing in a semicircle, surrounding him and his companions, blocking every escape route. The word death flashed through Sarek's mind as he watched his companions being pressed into the snow one by one, like prey. The last embers of hope in his heart were extinguished along with a blue battle aura, leaving him utterly despondent. They had never truly had a chance. Not far away, Cohen was also cornered by two knights against a snowdrift. One sword tip disarmed him, while the other rammed him in the chest with his shoulder, pinning him to the snow and snapping his support with a twist of his arm. Cohen suddenly realized they had been watched the entire time, walking step by step into a trap. You already, his voice trembled, unable to finish his sentence. The knights didn't answer, simply handcuffing his hands behind his back, making no further moves, as if it were merely a hunt. The cold iron buckles gripped his wrists, a sharp chill creeping up the chains, and Cohen barely noticed he was trembling. He tried to struggle, but found his strength seemingly stripped away. His mind began to race. From the first day they entered the area around the border village, the Red Tide patrols had been far too disciplined. Those seemingly casual caravans were actually extracting information from him with every single word. He'd initially thought they'd evaded the knight's supervision, but now it seemed they'd been led here. A knight tore a piece of cloth from his cloak and gagged him, as if too lazy to listen to any nonsense. Lewis stood on the slope, looking down at the mess below the post road. The fire had long since died down, leaving only a faint smell of charred soot drifting in the night wind. He looked at the several blackened wooden carts and the dozen or so barbarian surrenderers pinned to the snow, their faces covered in soot, some still wearing the cloaks he'd given them, their heads slumped over their shoulders. Further away, the three so-called merchants had also been dragged out. The coded tokens hidden in their collars, the documents, and the magic bomb, everything had been searched and found. I thought it would be some big fish, turns out to be just a few small fry. Then he turned to look at the barbarian rebels, their eyes held anger, fear, and utter despair. Before the implementation of the barbarian autonomous village system, Lewis hadn't anticipated this day. Confining a tribe to a village, providing food, clothing, firewood, and medicine, assigning knights to maintain order, and establishing patrols and classrooms, it truly saved their lives. That winter, if Red Tide hadn't allocated grain from the granaries and taken these scattered barbarians into the border village, they would have frozen to death on the snowfields and starved to death in the ruins. But now it seemed that merely keeping them alive wasn't enough. Systems can suppress the majority, but there will always be those who try to break free, even if that struggle is futile and offers no benefit. Lewis had asked himself whether those barbarians who submitted truly accepted Red Tide's order or were merely resigned to their fate. Now he had the answer. On the way to the border village, he had discussed this with Sif. Sif said, "Barbarians want blood and fire, not mercy." Her eyes were anything but gentle as she said this, as if reminding him not to be so naive. Lewis responded with a relatively gentle statement, "They obey us not out of fear, but because they have to live." But at that moment, he suddenly felt that perhaps he had been in the Red Tide for too long, overestimating his own charisma and the conscience of these barbarians. In the past year, he had indeed used systems to turn the barbarians into a seemingly controllable source of soldiers. They trained, served, and patrolled in the border villages, even learning the language, customs, and service systems of the Empire and the Red Tide. Lewis thought that by doing this, he could gradually bring them into order within 10 years. He hadn't expected that chaos would erupt within a year. He had overlooked one problem: systems can suppress action, but they cannot shape hearts, at least not in the short term. And hearts always sprout into form in the most unexpected cracks, eventually tearing through the weakest layer. Lewis sighed, his gaze sweeping over the faces kneeling on the ground, and muttered to himself, "I was too naive." Visa stood beside Sif, watching the captured barbarian surrenderers on the post road, saying nothing. Her eyes reflected the kneeling figures and the extinguished embers at their feet, and a wavering settled in her heart. Visa lowered her voice and asked, "Lady Sif, our former enemy was indeed the Empire. But the Crimson Tide is different now. We can feed them, clothe them, and they can survive, so why do they still want to light fires?" Sif didn't look at her, only scoffed. "They're just bored." She spoke softly, yet it seemed to define the whole situation. Visa didn't reply. She understood the words, but didn't entirely agree. For a moment, she almost understood the impulse in those people's hearts. It wasn't dissatisfaction with life, but a deep-seated obsession, the glory of the barbarians. She knew she had had such moments herself. But now she no longer wavered. Visa's hand caressed the barbarian's sword at her waist. But a gust of wind blew from the side, lifting a corner of her cloak, revealing the Crimson Tide emblem on her chest. She was no longer a barbarian warrior. She was Visa, an ember of the Frost Moon clan, and the shadow guard of Lady Crimson Tide. If she had to be categorized as belonging to any side, it would be to Sif. The girl who had once stood with her in the snowstorm, now Lady Crimson Tide. That was her reason for staying. It wasn't about race, nor about revenge, but simply because she had found a home with Sif. And under Lewis's command, Visa had a life she had never imagined. She had her own house, a true Crimson Tide knight's dwelling built of stone bricks, with a snowproof roof and geothermal heating. She had 3 meals a day, no longer relying on rations to eat dried meat, but able to sit down and enjoy hot soup and bread. She was also called Lady Visa. Visa thanked Lord Lewis. A young man from an imperial noble family, yet willing to give someone like her trust, status, and even the duty to protect Sif. Barbarian glory? That thing had long since shattered into pieces in that cell. She no longer clung to those symbols and totems of the past. On the makeshift wooden platform, Sarek's feet were bound with iron rings, and a thick hemp rope was already around his neck. Standing beside him was the village chief, an elderly barbarian elder, the paper he was reading from trembling slightly in the wind. The village chief's voice was hoarse and slow, each sentence feeling like a piece of his own skin being torn away. Red Tide Military Household System, Article 3. Anyone who submits to the military household and then betrays them will be executed. He took nearly half a minute to read those few words. No one spoke up for Sarek and the others, and no one dared to. Everyone knew that the real trial had already ended. Below the platform, a dozen or so other barbarian prisoners and 3 spies from the Silver Disc Guild were lined up. Their wrists were bound behind their backs with thick ropes, their shoulders were forced forward, and the nooses around their necks hung from the beams, making their skin turn white. They dared not move, as if the slightest tremor would cause the rope to tighten. Some legs were shaking, some had already gone limp, and then were dragged up by the knights. Cohen, the leader of the Silver Disc spies, was still muttering something, tears streaming down his face, but no one paid him any attention. Their eyes were no longer filled with anger, but empty and numb, as if they had finally realized that only death awaited them. 4 Crimson Tide knights raised their long poles and gently pushed them forward, the mechanism snapping shut. In an instant, the rough wooden planks were empty, and their bodies were suspended in midair. There were no screams, no struggles. Only the creaking of the taut ropes echoed throughout the village square. Sarek's shadow flickered on the ground, then became completely still after a few seconds. Among the onlookers, representatives from other border villages, patrolling knights, and even some uninvolved military households stood motionless on the snow. There was no anger in the eyes of these barbarians, only an unspeakable sorrow and fear. Then the bodies of Sarek and the others were cut from their ropes, wrapped in hemp cloth, and carried one by one to the cremation pit outside the village. But everyone who remained dared not move, because they knew it wasn't over yet. The collective punishment order hadn't been announced. The laws of the Red Tide are clearly written. Under the military household system, if anyone in the village participates in the rebellion, the entire village is responsible for monitoring them. Those who condone it are equally guilty, and those who know about it but fail to report it are even more severely punished. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Punishment. The Red Tide law clearly states that under the military household system, if a rebellion occurs in a village, the entire village is responsible for its supervision. Lewis turned to the elderly village chief at the front of the crowd. You don't know? Or are you unwilling to speak? The old man leaned on his cane, his face ashen, his lips trembling slightly in the wind. His gaze darted past Lewis, as if searching for a way out. I'm just an old man, they never tell me. I saw them go out, they said they were going hunting. How was I supposed to know they would do such a thing? The barbarian village chief hurriedly explained, his words broken and his eyes darting around. I really didn't know, sir. If I had known they had this plan, how could I not have stopped them? They were just saying it, not taking it seriously. I thought it would be alright. The more the barbarian village chief spoke, the lower he stood. At the last few words, his throat seemed to catch, and he could no longer utter a sound. The village chief knew very well that he was lying. He knew everything, knew what they were doing, and had simply pretended not to see. He also knew perfectly well that this wouldn't convince Lewis. Finally, he lowered his head, as if giving up. Understood, Lewis said calmly. There was no reprimand, no superfluous words, just a nod to the executioner beside him. In just 2 minutes, the noose was pulled up again. Everyone could see the aged body clearly as it was hoisted into the air, but no one spoke, a suffocating silence descending. Lewis didn't leave turned at all, he simply raised a finger, gesturing to the knight beside him. Bring the others up. Those brought up were several young barbarian men, the warehouse manager, the porter responsible for delivering oil, and a sentry who was temporarily replacing them this week. They hadn't participated in the attack, but had all coincidentally been absent, changing shifts, or allocating supplies at crucial moments. Lewis didn't speak himself. Instead, a professional interrogator conducted the questioning. When did you register the kerosene drum for heating as damaged? The man being questioned was the warehouse manager, a barbarian man in his early 30s. He stammered, well, that drum was indeed a bit damaged. I thought no one was using it anymore, so I marked it as damaged, but you didn't report the loss, nor did you go through the recycling process. The man's voice was filled with panic as he tried to explain. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know they would take it. Then you knew they were going to do it. I heard a little bit, but I didn't participate. I swear. The second man was a porter, who just shook his head repeatedly. I was just moving things. I didn't know it was kerosene inside, without orders. Why did you do this? Did you open it to check? No. The third man was the sentry who had been reassigned. He stared angrily at the interrogating knight, not saying a word, just clenching his teeth. Nothing to say. The knight gave him a cold look. The sentry abruptly turned to look at the platform, shouting, "This is slaughter." We were just... Before he could finish, a crimson-tide knight strode forward and struck him on the back of the head with a short-handled blunt weapon. With a dull thud, he fell to the ground and was dragged directly onto the gallows, without even a chance to react. The rest of the process was swift. The ropes were already in place, and there was no unnecessary movement. Several people were put into nooses one by one, the entire process completed in silence. Some tried to struggle, but the crimson-tide knights standing on either side of the gallows held their shoulders down like nails, rendering them completely immobile. Execute, the recorder called out the final order. The sound of the wooden platform mechanism closing was soft, but exceptionally clear in the surrounding silence. 3 shadows flickered, then fell silent. The wind on the execution ground stopped, but the noose continued to sway gently. No one cried out for the innocence of those people. Instead, many people quietly glanced at the figure standing in the wind beside the execution platform. Sif, draped in a crimson-tied cloak, her white hair billowing in the cold wind like a taut thread. She watched them being dragged up one by one, a noose placed around their throats, and then the mechanism beneath their feet detonated. Her face was expressionless, she didn't blink once. Even as the corpses slowly came to a stop, she only uttered a faint, "Too lenient on traitors." Her voice wasn't loud, but it made Visa, standing beside her, involuntarily clench her fists. But her mind was in turmoil. She even recognized some of the faces among them. The sentry who had been knocked unconscious, he had once shared dried meat with her around a campfire in the snow. He too was a warrior of the Cold Moon tribe. Now his body hung on a wooden frame, his feet resting on the trampled execution platform. Not far ahead of them, dozens of representatives from other border villages, also barbarian converts, stood neatly in rows, heads bowed and silent. They wore fur coats issued by the Red Tide, new winter boots, and name tags around their necks, engraved with numbers and names, signifying that they were no longer barbarians, but Red Tide people. Occasionally, someone would look up at the swaying corpse, then immediately lower their head again, their face pale. They knew that those hung up today weren't just a few criminals. It was the line that couldn't be crossed, the line many of them had secretly approached but never dared to cross. Now that line was finally stained red, and no one dared to test it anymore. The treatment didn't end there. The laws of the Red Tide were always clear, and those who remained silent also paid the price. Those who hadn't directly participated but knowingly failed to report were brought out for questioning one by one. Some had simply walked too much near the granary, some had been on night watch but turned a blind eye, some had shared a drink with Sarek but said nothing. Their fates varied. Depending on their rank and involvement, some were whipped and expelled from the Red Tide, never to set foot on the border again. Some were allowed to stay, but at the cost of wounds on their backs. Others voluntarily knelt and confessed before sentencing, barely earning forgiveness. Only one person had, at the last moment, reported to the Knight about Sarek's unusual contact with a caravan. He was publicly commended, but he kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with anyone. As for the entire village, they were no longer allowed to stay. Red Tide's order was simple: Border Guard Village Number 12 was officially disbanded. The remaining 60-odd people were led away in groups in the cold wind to other villages to re-register. There were no cries, no resistance. Those leaving all kept their heads down, dragging their simple belongings, and followed the transport teams away one by one. The last corpse at the execution ground had not yet been dragged away. The smell of tar and blood still lingered in the air. Lewis stepped onto the high platform and stood in the cold wind. There was no lengthy opening, no need for emotional manipulation. He simply looked down and scanned the people below. The village chiefs and representatives of the 6 border guard villages were gathered here, almost all of them with their heads down, not daring to look Lewis in the eye. This rebellion was instigated by the remnants of the Silver Plate Guild. The disloyalty of a few has led to this. Lewis's tone was calm, as if he were reading from meeting minutes, without even stirring up emotions or feigning anger. They are not your representatives, nor are they the representatives of the Red Tide people. The majority of you, by obeying order and fulfilling your duties, are the reason we can stand here this winter. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the downcast faces. I will not allow the loyal and the foolish to receive the same reward. Then he waved his hand lightly, and 3 knights stepped forward, unfurled a parchment scroll, and loudly proclaimed the order. The following supplies are granted to the 6 villages: 5 blankets and 70 sets of winter clothing per village, with additional rations to be distributed immediately in January. 30 young men are permitted to participate in the construction of Dawn Harbor, given priority in recruitment based on Red Tide household registration, and will receive food and lodging subsidies and additional rewards. Previously unapproved intermarriage applications will be reviewed based on merit. Hearing this, some people quietly raised their heads, disbelief appearing on their faces. They had come expecting a reprimand, or even punishment. But to their surprise, the Crimson Tide Lord not only spared them but also brought them rewards. Yet, the more this was the case, the more anxious they became. Lewis saw this clearly but offered no explanation, simply continuing, from this day forward, The Crimson Tide will no longer distinguish between barbarians, imperial people, and outsiders. There will only be two kinds of people, those who keep their word, and those foolish enough to think they can rebel. There was no sound from below, except for the slight creaking of the still wet noose in the wind. Lewis then announced a new policy: the military household system will not be abolished. However, some provisions will be revised by me personally and officially promulgated later. The initial changes are as follows: the number of inspecting knights will be doubled, and they will patrol once a month without refusal. Unauthorized transfers of personnel and goods between border villages are prohibited. The household registers of all villages will be re-examined, and new military household registers will be printed. Those who are missing, away from home, or employed must declare their identities. Those who fail to return within the stipulated time will be considered deserters. The representatives below the stage looked solemn, some even swallowing hard. Lewis glanced around and finally said, "You are not livestock. I will not use the whip to drive you. But you are not children either. I will no longer tolerate mistakes. The red tide gave you a way out. Don't waste it." Watching Lewis turn and leave the stage, some breathed a sigh of relief, while others became even more nervous. The Lord did not get angry. He decided on a calmer and more comprehensive overhaul. From today onwards, all villages would be under stricter management. Some representatives tried to step forward to express their loyalty, but found that no one was willing to be the first to stand up. Before they could react, Lewis walked towards the waiting ranks of knights in the distance. The execution ground had already been cleared, blood staining the frozen earth with mottled dark marks. Lewis put away a notebook containing the verdict and handed it to his attendant. He glanced at the barbarian representative still standing silently not far away, then looked at Sif beside him. "Let's go," he said. "It's time to leave." "Yes," she nodded. Night fell. The fireplace still held its warmth, and the candlelight flickered. It illuminated the crumpled bedding and the two figures close together. Sif had her back to Lewis, her hair loose over her shoulders, half her face hidden in shadow. Lewis leaned against the bedside and finally spoke. "You haven't been talking much today." Sif didn't respond immediately, turning around after a moment, her eyes no longer possessing the almost ruthless hardness she'd displayed on the execution ground earlier that day. "I'm not as relieved as I imagined. I thought watching them being hung up one by one would be satisfying." Sif's lips curled slightly, as if she were about to laugh, or perhaps it was just a muscle twitch. "I clearly don't care anymore, but why? Do I still feel heartache?" They shouted for barbarian dignity, quite loudly. "I can understand it. I shouted it when I was a child." Sif lowered her head. "You gave them houses, clothes, and food. They won't freeze or starve to death." She paused, her voice as light as falling snow. "You gave them enough, yet they still betrayed you. You know, if it weren't for you, they would have all died in that snow last year. How dare they?" But Sif also understood that no matter how harsh her words, she ultimately left some space for those people in her heart. She wasn't without hatred for those people, but she also didn't want to see them hanged one by one on the wooden platform. She wanted to fight for them, but didn't know what else she could say to Lewis. He had done his best. His name was too merciful. She was no longer the princess of the Cold Moon tribe, she was simply Lewis's wife. Lewis sat beside her, never interrupting, only gently holding her hand. "You feel pain because you are more clear-headed than they are," Lewis said calmly, without any boasting or preaching, simply stating a fact. "The system in the border villages is indeed problematic." He lowered his head, his tone pausing slightly. "I originally thought that by confining and supporting people for a few years, I could cultivate a generation of obedient citizens. Perhaps I was too hasty." He turned to Sif, looking into her eyes. "From now on, I will make some adjustments. I will show them a path to advancement. Loyal people will have channels for promotion, and talented young people can be sent to Red Tide City for training. Families that wish to obey will not only be guarded but will also participate in governance, not for favors, but to let them know that disobedience will result in death, and obedience at least offers a way out." Sif turned her head to look at him, her eyes much calmer. "From now on, these border villages," he said slowly, "will be under your jurisdiction. Not as a barbarian daughter, but as the mistress of Red Tide. This snowfield will eventually become our land." A few seconds of silence filled the room. Sif nodded and whispered, "I'll try my best to help you." Lewis smiled, offering no grand pronouncements, but gently kissed her forehead. "Thank you in advance." Sif's ears still flushed slightly. She tried to turn away from him, but was pulled back as soon as she moved. You, she bit her lower lip, not looking up. Want to try again, he whispered. I remember you said that for the red tide, you could try a little harder. Sif gritted her teeth and pushed him gently, but not forcefully. Then the firelight grew warmer, and the bed became a little more disheveled. Chapter 339 Toron's Choice. The snowfall gradually subsided, but a somber atmosphere remained along the border. At the gates of the 73 border villages, almost simultaneously, identical processions appeared. Members of the Knights, draped in long cloaks with crimson title crests, were followed by administrative officials carrying document boxes. Everyone must be present. The voice wasn't loud, but no one dared to disobey. Before the abandoned totem stone at the entrance to each border village, the interpreter unfurled a parchment scroll and loudly proclaimed its contents. Red Tide Territory Administrative Document Number 347, Trial Provisions for Barbarian Autonomy, Preliminary Draft, effective immediately. He read aloud each clause. First, military household status is confirmed. All those who submit to the barbarians are uniformly numbered and filed, and a military household oath is signed. The hereditary system is abolished and replaced with a functional system, with annual assessments and performance evaluations every 3 years, resulting in promotions and demotions based on merit. Second, the promotion system is open. Anyone with military achievements, academic qualifications, or skills can participate in the Red Tide official selection examination, regardless of background or tribe. Third, a trial implementation of autonomous evaluation is conducted. Each village will establish an autonomous evaluation group, which can send members to observe Red Tide border military and political meetings and raise questions and appeals. Fourth, a mixed training camp will be established in Red Tide, jointly taught by Red Tide Knights and veteran barbarian soldiers. Young men will be selected to undergo trial training at the Red Tide Military Academy, and those who excel can be assigned to the Guard, Engineering, or Command branches. The official read quickly, as if not allowing the villagers time to react. But after speaking, he paused, changed his tone, and slowly added, "The Lord said that the Crimson Tide doesn't discriminate based on birth, only loyalty. Traitors are punished, and law-abiding citizens are rewarded. You are no longer exiled barbarians, but the shield of the Crimson Tide, the protectors of this snowy land." After reading the proclamation, the knights left behind a wooden plaque with 7 articles, which was erected at the village entrance. Each village must have its literate member explain the details of the articles, and all villagers must understand them within 3 days. The literate middle-aged barbarian was the village chief, a former tribal nobleman. He took the plaque, sweat beading on his forehead. 3 knights were still behind him. He knew how to explain. "What this says is good news." He glanced at the villagers' faces. "As long as we work diligently, our lives will become more stable. Remember, this doesn't mean we're destined to be military households forever. If we do well, we can be promoted. In the future, if any child from the village is selected for military school, that will be a source of great honor for the family." Clap. Clap. The crowd applauded. Most people didn't really understand much, only grasping a few key words. "The murderer is hanged. We weren't implicated. The Lord even distributed winter clothes by the fire," a burly man muttered. "As long as the whole village isn't dragged down with them, that's good." Another patted him on the shoulder. "Behave yourselves from now on." The Imperials aren't unreasonable. They didn't like these articles, even thinking they were all nonsense. But compared to the previous panic of the entire village losing their heads, they now found it acceptable. The women huddled around the fire, wearing sheepskin coats given to them by Chi Zhao, tears from washing clothes still visible between their fingers. They reacted faster than the men, which might not be a bad thing. "Will we really get rations?" the oldest woman asked, squinting. "I heard from the village chief, dry rations, winter clothes, and something about registration." Someone next to her nodded. "If my son gets into the army, won't he never have to come back to this kind of village?" No one answered, but someone whispered, "Who would want to be a barbarian if they could avoid it? Having food to eat, clothes to wear, and the ability to earn salt and rice through odd jobs? Isn't that better than before?" They had no sense of tribal honor, nor did they care whether those who were hanged deserved it. For them, as long as they didn't go hungry, as long as their children had a place to go, that was better than anything else. The village chief said that obedient children can become officials, almost like the old tribal chiefs. Really? Someone's eyes lit up. "I don't care about anything else. If my child can go, I'll be the first to send him." There weren't many literate barbarians, but there were always a few in every village. They copied down the text, went back to their houses, livestock sheds, or the small open space behind the kitchen, and read it little by little, whispering among their companions from the old tribe. That conversation didn't belong to the villagers, but to the old barbarian nobles. The literate barbarians were mostly nobles from certain tribes, who had spoken at alliance meetings, sworn oaths of blood and flesh at banquets, and were among the first to enter the imperial manors after sieges. Now, their offspring had to enlist in the military, their wives had to queue for rations, and they themselves had to live at the mercy of the Red Tide people. Their status had been shaken, and their voices had become subdued. Their attitudes toward the trial provisions for barbarian autonomy varied. Some said, "This is like being kept in captivity." Others gritted their teeth and said, "At least this is better than freezing to death in the snow." Many more remained silent, their fingers tracing the edges of the copied pages, their gazes lingering on a particular spot for a long time. It wasn't that they didn't understand, rather, they understood too well. These provisions weren't written harshly, they even hinted at offering opportunities. Military service could earn merit, merit could be exchanged for status, and children could be sent to the Red Tide Military Academy. This could be considered a way out. But they knew that the barbarian system based on bloodline was truly about to be completely buried under the snow by these few Red Tide characters written on the wooden plaques. They weren't fools, it's just that the fall from tribal rulers to Red Tide villagers was a mixed bag. Some accepted it quickly, while others were still stuck. Their reactions differed. Some saw the paper as humiliation, a plaque signifying submission nailed to their foreheads. Others saw it as a lifeline, even if it was studded with nails, it was better than sinking back to the sea. Still others remained silent for a long time before standing up and heading towards the village chief's house. They wanted to ask if their sons' names could be included on the list for going to Red Tide City. Toron Hanshi stood before the newly erected wooden plaque of the supplementary notice of the barbarian autonomous regulations, wearing an old sheepskin robe, his hands behind his back. He was 37 years old, the son of the former Hanshi tribe elder, Taman. He had learned to read and write from a young age, and understood both barbarian and imperial languages. When the border guard village was established, he led the surviving tribesmen to voluntarily submit to Red Tide, and now he was the village chief of this border guard village. He no longer wore his tribal braid as before, but instead sported a short haircut resembling that of the Red Tide tribe. His beard was neatly trimmed, and although his fur robe was patched in several places, it wasn't dirty. Toron stared at a line of text on the wooden sign, "Young men of suitable age recommended by the village chief may go to Red Tide for training." He read slowly, skimming over each word, and then repeated it after finishing. The fire hadn't completely died down, and a muffled thud occasionally escaped from the furnace. Toron sat by the fire, adding fuel with tongs in his hand, but his gaze drifted to the wall. Hanging on the wall was the faded piece of cloth. It was the flag Toron had brought from the tribe. When Titus began his southward sweep of the tribes, Toron's father, one of the tribal elders at the time, had only told him two things: take your men south. Keep your people alive. That night, the entire valley burned. Toron, carrying this flag, led fewer than 50 of his people, crossing the mountains overnight, retreating south along the frozen river. Several men froze to death or fell behind along the way, but the flag remained tied to his back, never untied. Later, when they were nearly at their wits' end, the Red Tide Knights discovered them while patrolling the border. After verifying their identities, they registered them as surrendered barbarians and settled them in a newly established border village on the north side. He didn't give the flag to the Red Tide Knights, nor did he mention it to outsiders. It remained a simple thought. Now, he guards the village, farms, and hunts, surviving on the monthly rations and tools provided by the Red Tide Knights. Life isn't glamorous, nor is it free, but the house is no longer drafty, and there's always something cooking in the pot. Compared to his former comrades who died in the valley, their bones buried under the snow, this is good enough. Toron knows very well who gave him all this. The Red Tide Knights didn't give him tribal glory, but they gave his family everything to survive. Only occasionally, in the quiet of the night, would he take that old flag from the corner and hang it on the wall for a short while. The fire crackled a few times. Toron shifted his gaze from the flag, turning to call out towards the corner of the room, "Kosa, come here." The boy in the corner looked up. 13 years old, tall and thin, his frame not yet fully developed, but his physique already showed some definition. His fighting spirit had long since awakened, already at the level of a formal soldier. Sako was practicing calligraphy, practicing the imperial script, reading from the book Our Great Lord Louis. A book now found in every household in the border village. He put down his pen and walked towards his father. Toron glanced at him, then took out 3 more items, a set of winter clothes, a bag of dry rations, and a piece of parchment with a completed military academy registration form. The 3 items were neatly placed on the table. "This is your chance," Toron said calmly. Kosa didn't take them, only looking down at the paper, his lips tight, his voice very soft. "How long will I be gone? It's best not to come back." Toron paused, his tone unchanged. "Live according to their rules." Kosa's fingers twitched, but he still didn't reach out. He stared at the registration form, then asked softly after a moment, "Then, can I still say I'm from the Cold Teeth?" Toron looked at him, his eyes unwavering, only his brow furrowed slightly. "That stuff isn't worth a penny now." A flash of anger crossed the boy's eyes. "But I'm of the Snow's bloodline, a descendant of the North Wind." Toron interrupted him. "Can that bloodline guarantee your survival?" The only sound in the room was the crackling of the fireplace. Kosa lowered his head, his fingers fidgeting with the hem of his clothes, ultimately unable to utter a rebuttal. He wasn't stupid, he knew his father was right. But the weight on his chest, like frozen snow, wouldn't melt. Toron folded the registration form, tucked it inside his shirt, and patted his shoulder. "Remember not to be reckless, don't argue with anyone. If you live well, keep living. If you don't," he paused, "eat more." The woman at the door remained silent. She was one of the orphans of the Cold-Tooth tribe, Toron's wife, and Kosa's mother. She stuffed a piece of dried meat into the child's cloth bag, tightened his scarf, and smoothed the stray hairs on his forehead, but said nothing. Kosa hugged his father, then his mother. He didn't cry, but his eyes were a little red. The next morning, the snow hadn't melted, and it wasn't fully light. A red-tied military flag was erected at the entrance of Border Village, fluttering in the wind. 3 red-tied knights stood beside the flag, wearing cloaks and carrying standard long swords at their waists. One of them was checking a list in his hand. Toron walked in front, wearing an old cloak. He led 6 boys, one by one, to stand under the stone pillar at the village entrance. The youngest of these boys was 11 years old, and the oldest was no more than 16 or 17. Some were still yawning, some were clenching their fists, and some looked bewildered, secretly glancing in the direction of their parents. They knew they were leaving today, but none of them knew what life would be like from then on. Toron didn't say much, just stood to the side of the group, his hands tucked under his cloak, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the boys. His son, Kosa, stood second, his back ramrod straight, hands clasped in front of him. The knight began to read the regulations. 7 boys from this village will enter the Red-Tide City Military Academy for the first phase of training. During this time, they are not allowed to leave the ranks without permission. Those who perform exceptionally well may be recommended for the advanced camp or appointed to a position. Violators will be dealt with according to military law. As soon as he finished speaking, Toron stepped forward and distributed simple bags, rations, thermal cloaks, and identity badges to each boy. The badges bore the Red-Tide Sun emblem, but no tribal name or surname. A knight walked to the front of the group, scanned them, and said, "Anyone else wishing to withdraw can speak now." No one moved. All the boys lowered their heads, some had trembling hands, some gritted their teeth, none willing to step down in front of everyone. Toron stood there, watching quietly. Only after they had all shouldered their packs and stepped out of the village did he sigh softly. The flags of the Red-Tide border village had already faded into the distance, but Louis did not turn back towards Dawn Harbor. He changed his plans at the last minute, leading his entourage south back to Red-Tide City. This was the 3rd time in nearly 5 months that he had set foot in this main city of Red-Tide. The first 2 times were only brief stops, handling urgent matters and visiting his wife and children. This time was no different. Time was limited, but he had to return. It was already late at night when he returned to Red-Tide City. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Louis entered, his steps light, his body dusty from the long journey. He carried the weariness of a long trip. The soles of his boots were not dried, leaving a damp trail on the wooden floor. Emily was leaning against a bed, holding a sleeping baby in her arms. The child was over 6 months old, with round cheeks, soft hair, and the outline of a nose slowly beginning to appear. Occasionally, the baby would smack its lips in its sleep, as if dreaming. Emily was not asleep, but simply resting with her eyes closed. Louis stood for a moment, Then she opened her eyes and smiled. "You're back." Lewis nodded, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, knelt down, and gently stroked the child's hair. "I should come back more often," he said, "but I'm always unable to leave." Emily didn't answer, but reached out to help him take off his cloak and hang it aside. As soon as Lewis sat down beside her, she gently moved the child to the crib and pulled a blanket over his lap. "I know you didn't mean it," she said calmly, "but sometimes, don't forget you're a father." Lewis lowered his head and held her hand. "I know, I'm just too tired. Sometimes I'm not even sure if I'm doing the right thing." Emily didn't try to persuade him or ask any more questions, but simply tightened her grip on his cold hand. "The child is very good. He's been waiting for you." He chuckled softly, leaned on her shoulder, and closed his eyes. "Then tonight, I'll tell him a story, the story of the great Lord Lewis, who thwarted a traitor's plot." Chapter 340 The Beacon of Civilization. In the early morning of Red Tide City, the main castle was not yet fully awake, but the lights were already lit in the city lord's study. Bradley stood before the desk, waiting for his lord, whom he had not seen for a long time. Lewis entered the study and nodded slightly to Bradley when he saw him. "You're up earlier than me." Bradley smiled and bowed. "It's my duty, sir." Lewis said after sitting down. "How has the Red Tide situation been while I was away?" Bradley opened his notebook and began to report. "Overall, there have been no major upheavals, and all departments are operating normally. The City Defense Department has completed the filing and troop deployment for the Red Tide 4th Ring residential area, and the relocation of new residents has proceeded smoothly. The sewage system in the main urban area has been completely renovated, and the newly established diversion system is now in operation and running smoothly. Regarding road construction, the main road leading to Wheatwave territory is now fully open and can carry large grain wagons. The mountain road towards Star Forging is 1/3 complete, but there has been a slight delay due to the complex terrain. The road to Dawn Harbor has completed the first phase of paving, and the construction team is making progress." Lewis listened while flipping through the documents Bradley handed him. The handwriting on the paper was neat, and the content was densely packed, with several reports and personnel deployment lists tucked inside. He glanced at the key points, but mostly just nodded. Occasionally, when asked a question, Bradley could answer with specific figures without even turning the page. The literacy program of the Ministry of Education has progressed to 37 blocks. The street evening classes have been well received, especially in the workshop area. The first phase of the assessment conducted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs has been completed, with 42 qualified officials recruited and assigned to various administrative nodes. Regarding security, Bradley turned to the next page. There have been no major cases in the past 2 months, and theft and street brawls are on the decline. The report went far beyond that. From the knight's training progress to the city's potion reserves, from the recent inventory of the granaries. Bradley calmly went through each item, able to give a general overview without turning the page. Lewis listened as before, his brow furrowing occasionally before relaxing again. Overall, the situation in Red Tide territory was improving. "There's one more thing." Bradley took out a briefing page stamped in red and handed it over. "Over in Hamilton, the loom has been finalized and entered the small batch production stage. Named Loom Type 1, it uses a steam turbine as its main drive, increasing efficiency 6 to 7 times compared to manual looms. 8 units have been trial produced and assembled. The southwest area of the workshop has been vacated for the first weaving factory. The recruitment roster has been drafted, and we're preparing to begin the first round of skilled worker recruitment." Lewis took the paper, saying with a hint of certainty, "It seems he hasn't disappointed me." Bradley smiled. He also said that the Lord gave him enough time and trust. This is his way of repaying him. "Good." Lewis placed the paper on the table. "We won't announce this yet. I'll go back once the factory starts operating." "Understood." Bradley paused, then continued, "Furthermore, coordination between departments is gradually stabilizing, and tax revenue from each city gate and material input to the workshops are all clearly documented, with no signs of chaos. Overall, things are stable, and the new policy is progressing smoothly." The old butler's tone was calm, but his expression carried pride. Lewis gently closed the document about the mass production of the loom, pushed it aside, and leaned back in his chair. "Bradley, I have a question." His tone softened slightly. "I'd like to hear your thoughts." The old butler immediately straightened up. "Please speak, sir. You know about the situation at Border Village, don't you? Even if the new law operates smoothly, It will only suppress the surface in the end. The cost of transforming adult barbarians is too high. Let's start changing them from the next generation. Lewis's words carried an idea that didn't belong to this era. I want to send those loyal barbarian boys to the Red Tide, not just to train their hands, but to teach them to be civilized. If the barbarian children learn, they will in turn teach the next generation, and the generation after that. They will no longer feel like barbarians. Bradley was silent for a few seconds, his brows furrowing slightly, his tone gentle but hesitant. You mean to train them to obey the Red Tide? To fundamentally change their savagery? Lewis shook his head, neither denying nor agreeing. Bradley, this isn't about taming them. I want to try to see if I can use a system, an educational method, to completely reshape the future of a people. If it succeeds, it won't just be the barbarians. I can use this method to teach elite young people in other parts of the North, the entire empire, and even other countries. I want to make the Red Tide a beacon of civilization. After these words, the study fell into a brief silence. Bradley's expression shifted slightly. He understood the weight behind those words, but for a moment, he couldn't find a response. He lived in this era, understanding the power struggles among nobles. But ideas like a beacon of civilization, recreating a race, and an education system rewriting the world were too complex for him. He finally asked softly, My lord, can such a thing really be done? Can we bear all of this? Lewis didn't refute him, only smiled faintly. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Bradley lowered his head, asking no further questions. He didn't understand what kind of future this young lord wanted to build, but he obeyed him completely. Because the past few years had proven that 90% of Lewis's decisions were correct. Bradley changed his tone and slowly suggested, if that's the case, perhaps we could establish some ceremonial rewards, such as honorary titles like Son of a Citizen of the Red Tide, so they can believe it's the right path. Lewis nodded. The North has always had no hope because no one has told them what the future is. So this time, we'll give them a path to move forward. Bradley silently bowed. The caravan moved slowly through the morning mist. The wheels of the carriages creaked over the dirt road. The wooden planks vibrated, and a cold wind seeped in through the gaps in the canopy, making the boys in the carriage shiver. Kosa sat at the front of the carriage, hugging his knees, saying nothing. His gaze remained impassive as he watched the scenery ahead until the gray-white outline slowly emerged from the mist. Red Tide City. He wasn't unfamiliar with the name of this city. From his father, from Red Tide officials, from those books. But he had never imagined that this city would be like this. It was a winding, undulating stone wall, its grayish-white base covered in frost, its cold light shimmering in the morning mist like a polished battle axe. Countless cold iron beams crisscrossed the wall, deeply embedded in the cracks, as if the wall itself were cast iron. Archery towers, already completed, pierced the sky, their tops topped with smoking braziers. The flickering firelight reflected on the red flag, its fluttering banner seemingly coldly staring at him. Further ahead, the tall, heavy wooden gate stood, its doors studded with countless cold iron nails. Kosa's eyes flickered, his grip on his knees tightening. A fleeting image flashed through his mind, his tribe's simple tent, the still smoldering hearth, the faded cloth flag on the wall. The rough wooden pillars and mud walls, the frozen, crumbling stones, compared to this orderly city before him, its walls alone capable of shielding him from the cold wind, it was like two different worlds. Sako instinctively lowered his head, his mind a jumble. He couldn't quite describe the feeling. Anger? Shame? Fear? Or envy? We've arrived, someone whispered behind him. Sako looked up again at the high wall. Beyond it were the city's rooftops, towers, and rising white steam. At the gates of Red Tide City, there was no commotion. No hawking, no shoving, not even coughing. The moment Sako jumped from the carriage, the first thing he saw was the patrol of knights. 6 men in a row, clad in crimson cloaks, their gray steel plate armor cold and neat, the city emblem uniformly adorning their left shoulders. Their steps were synchronized, and every 3 steps they shouted a command in unison, like a drill in a training ground. He instinctively stopped. He had never seen such a formation before. It exuded something indescribable, an order that seemed ingrained in their very being. Unlike tribal cavalrymen who draped themselves in animal skins and roared, or imperial border cavalry whose flags were planted haphazardly, the Crimson Tide Knights even moved with a certain rhythm, making everyone hold their breath. What shocked Kosa even more was that when the knightly unit passed right in front of him, he instinctively held his breath, trying to sense the flow of battle aura among the riders. He couldn't sense it. No, he sensed it, a steady, restrained, deeply suppressed power. Like a blade whose edges had been completely smoothed, coldly hidden in its sheath, waiting only to reveal its sharpness when drawn. Kosa's pupils contracted slightly. Even if these were just on ordinary patrol, they were at least at the level of elite warriors. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. Using warriors like this to guard a city gate, he, once considered the most talented boy in the tribe, was utterly insignificant compared to these people. He looked around and saw all the barbarian youths, like himself, with their heads bowed, completely silent. Several red-tide knights were checking entry records against the list, registering each person. No one shouted slogans, no one whipped or urged them on. Yet the procession moved forward spontaneously. Each person obediently showing their identification card and having their belongings checked at the gate, then heading towards the disembarkation point with their numbered slips. Kosa stood before this orderly process, suddenly feeling an inexplicable unease. He glanced down at his worn boots, then at a merchant who had just dismounted. The man's shoes were polished so bright they reflected his image. And the red-tide knights on guard duty, their chins sharply defined beneath their helmets, like stone sculptures. They looked too clean, too neat. Kosa subconsciously took a half step back, tightening his grip on the cloak his mother had mended. But quickly, he scoffed inwardly. TCH, so what if they're dressed decently? The line wasn't long, and soon it was their turn. The leading knight handed his scroll to the gatekeeper to confirm his identity. Then a registrar approached. He looked to be in his 30s, with neatly combed hair and a gentle, relaxing demeanor. He glanced at the boys in front of him. Don't be nervous, come closer, one at a time. First, say your name and your parents' names. The registrar smiled, as if reassuring children just arriving in the city. From today onwards, you are red-tide people, understand? One of the barbarian boys in the front row wasn't used to this red-tide style procedure and was momentarily speechless. But the registrar didn't rush him, only saying gently, take your time, it's all right. Finally, it was Kosa's turn. Name, Kosa. Full name, Kosa Han, he said halfway through, biting his lip, then whispered, Kosa. The registrar didn't show any surprise, simply nodding and writing the name down. Age, 15, former border guard, village number, 17. Recommended by Village Chief Tolan. Hearing this name, the registrar paused, looked up at him, and smiled slightly. You're Tolan's son? I've dealt with your father a few times. The registrar spoke unhurriedly, as if chatting among old acquaintances, then casually added, I'm from the Old Bone tribe, like you. I used to be a snowfield person. He didn't lower his voice or avoid eye contact as he spoke. He spoke of his barbarian origins openly and frankly. Kosa was stunned. He had never imagined that an official in the Red Tide would so openly and unabashedly mention his tribal origins. And no one frowned, no one avoided him, and no one even seemed to think there was anything wrong with it. This scene instantly churned a jumble of chaotic thoughts in his mind. He had thought he was sent here as a hostage. He was on the defeated side, a bargaining chip to be seated, a lamb chosen to be put into the pen. But now, he saw another barbarian, not only not being oppressed, but openly becoming an official. He even said, I've dealt with your father. This was completely different from everything he had heard in the village and imagined. In that instant, he realized for the first time that perhaps, this place wasn't specifically designed to humiliate barbarians. Toran is a smart man, and his son won't be any less so. The registrar's tone softened. Your father wrote that you learn quickly and write well. Don't worry, Lord Bradley personally instructed that we will focus on nurturing children like you. He even patted Kosa on the shoulder, as naturally as if he were treating his nephew, without the slightest suspicion or distance. The registrar's background, tone, and even the tact of every word conveyed just the right amount of warmth. This was Bradley's deliberate arrangement, to ensure that these barbarian youths, stepping into Red Tide City for the first time, didn't feel like outsiders from the start. Kosa suddenly didn't know how to respond. He had never imagined he would be accepted like this, even as one of their own. He knew perfectly well that this was likely a strategy, a way to appease, a gentle means of taming people. But when the man handed him the temporary bronze badge bearing the Red Tide trainee student stamp, he still paused, momentarily stunned. The bronze medal was heavy, not large, yet it inexplicably weighed on his heart. Since when had he become so unaccustomed to being treated kindly? Chapter 341 The Shock of Civilization. After registration, The registrar waved to them. "Come on, I'll take you to your lodgings." He introduced himself as they walked. "My name is Harim, from the Old Bone Tribe. I'm a third-year Red Tide citizen, responsible for receiving new residents in the outer city." Kosa walked at the very back. At first, he walked slowly, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings, like a small animal unfamiliar with its environment, instinctively trying to keep his distance. But the longer he walked, the more silent he became. The road beneath his feet was paved with gray-white stone bricks, each one remarkably neat. There was no mud, no scattered hay, and no sewage on either side of the street. The drainage ditches were half-covered stone troughs covered with iron mesh, the water flowing clearly without even a bubble. Kosa involuntarily tightened his pace. There were many voices in the distance, but no shouting, no fighting, only an orderly clamor he had never heard before. Kosa lowered his head and continued walking. He could hear the footsteps of the barbarian youths behind him slowing noticeably. Some whispered amongst themselves, others stared in stunned silence, their shock and envy barely needing words. It was the first time they'd ever seen a city like this. The streets and buildings alone far surpassed their haphazardly constructed wooden huts. No matter your tribal lineage or ancestral spirit's protection, everything seemed utterly shabby here. "Amazing," the boy to his right murmured in awe. "This is the Red Tide, this is civilization." He was a year older than them, the nephew of a small tribal chief. He'd been quiet the whole way, but from the moment they entered the city gates, he changed completely. His voice filled with reverence, he looked at everything as if it were a miracle, from the city walls and plaza to the copper hooks on the rooftops, even a perfectly aligned stone brick evoked a sense of awe. "To live in a place like this, I'd do anything," Besha said, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical light, as if he'd found a new faith. Kosa listened, silent, only gritting his teeth. He didn't dislike this Besha, and he could understand why he was so shocked, but his transformation seemed too sudden. Kosa felt he shouldn't be like this, so he tried to convince himself, "I'm only here to learn, not to surrender. My name is Hanshi, and I'm the son of Tolan Hanshi." Before the Crimson Tide Plaza, a tall building stood in the morning mist. It was made of bluish-gray stone, edged with dark gold trim. The main beams were made of cedar wood, and the eaves were low. The sun pattern above the main entrance seemed to radiate light. "That's the Red Tide City Government Building. All the policies, big and small, of the entire Red Tide territory are born here." Harim stopped and proudly pointed to the building. "The city lord usually handles state affairs there." His tone wasn't loud, but it carried an undisguised respect. Kosa didn't reply, only silently looking at the building. In his past understanding, the residences of those in power were at most tents made of animal bones and stone altars adorned with totems. Some tribal chiefs would even fill the square with human bones to create a sense of horror, maintaining their rule through intimidation. This place was completely different. Beyond the square, a bustling atmosphere enveloped them. Rows of stalls, covered by tin roofs, were neatly arranged. The crowd was not small, yet almost silent, save for footsteps and the occasional brief inquiry. "This is the South Market District," Harim said as they walked. "These stalls all have licenses, and the currency is uniformly iron coins, copper coins, and resource tickets." Kosa's gaze was drawn to an old craftsman repairing boots, several pieces of thick leather he had never seen before beside him. Not far away, merchants from the south were selling cloth and spices. Further still, stalls directly displayed signs for Red Tide workshops, specializing in ironware, pottery, and various Red Tide industrial products, all unfamiliar to Kosa. The Red Tide market had all sorts of goods from around the world, but none of these were what shocked him most. What shocked him most was that some people proactively bowed to Harim, not with fearful avoidance, but as if they were treating someone truly respected. Even a little girl ran over and called him Uncle Harim. Harim bent down, smiled, and patted her head. This scene stunned Kosa. He instinctively thought, "That's a barbarian, after all," yet no one pointed or whispered, no one showed disgust, everyone seemed used to it. Even merchants dressed as Southern Empire people used respectful language in his presence. But he himself wasn't quite sure if it was resistance or a kind of inexplicable envy. Kosa walked with his head down for a while, his gaze sweeping over the unrealistically orderly streets, canals, eaves, braziers, and the calmly composed crowds. For the first time, he felt a strange emotion rise within him. It was a faint, inferiority complex. This wasn't the first time Lewis had arranged this kind of observational guidance. Before this, Whether it was a member of the old northern noble family, an attendant from the southern delegation, or a special envoy sent from the capital, as long as their status was important enough, Lewis would arrange this stroll for them the moment they arrived in Red Tide City. Not to listen to speeches, not to read reports, not to be intimidated at the military camp, but to walk into the city and experience the awe-inspiring power of civilization. He wanted them to see for themselves the clean streets, the unclassified trust between commoners and knights, and the smiles on people's faces. He wanted them to hear Red Tide officials loudly recount how the Red Tide system had changed their lives, in calm tones. He wanted them to be less persuaded and more shocked. To realize that their past tribal glory, family superiority, and border hardships were not respected or mocked here, but simply ignored. It was cruel, but extremely effective. Not through words, but by letting them feel the disparity themselves, Lewis himself wrote in his assessment. Red Tide City itself was his greatest weapon. Those walking between the Red Tide Plaza and the main road didn't need persuasion, they would understand simply by opening their eyes. Kosa was unaware of the details behind all these arrangements. But as he walked along the wide stone path, listening to Hiram recount his origins as a Red Tide official, the pride he held onto in his resistance began to crumble. Lewis had tried this method many times before. It always worked. By the time they arrived at the third ring residential area, it was nearly evening. The braziers along the street were lit early, casting warm orange glows from the tin cans, turning the stone pavement to pale gold. "This is where you'll be staying from now on," Hiram said, walking ahead and pointing to a cluster of semi-barred buildings in the distance. Red Tide-style domed roofs. "This is the living area for military personnel and staff. They're windproof in winter and well-ventilated in summer. There are even geothermal pipes inside. Lighting the stove twice a day is enough to keep you warm." Kosa looked up at the roofs that resembled half-rock mounds. The dark gray and crimson stone bricks were tightly joined together, almost seamless, with a faint ring of dark gold lines visible around the edges, encircling the entire curved roof ridge. He didn't speak, but subconsciously tightened the cloth bag on his shoulder, his steps slowing slightly. Hiram walked in front, pushing open the door of one of the rooms. The hinges slid almost silently, and warmth seeped out from the cracks, brushing against their faces, making them squint. The interior was clean and simple, with a solid stone floor and no unnecessary decorations in the center. The staircase was an arch design embedded in the wall, saving space without sacrificing aesthetics. "This one is for you boys, 6 people per floor, 1 upstairs and 1 downstairs," Hiram said as he walked downstairs. They followed him down, where they saw a storage room and a kitchen on either side. The stove was made of stone, with a copper exhaust pipe running through the room. Cooking utensils were neatly arranged, and in the corner were wooden buckets and iron kettles, as well as a whole piece of uncut salted dried meat wrapped in oilcloth on a shelf. "It won't frost in winter, and it won't get moldy. The grain will keep for a month without spoiling," Hiram said as if introducing something commonplace. Besha followed behind Kosa, staring at the cooking station for a long time before muttering, "I've never seen such a clean stove." He touched the warm stone on the wall, then tried to feel the heat from the copper pipe, his eyes shining. This house, in winter, it wouldn't be cold without a fire, would it? No one answered him, but he didn't care. He just became more and more excited, even walking around the house before standing at the doorway and looking down at the entire residential area. This is the Red Tide. At that moment, there was something in his eyes that Kosa had never seen before. It wasn't awe, nor envy, but something fanatical. Kosa didn't speak. He just stood in the house, looking at the clean cracks in the stone corners, the extinguished stove, and the copper ornaments on the windowsill. He had heard people say when he was a child that this was a place only imperial nobles could live in. But now, it was them, a group of barbarian boys, carrying cloth bags and wearing animal skins, walking into such a house. He remembered his old dwelling, a shack enclosed by wooden stakes, its roof leaking snow, smoke billowing only inside. When the wind was strong, he and his brother had to block the corners of the walls with tattered animal hides to barely survive the night. And here there was even hot water, a stove, dry rations, and a copper teapot. This contrast was more biting to Kosa than the cold wind. Kosa didn't know what others thought, but he couldn't look away. He muttered under his breath, "It's just a better road, a rounder house, not that great," but as he spoke, his steps slowed. Kosa suddenly wondered if his mother would stop coughing so much if she lived in a house like this. So he fell silent. Harem explained the rules of the day. Then added, "The food is on the table. Eat and get some rest. Someone will come to call you to assemble early tomorrow morning." The door closed. The room immediately fell silent. The air was filled with the aroma of bread and a slightly fermented, sour smell, the newly produced salted yellow cheese from Red Tide City. On the table was a basket of sliced bread, a pot of warm water, a small jar of cheese, and a few pieces of dried cured meat. Though not a lavish meal, it was excellent treatment for these boys who had traveled from the border village through wind and snow. One of the 12 barbarian boys rushed forward, grabbed a piece of bread, took a bite, and his eyes widened instantly. "Is this really what they eat every day? Didn't they say the Imperials only eat beans all day? What's this stuff called?" The boys chattered excitedly around the table, quickly finishing their meal with satisfied expressions. Kosa didn't move, simply sitting in a corner, watching them. He wasn't as excited as they were, nor did he completely disagree. There was just a faint sense of relief rising in his chest. Kosa had thought he was there as a hostage, even to be humiliated. But now he was simply in a warm room, eating soft bread with a few pears. Even his barbarian identity seemed less important. He couldn't help but lower his head, break off a small piece of bread, and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he suddenly chuckled softly. The road was indeed better paved, the houses were indeed rounder, but it did seem quite impressive. That night, Harem returned to the Red Tide City Hall. He didn't go back to his residence first, but waited a moment outside Lewis's study before being summoned. The room was brightly lit. Lewis, wearing a dark gray cloak, sat behind a long table reviewing a workshop budget draft. Bradley stood beside him, taking notes. "Come in," Lewis said without looking up. Harem entered the room, gave a half bow, and couldn't hide his excitement. "Reporting to you, sir, the 17 recommended boys from the border village have been successfully settled into the city's third-ring residential housing. They are in stable condition and have completed their registration. During their visit to the square, market, and living facilities along the way, the boys showed obvious shock, surprise, and longing, indicating an initial tendency to identify with the project." He paused briefly, then added, "As you instructed, I didn't indoctrinate them too much, I just let them see for themselves." The results were even better than expected. Bradley nodded, made a brief note, and turned to Lewis. "It seems the first small-scale implementation of the Lighthouse of Civilization project has been a success." Lewis closed the document in his hand, his gaze finally shifting to Harem, a satisfied smile on his face. "Well done." Harem lowered his head, his voice even lower. "I only did as you asked, sir. If it weren't for your exception 3 years ago, accepting me, a barbarian, and giving me an important position, I wouldn't be standing here today, let alone shoulder such a task. I won't let you down." Lewis looked at him, offering no response, only raising his chin. "I understand. Go back and rest." "Yes." Harem bowed and withdrew, the room returning to silence. Bradley flipped through the records, saying calmly, "I never imagined that taking him in 3 years ago would now be repaying the barbarian youth." Lewis chuckled softly. "This is just an example. Barbarians are people too. He's the first, and certainly not the last." Chapter 342 Factory and Training. The steam engine hummed softly, the furnace not yet fully heated. 8 looms stood in the workshop, the air still carrying the smell of a coal ash and lubricating oil. Dozens of skilled workers were already lined up neatly in the spacious, brightly lit weaving workshop. They were all dressed in uniform gray-blue artisan robes, with a red tide sun emblem sewn onto the hem. Some looked excited, some glanced around frequently, and some clenched their fists tightly. "The Lord has arrived," someone whispered. In an instant, all eyes in the workshop turned to the entrance. The next moment, the door opened, and Lewis walked in, dressed in gray casual clothes, the red tide sun emblem pinned to his chest. There was no entourage, only Bradley and Hamilton accompanying him, along with a few knights. No one had trained the workers on how to welcome him, but the applause erupted naturally like a flood. Like waves, it spread from the front to the back and back again. "Welcome, Lord," someone shouted. "It's Lord Lewis." An elderly craftsman's eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion. He raised his hand to signal for quiet, but the applause erupted again, even more enthusiastic than before. Lewis didn't adopt an authoritative posture, he simply smiled, a bitter smile tinged with helplessness. The next second, he slowly raised his hand, a wisp of subtle, resonant magic spreading out like a gentle breeze across the workshop. I know you're all excited, and so am I. His voice clearly reached everyone's ears, and the applause gradually subsided. He looked around at the rough but resolute faces, his tone softening slightly. I remember many of you. You were here in the first year, the second year, even before Red Tide City had its outer walls. Some started by moving stones, transporting materials through wind and snow. Some fired bricks and laid tiles, working 14 hours a day. Some slept in the workshop for 3 whole months just to fine-tune the precision of the first batch of gears. You repaired streets, built irrigation ditches, installed fireplaces, and endured food shortages and winter shutdowns. Red Tide is what it is today not because of me, but because you supported a city. Silence fell over the factory. The workers stopped applauding. Instead, their eyes reddened, and they instinctively straightened their backs. And now, what I want you to do is weave cloth. Lewis's tone suddenly tightened. But not for clothes, but for our children, so they won't have to freeze and wear tattered sacks through the winter. It's to sell Red Tide's cloth throughout the north, even to the capital, so they know we can make the best textiles in the world. You're old Red Tide people, the ones who built this city from the snow with your own hands, the most reliable people. I'm having you work here today not just because of your skills, but because you are trustworthy. He paused. The wages here are among the best in Red Tide, and your status will rise along with your skills. I hope that in 3 months, the first batch of export cloth will be woven here. You are not just working, you are writing Red Tide's history. After the last sentence, the room fell silent. Then a loud round of applause suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, as if someone had released a taut string, more people began to clap, shout, and whistle, making the entire workshop boil over. For the Red Tide, we'll see this through to the end. 10 machines aren't enough. We need 100. Standing to the side, the factory manager, Heaton, suddenly waved his arm and shouted, "Did you hear that? We're going to cover the north with the cloth of the Red Tide." The crowd roared with laughter, and applause erupted again. The enthusiastic applause still echoed in the distance, but the row of looms had fallen silent again. The steam pipes trembled slightly, and several unstarted Type 1 looms reflected a soft light in the sunlight. Lewis walked side by side with factory manager Heaton among the looms. "Are you manpower-wise?" he asked bluntly. "It's enough for now. We'll need to bring in 4 more batches of skilled workers from the technical camp later," Heaton replied quickly. "I've thoroughly studied Hamilton's blueprints, and the parts warehouse is also coordinating replenishment." "Good." Lewis glanced at the young craftsman cleaning up the debris from the trial run. "When there are more people, don't worry about their backgrounds. Whoever performs well will be promoted, and whoever causes trouble will be fired. I don't need to elaborate on the importance of this place," he spoke calmly, but there was no room for negotiation. Heaton stopped and nodded solemnly. "Understood. If you trust me, I won't let you down. I won't let the factory down, and I certainly won't let Red Tide down." Lewis looked at him for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I believe you." The sound of steam rose again from afar, and the bell in the weaving workshop rang exactly on the hour. This factory was just the beginning. Next, Red Tide's first weaving factory would become the mainstay of the entire Northern Territory's cloth production. Coarse cloth, linen, cotton fabrics, all kinds of everyday items would be continuously produced from these steam looms, and then transported from warehouses to various parts of the Northern Territory. Furthermore, the weaving factory will serve as a model, replicated in the second and third factories built after Red Tide. Utilizing the seaport, Red Tide's cloth will be packed in bulk and transported by cargo ships to the Southern Territory, in exchange for more salt, sugar, medicine, and ironware. If the guild market in the capital can be opened, it may even lead to direct connections with a Royal Capital Merchant Guild, opening up entirely new trade routes. Steam weaving is not merely about increasing efficiency, it is Red Tide's first step towards large-scale production. The number of barbarian youths moving into the domed house is increasing, from the initial 17 to 76. On their 4th day here, Harem brought another group of new faces. Upon entering, they cautiously looked around, some even instinctively reaching for their waists, as if checking if they were still carrying any swords, despite having been required to surrender all weapons before entering the city. Meanwhile, the long-time residents have gradually adapted to Red Tide's lifestyle. "Don't be nervous." Besha was the first to stand up, walking towards his new companions and patting one of them on the shoulder. "We were like this when we first arrived, but you'll get used to it quickly." Besha spoke naturally, his tone like welcoming a lost relative home. He even had a hint of pride. "I can almost recite the heroic deeds of the great lord." The new boy stared at him, somewhat confused. "You're one of them?" Besha smiled, grinning. "I'm a member of the Red Tide now." He spoke with confidence, even a touch of pride, as he gestured for everyone to eat. Steaming hot rye bread, stewed meat soup, and roasted vegetables were neatly arranged on the long table, one for each person. The ingredients weren't luxurious, but for these barbarian boys who used to eat dried meat in the snow, it was an absolute delicacy. The new boys pounced on the food, grabbing bread and stuffing it into their mouths. "Don't run around after you finish eating. Go take a shower later," Besha reminded him. "It's hot water, not from firewood, it's heated by pipes underground." The new boy pouted, muttering, "You're kidding, right?" But his chopsticks moved faster and faster, not wanting to waste a single piece of meat. Seeing him eat faster and faster, Kosa, sitting in the corner, only gave a soft hum. Kosa sat in the corner, slowly chewing his bread as usual, without saying a word. But his eyes were much softer than when he first arrived. Kosa remembered how he looked on his first day standing at the door of the hot water shower, his face full of doubt, as if facing some kind of trap. But when he actually stepped inside, and the hot water gushed down from the copper pipes, the warmth almost overwhelmed him. Now he had learned how to adjust the temperature, how to hang towels, and when to get his clothes. Their schedule was posted on the door, printed in standard imperial language, and the instructors checked daily to see if it was completed. Initially, he resisted, thinking it was a process of enslavement and domestication. But now he began to realize that as long as he followed the rules, not only would no one scold him, but he would also have enough to eat and wear, and sleep in a draft-free room. "It's not so bad after all," he muttered to himself. Bessa sat beside him, excitedly saying, "Next week we can visit the workshop. I heard their steam hammers can break rocks." "You really want to be a Red Tide person?" Kosa suddenly asked. Bessa didn't hesitate at all. "Of course. I used to have no home, no land, no food. Now I have a house, clothes, food. The Red Tide has given me everything. I want to stay and become an official, like Lord Harem." Harem had clearly become Bessa's idol. Kosa didn't say anything more and buried his head in his bread. Besides the living conditions, the training was also a bit different. After all the barbarian boys had arrived, the training at the Red Tide officially began. Kosa had been on the battlefield with his tribe when he was in the tribe, so he wasn't afraid at all. Imperial and barbarian youth stood mixed together in the ranks, treated equally without any special precautions. Kosa stood at the very end of the line, his gaze sweeping around. "Aura circulation, almost identical to what I've learned," he silently assessed. Whether it was the standard aura practiced by Imperial Knights or the primal battle intent emanating from the barbarian warriors, their essence stemmed from the same power system. Both utilized internal energy to enhance strength, speed, and endurance, but their underlying principles remained a mystery. Unlike the newly arrived barbarian youths, the Red Tide youths moved with synchronized rhythm, their bodies already adapted to this discipline. When the instructors gave the order to turn, there was no shouting, no whips, everyone obeyed. Kosa initially lagged behind, but a gray-haired youth beside him whispered, "You've miscounted your steps, just adjust half a step to the right." He grunted in response. But he wasn't good at expressing gratitude, so he said nothing more. That day was their first practical combat skills training session. The instructor leading the group was a burly man with a scar on his cheek, wearing the standard light armor of the Red Tide tribe. He walked with a brisk pace, kicking up the slush on the ground as he stepped to the front of the group. "My name is Bruck, training officer of the Red Tide Youth Camp." His voice was deep, yet it penetrated the entire training ground. No one spoke, not even daring to cough. "I don't care which noble family's sons you are. From the moment you stepped into this group, you are all Red Tide people." His gaze swept across the crowd, landing on a few of the most wary-looking barbarian youths. "I won't explain the circulation of battle ki, some of you know more than I do. Today we'll begin learning combat techniques, starting with a low stance slash." He paused, his expression darkening. "Don't think this is just fancy footwork. If you falter at the last step, the person next to you might lose their head. In the Red Tide, discipline is a soldier's life. You may not know battle ki, but you cannot disobey orders. Anyone who doesn't understand the instructions can go home and herd sheep." With that, he tossed his short sword onto the snow with a clatter and pointed to a row of wooden training dummies behind him, 10 low stance slashes each, in groups of 3. Change positions after 1 hour. Whoever fails will not get dinner tonight. The group remained calm, and everyone complied. Kosa had thought the Imperial's training was just writing and putting on airs, but he hadn't expected the first lesson to be practical combat techniques. Although it was a training wooden sword, it was incredibly heavy. On his first low slash, he crouched too low, resulting in a crooked strike. On the second, he went a little too fast, and the recoil made his wrist numb. No one laughed at him, because all the apprentice knights were pretty much the same. The gray-haired boy in his group even frowned and reminded him, "The sword is too high, it'll break the formation." Sako was beginning to understand what the Red Tide people meant by discipline. Just as they were practicing the fifth move, another squad next to them ran into trouble. A barbarian boy deliberately swung his sword faster, but ended up messing up the movement. The Imperial boy next to him couldn't keep up, and the entire formation immediately fell into chaos. One of them almost got his knee slashed and cried out in alarm. Instructor Brooke walked over and shouted, "If that slash you just made was on a real battlefield, your comrade would be dead." The barbarian boy tried to argue, "I just wanted to be faster." You practice being fast, disobey orders, and lose control by cutting your teammate. Brooke stared at him, his voice still not loud, but chillingly cold. Punishment: 10 rounds of low stance continuous combat. Everyone stop and watch. The entire training ground fell silent. The barbarian boy's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth and did as he was told. The Imperial youth who had been accidentally injured nearby said nothing, only silently returning to his position in the ranks. "Discipline isn't for show," Brooke said, turning to look at the entire group. "If you take the wrong step at the last moment, someone behind you will lose their life. Don't treat what we teach as mere slogans. And don't treat your comrades' lives as a joke." The training then shifted to battle formations. 3 people formed a group, 2 in front and 1 behind, taking turns slashing, practicing basic combat techniques with segmented, overlapping movements. Movements had to be synchronized. Each strike required control of distance, angle, and the timing of the sheath, allowing no room for error. "This isn't a one-on-one duel," the instructor emphasized. "Battle formations are for survival. If you want to continue like this, become a hunter, not a knight." Kosa gritted his teeth and persevered. His movements were agile, and his slash angles were accurate, but he quickly realized that coordinating flawlessly with others was 10 times harder than fighting alone. A slight misalignment in the formation meant the entire movement collapsed. But he gradually understood Brooke's meaning, the importance of discipline. Chapter 343: A Promising Night. An hour later, the training session ended. Brooke walked past each squad, offering brief evaluations. When he reached Kosa, he simply said, "You have talent." Kosa remembered that one sentence perfectly. That night, he sat on his dormitory bed, his wrist still throbbing, but he didn't frown. The Red Tide hadn't treated him differently because he was a barbarian. They taught real skills, practiced real fighting techniques, and even the punishments were real. This was a place that truly valued rules. And he had even begun to want to become a part of those rules. Kosa took out the Red Tide Knight promotion regulations from the cloth bag beside his bed. It was distributed during their first discipline class, 1 copy for each person. He hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was just empty rhetoric and regulations from the Empire. Now he opened the first page. Each regulation was clearly numbered, without any superfluous words or ambiguity. All military households' children could apply for promotion based on their combat merits. Those who complete the 2-year training camp and pass the final examination are considered qualified and can be included in the Red Tide Knights list. Those with outstanding performance may be recommended to enter the command system, serving as junior officers, assistant civil servants, or special envoys stationed abroad. Under the Red Tide law, all registered individuals enjoy equal legal protection, regardless of their origin, tribe, or place of origin. Kosa read slowly, line by line, as if confirming some kind of answer. He remembered his father's words before he left, "Forget the past, you are a Red Tide person." At the time, he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a compromise by an old man who had given up his tribal pride. But now, if the rules were real, if promotions were public, if hard work could really make him a real officer, then he wouldn't be a hostage stripped of everything, but standing on the first step of a completely new path. Regardless of origin, he murmured, almost unconsciously, "Then I have a chance, even starting from scratch, even with barbarian blood, he could become a member of this city." He suddenly understood that his father wasn't surrendering, but pushing him onto another battlefield where there was hope. Training began at 6 o'clock every morning. Even the warm houses and geothermal heating of Red Tide City couldn't alleviate the chill of this snowy land. Especially on the training ground, the frozen ground was covered in frost, and the echoes of weapons clashing were particularly clear in the morning air. Kosa was always the first to arrive, never late, and never perfunctory. He swung his sword more frequently than others, ran laps faster than others, and refused to stop early even when his arms trembled during battle or at training. He wasn't the only smart one, nor the only barbarian boy on whom expectations were placed. But he didn't want to just be a mediocre member of Red Tide. He wanted to become the strongest, not relying on anyone's favoritism, not relying on his father's instructions, but relying on himself to climb the city's ladder step by step. Kosa didn't make harsh remarks, nor did he like to show off, but in every combat skills test, his performance never fell out of the top 3. In the first live fire exercise, he led his team to complete victory. In the second combat assessment, he independently defeated 2 Imperial boys working together, and by the third time, even all the instructors remembered his name. On arrest day, Kosa and 4 other outstanding trainees from the border guard villages were taken to the Red Tide government building. This was the first time they had been allowed inside this tall building, made of gray stone and dark gold. The spotless floor tiles and the wooden doors with copper rivets exuded a sense of oppression, yet it was hard to pinpoint where it came from. They stood in a line, Kosa at the very end. He had expected an official to offer some encouragement or a lecture, but instead, the legendary Red Tide Lord himself appeared before them. Lewis was dressed in gray civilian clothes, with a Red Tide badge pinned to his chest. He didn't stand on the platform, but simply stood quietly before them. "You've worked hard. How have you been these past few days? Is the house warm? Have you been eating enough?" He didn't immediately talk about ideals or systems, nor did he first inquire about their loyalty. Instead, he cared about the most basic things. The boys below looked at each other, some embarrassed, some grinning, some bowing their heads in silence. After a moment, one of the barbarian boys answered softly, "It's very warm." The food was quite delicious too. Another boy nodded in agreement, his voice even softer. "It's just that the instructor is too fierce." Brooks' face darkened, while everyone else laughed, knowing it was a joke. Lewis smiled too. "That's just his face. Even I don't dare mess with him when he's not smiling." The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and several boys chuckled softly, even those who had initially stood ramrod straight unconsciously relaxing a bit. Lewis's smile faded, his tone hardening. "I know some of you came voluntarily, some were persuaded. Perhaps you're still wondering if you're here as hostages or to exchange for food." He looked around, then said earnestly, "But I want to tell you, no. You came here not for anyone else, not for the tribe, not to please the Empire. You came for yourselves, for a better future. To ensure your families don't go hungry this winter. In the Red Tide, birth and surname don't matter, only one thing determines your status: effort. Whoever trains the hardest, whoever scores the best, will go the furthest. You can return to your villages in 3 years, with knowledge and power, becoming overseers, or you can stay and become members of the Red Tide, becoming knights, craftsmen, or civil officials. Every path is open, without limits, but where you go depends on yourselves." He paused, then added, "The Red Tide doesn't support lazy people, but it never fails those who are willing to work hard." The boys exchanged glances, remaining silent for a moment, seemingly understanding but not quite. Some lowered their heads and tiptoed, while others' lips twitched as if they wanted to say something but held back. The youngest boy reacted most directly, whispering, I'll try my best." Immediately afterward, another older boy beside him nodded, "We won't let the adults down." Their words were clumsy and somewhat stuttering, but compared to the wary and reserved expressions they had when they first entered the city, their eyes now held a certain light. Kosa, standing at the back of the group, gazed at the short figure ahead, his heart warming slightly. If he truly practiced with all his might, he could truly live a different life. Kosa wasn't sure how far he could go, but he was certain he wanted to try. Just then, a gentle female voice rang in Kosa's ears. The boys instinctively turned to look. It was a young woman, standing on one side of the government building, her posture upright, her clothes elegant. Her long dress, styled in the Crimson Tide style, was faintly embroidered with barbarian totem patterns, and a silver feather amulet adorned her waist. Her long, silver-white hair and high-bridged nose made her instantly recognizable to almost every young man from the snowfield. Sif, the princess of the Cold Moon tribe. A name from the tribe's legends of yesteryear, she now stood in the government hall, looking at them with a gentle expression. Her gaze swept over everyone, her tone gentle. I was once one of you, born into a tribe, never imagining I'd stand here one day. I know that upon arriving in this city, you must feel a lot of unease, confusion, and perhaps even resentment. But you don't need to rush to change anything. As long as you're willing to learn and persevere, there will always be a place for you here. She paused, her eyes serious. The red tide won't look down on you just because you're a barbarian, nor will it deprive you of your deserved future because of your tribal origins. If you encounter any unfairness in the red tide, you can come directly to me. Here, no one should be born inferior. These words, though not heavy, were like a pebble dropped into a lake, stirring the emotions of every young man. Kosa stood in the crowd, gazing at that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, suddenly speechless. He didn't shout slogans or make any loud pronouncements. He simply lowered his head slowly, his right hand tapping his heart, his left hand pressed to his chest, performing an old barbarian salute. Several other young men followed suit. This was the highest form of respect for this barbarian princess. After the boys left, a brief silence returned to the room. Lewis stood by the window, watching their departing figures. What do you think of these guys? They have potential, Brooke said, his hands behind his back. Especially Kosa. His training record is the most consistent, his combat skills improve quickly, and his battle aura runs the most smoothly. He has the potential to advance to the transcendent level. Harem nodded in agreement. He basically gets up on his own, organizes his belongings, and follows a schedule. I had them try mentoring the new trainees, and they did quite well. Lewis gave a soft hum, then turned to the two of them. Select a few for focused training and provide targeted guidance. Add a basic course in administrative common sense to their curriculum, and give them a chance to conduct a field patrol. If they persevere, they could become captains, instructors, and the next harem. Brooke raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to put them in the government? I want to give it a try, Lewis said, looking at him. But the prerequisite is that they are loyal to the red tide. Not just lip service, but the kind of loyalty that won't waver or falter when it comes to crucial moments. Sif, who had been silent until now, walked over and added softly, then you have to let them know that the red tide will accept them, not just as tools, nor just as experimental subjects. Her tone was calm, but it was as if she was filling in the gaps that Lewis hadn't said. Harem and Brooke quickly replied, yes, sir. Lewis casually picked up a booklet recording training camp attendance and asked, Brooke, besides these barbarian trainees, what's the overall progress of the training of the other apprentice knights? Brooke was prepared and took out a roster from his pouch, respectfully handing it over. Just compiled, sir, according to the Bloodstone's testing, as of this month, throughout the entire Red Tide territory, including newly joined knight descendants and some refugee children, a total of 139 eligible youths have been confirmed to possess knightly blood. Of them, 34 have successfully entered the beginner level of martial arts and are listed as junior apprentice knights. The rest are currently undergoing basic training. Lewis nodded. Steady progress, without forcing growth. Right, no, Brooke answered crisply, all are being trained according to their progress. For those who are progressing slowly, we have arranged intensive accommodation and night classes, Harem added from the side. There are also a few children from knightly families who are performing well, but they don't receive preferential treatment. They are treated the same as commoners and refugees. Lewis raised his eyes and looked at him, saying, let them know that advancement depends on ability, not surname. Sif glanced at him but didn't interrupt, only nodding slightly. Brooke clasped his hands in response. Understood. Lewis closed the roster in his hand and said calmly, keep it up. After Brooke and Harem took their leave, the study fell silent. Lewis sat at the table, reopening the training camp roster, and underlined two names in red. These two were potential talents with extraordinary potential, as indicated by the daily intelligence system. He raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly, his fingertips lightly tapping the pages. From the day he stepped into the north, he knew that he alone could not change the situation. Continuously cultivating trainee knights and promoting new forces truly loyal to the Crimson Tide was the most basic and indispensable bargaining chip in this era. After all, knights were the ones who could truly decide the battlefield in this world. Even though the Crimson Tide now possessed new weapons such as magic explosion bombs, those weapons were ultimately just means. Ultimately, it is humans who can operate them. And in this world dominated by martial arts and the extraordinary, knights are the most skilled weapon users. No matter how calm the surface of the north may seem, the sky over the empire has begun to darken. Over the past 2 months, the keywords about the capital in the daily intelligence system have become increasingly dense: military factions, church funding flows, princes secretly recruiting knights, unusual motions in the council. These things are happening, and they may very well end in a cataclysmic upheaval even larger than that in the north. If we can remain unscathed, that would be best, he murmured to himself, but if we can't, then the Crimson Tide must also have the right to protect itself. His gaze swept over the list, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. In recent years, there has been more than one extraordinary talent like this circled on the list. Even if they are only in their infancy, it already represents that the Crimson Tide is gradually cultivating its own foundation. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at his personal bodyguard, well, who was standing to the side. The only potential peak knight. What level are you at now? Will seemed not to have reacted yet, hesitating for a moment. Are you asking me, sir? Yes. Will's expression was a little awkward, and he whispered, high-level elite knight, almost at my limit. I feel like one more step and I'll be transcendent. You should have said so earlier. Lewis raised an eyebrow. But you've been so busy lately, so I thought I'd wait a bit. You're really too honest. Lewis shook his head with a chuckle. But let's not delay any longer. Come with me to the Shadow Trial grounds. Will was taken aback. Sir, you're going? Yes, on the way to Dawn Harbor. We'll check on the results while we're there. Will straightened up. Yes, sir. Chapter 344 Castle Construction. Night had fallen outside, leaving only a faint red glow from the hearth fire. Lewis sat at his desk, flipping through the thick workshop daily report and labor list. 2/3 of the mountain road was now complete, the transport line was open, and soon most of the laborers would be idle, making them useful. Once the mountain road is finished, these people can be used for other things. Besides, it would be dangerous if such a large group of people were unemployed. Lewis took out a new piece of parchment, flattened it on the table, paused with his brush, and then began to write. A clean draft gradually took shape on the paper: the outer walls of the circular fortress, the location of the 4 towers, and their orientation towards the main street and square. These were images he had envisioned for a long time. At that moment, a soft sound came from the doorway, and Lewis turned to look. Emily leaned against the doorframe, wearing a light blue robe loosely tied at the waist. Her blue hair was simply tied back, with a few strands falling beside her neck, swaying gently in the firelight. She didn't come in, but leaned against the doorway, one long leg naturally crossed over the other, her expression carrying a gentle weariness. "What are you drawing?" Emily asked, her voice curious but low, afraid of waking the baby in the cradle. Lewis turned back to his drawing, the design of the new castle. He added a stroke, marking the height of the hearth tower on the south side. The mountain roads of Red Tide territory are almost finished. A large number of craftsmen and laborers are freed up. They need to be busy, doing something. Emily, intrigued, quickly took a few steps closer and looked down at the paper. The outline of a ring-shaped fortress was beginning to take shape. She slightly parted her lips and yawned. "Tell me about it," Lewis continued drawing while explaining to Emily. The main tower is located on the western highlands, overlooking the entire city. The hearth tower is near the geothermal zone, used for heating, surrounded by walls on all 4 sides, with a central road leading to the blazing Tide Plaza. He spoke slowly, as if mentally considering each location. Emily listened, her gaze fixed on the design drawing, the candlelight casting a soft glow on her face. The lines on the drawing were neat and simple. A few strokes depicted a magnificent castle, much like the man she knew, a man of few words, yet always capable of achieving perfection. Emily chuckled softly, moving behind him and leaning over to examine the paper. "It's beautifully drawn. I always felt you could do anything." Her breath was close, almost touching his shoulder. Lewis merely raised an eyebrow. "There are many things I can't do. I just think of doing things before others." Emily didn't speak further, her fingers gently smoothing the folds of Lewis's robe on his shoulder. Lewis noticed her closeness. The warmth of the fireplace mingled with her scent, carrying a faint floral fragrance. He didn't turn around, but simply said softly, "Now you're drawing the communications tower." Emily responded softly, her gaze no longer on the drawing. She reached out and straightened the crooked pen holder beside him, her fingertips lingering briefly on the back of his hand. "It's too late, you should rest," she whispered. Lewis looked up, his gaze meeting Emily's, and neither of them spoke. He reached out to extinguish the candle wick, leaving only a dim light in the room. The sound of snow still lingered outside the window, and the room was so quiet that only intermittent soft humming could be heard. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the thick curtains, illuminating the messy room. Mike opened his eyes, the first thing he saw being the huge beam on the ceiling. The room was large, but it was as chaotic as a construction site. Wooden crates piled halfway up the wall, blueprints and half-finished ale lay scattered on the table, and even hammers brought back from the workshop sat in the corner. On the other side of the bed, his wife was still curled up, muttering half asleep. "You've only been back 2 days, and you're already back to work." Mike sat up, putting on his sawdust-covered coat. "Lord Lewis called me. He said it's important," his wife sighed, pulling the blanket over her head. "You see Lord Lewis more often than you see me." Mike smiled, didn't reply, grabbed a few pieces of bread left over from last night, and poured himself a sip of cold tea. It wasn't very good, but he was used to it, and besides, even a bite of bread was a luxury in other parts of the north. When he stepped out of the house, it wasn't fully light yet, and a cold wind immediately filled his collar. Mike pulled his cloak tighter and climbed into the waiting carriage. "Let's go straight to the government building." The driver immediately whipped the horse, the wheels creaking crisply over the cobblestones. For convenience, Mike's house was near the artisans' quarter. The street lights were still sparse, and plumes of smoke, carrying the smell of a coal, were already rising from the forging district in the distance. The main street of Crimson Tide was gradually bustling with activity. Many apprentices and craftsmen recognized him and stopped to wave at the carriage window. "Good morning, Lord Mike. Is everything settled at the port?" Mike lifted the curtain and nodded in response. The carriage wasn't very warm, but he felt a long-lost sense of peace. Dawn Harbor had been busy for months, but things were now on track, and he could leave everything to Russell. His old bones no longer needed to guard it. Over the years, Mike had watched Crimson Tide transform from a wasteland into a land of roads, bridges, and walls. The thought of being a part of it filled him with warmth. 5 years ago, he was an old craftsman abandoned by the old Frost Spear City Guild. Now he was the chief engineer of Crimson Tide. "The Lord's kindness is truly not just empty words," he murmured to himself, a smile playing on his lips. The silhouette of the administrative building gradually became clearer in the mist. That was the cleanest place in Red Tide City, newly paved with stone bricks, the emblems on the doors gleaming. Mike pushed open the door and entered. The meeting hall was warm, the stove burning brightly. Lewis sat in the main seat, Bradley stood beside him, and a young clerk was organizing scrolls. Mike paused, quickly removing his gloves. "I'm sorry, sir, have you been waiting?" Lewis looked up. "It's all right, you've come at the perfect time." Mike glanced at the pile of parchment scrolls on the table, a suspicion forming in his mind. He'd only been back from Dawn Harbor for 3 days, barely catching his breath, and was already being summoned to the main hall. This didn't seem like a routine report. Lewis didn't exchange pleasantries, directly spreading several drawings on the table. The thick parchment's edges were weighed down by stones, and Mike tilted his head to look. The drawings were densely covered. They weren't just casual ideas, but a complete plan. It was the prototype of a ring-shaped fortress, the outer walls encircling the main castle, the south tower near the geothermal zone, and the west tower standing on a high slope, overlooking the entire city. The cross-sections, towers, underground levels, and pipeline routes were all neatly drawn, layered upon layer, as if they could be sent directly into the workshop for immediate work. Mike held his breath, his fingers involuntarily touching the drawing. "What are you planning to do?" Lewis replied directly, "Build a real castle. The mountain road is almost finished, the craftsmen and labor are available, it's time to start." "A castle," Mike repeated, his eyes gradually brightening from surprise. Lewis nodded. Finally, Mike couldn't help but laugh, his laughter filled with barely suppressed excitement. "To be honest, sir, what I've disliked most these past few years are those earthen buildings. They're not cold in winter, but what kind of hard is that for a territory? Red Tide territory has become the best in the north, and the Lord lives in those cylindrical buildings." Bradley chimed in, "This should have been done a long time ago. The sir finalized the first draft of the plan last night. I've invited you here today to confirm the procedures and timeline." Lewis picked up a pen, the nib lightly touching the parchment. "The outer walls will be 5 meters thick, starting construction from the northern section." He then traced a clean arc along the ink line. The rocks strata here are strong enough to bear weight. Once the foundation is stable, we'll extend southward. The outer walls will be a double-layered structure, with power and ventilation pipes inside, and cold iron on the outside. The top of the tower will be covered with red copper, which will conduct heat and prevent icing. The geothermal pipes need to be laid in advance, under the first floor, running around the entire north side. This is the furnace tower, close to the geothermal zone. We can try using the steam core for heating later. He looked up at Mike. Is it possible? Would that be too much of a stretch? Mike scratched his beard. It'll require several layers of branch pipes, but it's feasible. If the fire pressure is too high, we'll add a buffer valve. As for the steam core, I'll have Hamilton try it. Lewis nodded and added a mark to the drawing. Bradley, watching from the side, interjected, what about the grain storage area? Won't it get too hot if it's too close? Lewis thought for a moment and drew another partition wall outside the wing. Add a ventilation shaft to this floor. The heat will dissipate, and there won't be a problem. Bradley nodded and didn't say anything more. Lewis continued drawing upwards. This is the west tower and the main castle. He pointed out the outline of the towers. The main castle is my own residence, and also serves as a watchtower. An observation deck and beacon tower will be added to the top. A spiral staircase can be placed up there, Mike added. That way it'll be easier to operate in case of an emergency. The east tower will be for communications, displaying swift birds and signal flags. The north tower will be for defense, storing spare weapons and magic explosive devices. The main road will enter from the south gate and lead directly to the Blazing Tide Plaza. Mike listened, nodding repeatedly, his eyes fixed on the blueprints. How wide will this main road be? 8 meters, Lewis replied, enough for trucks to travel side by side. What materials will we use? You decide the materials. The conversation between the two was short and concise, while the annotations on the blueprints grew increasingly dense. When all the designs were finalized, Mike stared at the blueprints for a long time before saying, this layout is too smooth. Defense, heating, and transportation are all well thought out. My lord, this is not the kind of thinking a craftsman could come up with. If you're a craftsman, you would be the world's #1 craftsman, Lewis simply said. Stop flattering me. Mike scratched his head sheepishly. I'm serious. Bradley looked at the blueprints with great excitement. If it were built according to this blueprint, it would probably become the #1 castle in the north. It would be a wonder. Mike laughed. That's good. That's worthy of the Lord's greatness. Lewis put down his pen and pushed the blueprints between them. Any questions? If not, you can take it back and refine it. Mike shook his head, his expression unusually serious. No questions, my lord. Even if I die on the construction site, I will build this castle for you. Lewis glanced at him and laughed. I can't bear to see you die. If you fall, I'll have to personally supervise, then I'll do my best. Mike rolled up the blueprints, tied them with a rope, and felt lighter all over. He stood up, his chair sliding backward with a dull thud. I'll go to the workshop to arrange the men, Mike said with a smile and a salute, his voice brimming with excitement. This time, they'll have to see the wonders the Lord has painted. Lewis simply nodded. Go ahead, Mike responded, turned, and strode out the door. The moment the thick door closed, only the low crackling of the hearth fire remained in the air. Bradley stood still, waiting until Mike's footsteps had completely faded before taking a letter from his pocket. The envelope was stamped with a deep blue wax seal, the seal bearing the image of a dragon. This was delivered last night, he said, deliberately lowering his voice. A letter from His Highness Prince Attis, the 6th Prince. Lewis took the letter and immediately opened it. His gaze swept across the letter, his lips twitching slightly as if reading its contents. Next April, Frost-stricken territory will hold a Northern Reconstruction Conference. It will be chaired by Camille, the Imperial Envoy, and lords from all regions must send representatives to discuss the future of the North and territorial reconstruction plans. Lewis put down the letter, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. In other words, the next Northern Reconstruction Conference will be held next April, and the location has already been set in Frost-stricken territory. Bradley frowned, his voice lowered. Didn't he consult you? Lewis shook his head, but his tone was calm, even carrying a hint of pity. No, he directly stated in the letter that he, on behalf of all the lords of the North, sincerely invites Crimson Tide territory to attend, and he even calculated the time for me. Bradley's expression grew colder, although he is the reconstruction envoy appointed by the imperial capital. What aspect of the North's current administration, supply lines, And military is not maintained by you, sir. This arrangement makes it seem as if he is the Lord of the North. Lewis smiled, a smile devoid of any dissatisfaction, but rather carrying a hint of nonchalance. It's normal for him to want some recognition. After all, life in Frostriggan territory isn't easy. He folded the letter again and put it aside. Frostriggan territory isn't far from Red Tide, and the journey is relatively convenient. Let's go take a look. Bradley nodded, still somewhat indignant. I'll draft the reply. Yes, Lewis said. Just write that I will attend on time. Bradley wrote it down in his notebook. Lewis leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. Originally, I was planning to hold a conference in 2 years. Anyway, I'll have to meet them eventually. Staying in Red Tide territory all the time isn't good. Seeing other people's cities might lead to some interesting discoveries. Then I'll go back and prepare. Bradley closed his notebook, bowed, and left. Only Lewis remained in the room, thinking about the contents of the letter. He wasn't worried about the prince using his power to seize power. After all, in this frozen land, whoever controls the grain controls the order. The Empire gave him the title of Asta, but not a cartload of flour. Such an envoy was destined to live only by posturing. Oh well, it's a good opportunity to see how many nobles in the North are truly loyal to him. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 New Intelligence in Shadow Valley. When Lewis woke up, the usual quiet was gone. He turned his head and saw Emily half asleep, soothing the baby against the pillows. The 5-month-old infant wasn't crying, he just stared at him quietly with wet eyes, as if contemplating the 3 great questions of life. Lewis smiled gently, leaned down and kissed Emily's forehead, whispering, "I'll take care of it. You can sleep a little longer." Emily nodded, handed the baby to him, snuggled back into the pillows, and quickly drifted back into a light sleep. Lewis picked up the baby. The tiny body nestled softly in his arms, the chubby fingers clutching his shirt, not very strong, but very tightly. "You're up even earlier than me," Lewis chuckled softly, gently rocking and soothing the baby before raising his hand and making a gesture in the air. A familiar humming sound rang out almost inaudibly, and a semi-transparent screen of light unfolded before him. Daily Intelligence Update complete. 1. Duke Raymond is secretly mobilizing his 3rd Legion without reporting to the capital. 2. Kosahanshi possesses the potential of a peak knight. 3. The veteran squad under the Steel Fang Mad King of the North Sea is heading to Dawn Harbor to plunder ships and will arrive in 15 days. Lewis sat on the edge of the bed, holding his child, glancing at the first item with a calm expression. "Another one," he said indifferently. Since the Emperor's disappearance, he had read countless intelligence reports on the movements of the Imperial High Command. Who mobilized troops, who expanded their forces, who allied with whom, there were new variables almost every day. The powder keg of power was already full, waiting for a spark to fall and blow the entire empire to pieces. However, this time was different. Spencer Raymond, he murmured the name, took out a small booklet from his bedside table, and turned to the page about Duke Raymond. The youngest duke in the empire, 36 years old, the current patriarch of the Raymond family, whose territory is located between the northern border and the southeastern provinces. His military reputation is tough and conservative, and he is currently aligned with the 4th prince. Lewis then noted down the following: secretly mobilizing the 3rd Legion's forces without reporting to the capital. "We'll have to deal with him sooner or later," he said softly. He underlined the words mobilization without reporting, then closed the booklet and continued reading the next piece of intelligence. The second piece of intelligence made him raise an eyebrow and his eyes brighten. 2. Kosahanshi. Preliminary testing shows he has the potential to be a peak knight. Kosahanshi, he remembered the name. This barbarian boy was one of the first outstanding trainees from the border village to come to the Red Tide. He had met him just 4 days ago. Tall and steady, he didn't talk much during training, but he was almost always in the top 3 in every assessment. Unexpectedly, he was the 2nd knight with peak potential after Wheel. Lewis stroked the child's soft hair, pondering for a moment. The Crimson Tide has finally produced its 2nd peak prospect, but he wasn't too worried about the boy's barbarian identity. Facts had already proven that the Crimson Tide system was the strongest assimilation tool. "It just needs time," he whispered. "Have Brooke and Harem put in more effort, and once he's integrated sufficiently, bring him to your side. Just like Whale, to feel the warm glow of the northern sun. Thinking of this, he looked down at the baby in his arms. The little guy was biting his tiny fist, his eyes darting around, clearly already fully awake. You also feel your old father's radiance? Lewis asked with a smile. If you were a little older, I'd let you try the bloodstone too. The baby, of course, didn't understand, waving his little hand high, making one unable to help but smile. 3. The veteran squad under the Iron Tooth King of the North Sea is heading to Dawn Harbor to plunder ships, arriving in 15 days. The third piece of intelligence caused Lewis's eyes to change slightly, but only for a moment. Steel-Toothed Mad King's veteran squad, as expected, they've got their eyes on us, he pondered for a moment, his gaze deepening. Iron-Toothed Mad King Cavill, the North Sea pirate king known as the Steel-Toothed Mad King, was one of the most troublesome entities along the northern coast. Not only was he ferocious and tyrannical, but he was also famous for his hundreds of small harassing ships, which roamed the North Sea like a pack of wolves, plundering countless caravans, fishing boats, and isolated ports every year, day after day for decades. The Imperial Navy had also launched numerous raids, each time ending in failure. Once Broken Wave Bay opened to navigation, Dawnport, as a new trading hub, would inevitably become one of the Mad King's top targets. This time, a veteran reconnaissance squad under his command had arrived. While it didn't necessarily mean that he himself was about to take action, it undoubtedly meant that Dawnport had come into the sights of the Black Sail forces. Lewis remained calm, only slightly frowning. But it's just a squadron after all. Even if cavalry brings the fleet, there's no need to be afraid. We'll meet them head-on, and if they dare to get close, we'll let them know that Dawn is not their hunting ground. He stood up and placed the child back in Emily's arms, saying softly, "Tomorrow, I should go to Dawn Harbor." Emily nodded gently, the baby's little hands still waving in midair, as if still longing for her father's embrace. The light outside the window was already bright, a new day had begun. Before departing, Lewis summoned several core operators. First was Bradley. "The harvest season is coming up, and I might not be back. Keep an eye on things," Lewis said, glancing at the agricultural report spread out beside him. "Have someone take stock of the estimated yields from farmland across the region, paying particular attention to wheatfield territory." Bradley, standing nearby, quickly took notes. "Yes, sir. Winter supplies must be stockpiled now," Lewis continued. "Grain, salt, fuel, winter cloth. Prepare the red tide supplies in advance. As for supplies for the other territories in the north, we'll decide when I return." Bradley nodded and replied in a deep voice, "Understood. I will personally oversee it." After giving these instructions, Lewis summoned Hamilton. The young craftsman wore an oil-stained leather apron, his hair plastered to his forehead by sweat. Upon seeing Lewis, he nervously rubbed his hands together, his voice low. "Sir, that steam loom, we've already started mass production." "Very good," Lewis nodded, his eyes showing approval. "You've done well, Hamilton." Hamilton lowered his head shyly. "Actually, Mr. Mike helped me a lot. I just modified the blueprints." Lewis smiled. "Next, I want you to focus on propulsion." The boy looked up, hesitant. "You mean, the steamships on land?" Lewis nodded. "But I heard you've encountered a bottleneck with marine steam engines." Hamilton scratched his head. "Yes, for ships, the heat output isn't enough to drive the propellers, and it's even harder when carrying heavy loads." "Then try a land-first steam engine," Lewis suggested. "No need to rush, start with the easy ones." Hamilton's eyes lit up. "I understand. I'll try drawing a new blueprint these next few days." "Don't rush, take your time. But don't let your train of thought falter." "Understood, sir." Next came Brooke, who was now in charge of training apprentice knights and had been summoned by Lewis. The burly Brooke stood ramrod straight as he entered. "My lord, did you summon me for something?" "From now on, the management of the training camp will be upgraded by 1 level, Lewis said in a deep voice. "Focus on 3 types of people, those showing signs of breakthrough, those with abnormal discipline, and those of barbarian origin, especially that Sacco." Lewis nodded. "I think he has potential, explosive power. You need to keep an eye on him." Brooke frowned. "Sacco? Of barbarian origin, that's why you need to keep an eye on him." Lewis softened his tone. "People of barbarian origin, if isolated before being accepted, will instinctively retreat into their own tribe's shell, and then we will never be able to keep them." Brooke took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. I understand, my lord. I will arrange for Harem to assist. Lewis responded. Brooke bowed slightly, turned, and withdrew. Finally, Lewis put on his cloak and walked out of the main hall, where the elite entourage waiting outside was already fully prepared. This team consisted of 18 carefully selected members from the Crimson Tide Knights, 15 high-ranking elite knights and 3 extraordinary ones. Each was equipped with full battle gear and battlefield magic bombs, and their movements were synchronized. A knight squad like this could practically roam the entire Northern Territory. Lewis walked to the door, glanced at them, and nodded slightly. Let's go. In the early morning, before the fog had completely dissipated, the outline of Shadow Valley was already faintly visible in front of the knights. A group of more than 10 riders moved slowly, with rough stone stakes and simple wooden fences along the edge of the road. The distant mountains still retained their old appearance as weathered tombs. However, the outer sentry posts, traps, and beacons had long since transformed it into a secret stronghold of the Crimson Tide territory. Lewis reined in his mount and looked down from a high point on the hillside. There were 3 lines of defense at the entrance of the valley, deliberately kept simple in appearance, but actually concealing traps. The outermost perimeter consisted of barricades disguised as old wooden stakes and alarm devices with trigger wires. The middle ring concealed multiple underground magical explosive traps, capable of targeting large numbers of enemies. The inner ring was manned by 2 carefully selected patrol knights, their shifts frequent and their routes overlapping, ensuring they could detect any unusual activity immediately. It's more organized than before, he muttered, and before his attendant could report, light footsteps echoed from the entrance to the Shadow Valley camp. Arian, cloaked, strode in, his face dusty but visibly excited. The head of Shadow Valley, one of the earliest loyal followers of Crimson Tide, bowed respectfully. Lord Lewis, I didn't expect you to come in person today. Just passing by. Lewis dismounted and tucked his gloves into his belt. How are the recent promotions going? Here's a brief report. Arian pulled a brief booklet from his cloak. In the past 3 weeks, 3 people have broken through to the level of extraordinary knight, and 17 have broken through to the level of elite knight. One of them had his will broken during the low-temperature sensing trial, but after we adjusted the pace and potion ratio, he participated again and successfully advanced. He spoke slowly, but his words carried a certain confidence, clearly very satisfied with the current process. Lewis flipped through the list and nodded in satisfaction. Breaking through to the level of extraordinary knight was no easy feat. Most elite knights, even in their entire lives, failed to cross that threshold. But in Shadow Valley, 3 people had succeeded in just 1 month, an achievement unparalleled in the entire empire. Not to mention the many more certificates for successful advancement to elite, each representing future potential. Among these people, a few will surely grow into the backbone of the Red Tide, and they will certainly remember who gave them this opportunity. True loyalty is not won through oaths, but through faith and the gratitude for changing one's destiny. And these knights forged in the fire will one day repay this dedication of loyalty, even with their lives. Lewis thought to himself, it seems this spiritual forge is indeed worth investing so many resources and manpower in. Arian tentatively suggested, if you have time, I recommend you personally observe the latest round of training at the altar. The procedures have been adjusted again since your last visit. Lewis smiled. I'm planning to, and it just so happens that Will is also attempting a breakthrough this time. Will? Arian was taken aback, then looked at the ever-silent young guard in surprise. He's already reached the critical point, almost. Will scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, I'm just a little short, but I've been too embarrassed to ask. That's truly. Arian rarely showed surprise. To step into the transcendent at such a young age? You're the first among the Red Tides group. Lewis patted Will's shoulder lightly. He's no less capable than others. This is a good opportunity for us to see the actual results of the mental forging furnace. Understood? Arian's smile turned serious. I'll take you there now. Arian personally led the way, and Lewis and his group entered several core areas one by one. The first was the Shadow Moss cultivation room. In the semi-enclosed greenhouse, 3 types of Shadow Moss were meticulously planted in separate zones. The catalytic type for purification of breakthrough potions, the anti-hallucination type for fumigation protection, and the focus type, a key ingredient in the mental shock bomb. Several apothecaries were sealing the extracted viscous liquid into transparent vials and placing them into wooden crates marked with batch numbers. Lewis approached to observe, casually picking up a vial and gently shaking it a few times under the light. The color was stable, and the concentration was uniform, clearly indicating excellent quality. Very good, he nodded softly, his expression amiable. This batch of catalysts is quite good, Arian replied with a smile. After adjusting the formula to a more stable range, the yield increased by nearly 10%. Next, they entered the lizard beast control area. Inside the spacious cave, two soul-eating lizard beasts, adorned with control devices, were undergoing mental manipulation training. One of them growled and released shockwaves, while several night cadets observed the interference range and waveform distribution from behind. Finally, they arrived at the central altar area, the willpower breakthrough training room. In the center of the stone-structured domed rotunda, a low-temperature crystal platform stood silently, surrounded by magical energy condensate and protective runes. Several auxiliary knights were conducting preliminary checks. Lewis stood by the threshold, surveying the scene for a moment before softly remarking, "Transforming a wasteland into what it is now is truly remarkable." He turned to Arian and smiled. "The overall process is quite mature. You've done a great job, thank you for your trust, sir," Arian said, his tone softening as he bowed slightly. Lewis patted Will on the shoulder, his tone gentle yet expectant. "Go in. We all have high hopes for you." Chapter 346 Wiles Bloodline Talent. Preparations for the trial chamber are underway. The core area of the Shadow Trial Grounds, the stone hall known as the Willpower Breakthrough Altar, is now completely sealed off. Several auxiliary technicians clad in alchemical white robes are busily adjusting the potion concentration and temperature control devices around the central stone platform. A faint white mist begins to drift in the air above the altar, atomized shadow moss spores, and is slowly introduced into the various air circulation ducts as the indoor temperature gradually decreases. This space was originally the main sacrificial hall of the ancient Snow Oath people, its walls covered with broken ritual patterns. The rings of eerie blue phosphorescence flicker slightly in the thick mist, creating a near-tangible mental pressure. In this chilling atmosphere, several knights undergoing breakthroughs sit cross-legged on the ground, immersed in their agonizing struggles, completely unaware of what is happening outside. Their battle aura flickers, some tremble uncontrollably, some even mutter incoherently under the influence of hallucinations, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. This state is precisely the effect of the mental disturbance zone, forcing them to break through. In principle, the breakthrough process consists of 3 stages. First is fumigation stimulation. The atomized spores enter the body directly through respiration, stimulating nerves, amplifying mental perception, and forcing the subject's core will to expose itself to a certain extreme boundary. The second stage is drug catalysis. The knight is injected with a catalyst made from azure honey and frostblood red berry to stabilize the internal aura circuit, alleviate the side effects of the spores, and activate potential bloodline factors. Finally, there is the tidal breathing technique. This is a highly concentrated technique used to guide the aura throughout the body, completing the final breakthrough under the triple state of extreme cold plus high pressure plus hallucination. However, in reality, it's far from the ideal. Stimulating the aura core brings intense hallucinations and mental confusion, often triggering fragments of fearful memories, testing the knight's composure to maintain aura circulation even on the verge of death. Although the antidote was available, the knights still repeatedly collapsed during the process, some even failing completely and being forcibly aborted from the trial. Standing in the observation room, Lewis frowned slightly as he watched the knight who had just fainted and was being carried away by the technicians. "Is the intensity still too high?" he muttered to himself. "It is indeed too harsh for ordinary knights," Arian replied in a deep voice, "but this is the best breakthrough method I have ever heard of." The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. At this moment, the technicians nodded to them, indicating, "Sir, everything is ready." Lewis turned to look at Will and smiled. "Then don't drag it out too long. If you don't break through within 5 hours, I'll be leaving." "Huh?" Will was taken aback. "Just kidding." Lewis patted his shoulder lightly. "Relax." Arian was slightly surprised. 5 hours? It usually takes 2 or 3 days for an elite knight to break through to the transcendent level. If it takes more than 4 days, it will be considered a failure. He paused, then added, "The shortest time we have recorded is exactly 28 hours. Lewis just smiled and did not explain further. He knew these common-sense facts, of course, but he also knew that Will was different. This boy, who had grown up beside him since childhood, was recognized as a genius by the daily intelligence system and had already shown the brilliance of his talent. Moreover, according to Will himself, he had already reached the door, only 1 step away. Although his earlier joke, "I'll wait for you for 5 hours, was just meant to ease the tension, a secret expectation inexplicably rose in Lewis's heart. But this only made the boy's face tighten for a moment, clearly making him even more nervous. Arian noticed this and whispered a word of advice. "Relaxing a little will make it easier to get through." Will nodded nervously, took a deep breath, and stepped through the stone door. The moment he stepped into the stone hall, Will felt that something was wrong with the air. The moment he stepped into the stone hall, a faint white mist lingered in the air, and a chill slowly crept into his brain along his nostrils, like fine needles gently pricking the depths of his consciousness. Although he hadn't officially started his breathing technique yet, he could already feel the subtle signs of tension on his mental level. Several alchemists were adjusting the final temperature control and potion nozzles on the outside. The atomizing device was running smoothly, and the scent of Shadamas had already spread. Will walked steadily in and stopped in front of the stone platform marked with a sensor circuit. He subconsciously looked towards the observation room, and sure enough, Lewis was still standing there, nodding slightly to him. Will gained a sense of certainty, took a deep breath, and slowly sat down in the cold mist, adjusting his posture. The meditation breathing technique naturally emerged in his mind, and he steadily guided the flow of his internal energy, synchronizing it with the gradual cooling of the trial room, preparing to enter the next stage. But the next moment, a sudden mental pressure surged like a tidal wave, and flames exploded deep in his memory. It was the night the village was plundered, the Snowsworn rode into the streets, torches sweeping across the rooftops. Will was still young, and his mother desperately dragged him out of the burning house, fleeing all the way. Later memories became increasingly blurry, only remembering iron locks, whips, and bloody wooden cages. The customers who came to choose slaves sized him up with the same scrutinizing eyes they would use to select livestock. Good quality, price negotiable, not bad teeth, take him back and train him. Those scenes of humiliation etched into his very bones surged back like a tidal wave, fueled by the spores. Will could barely breathe, his entire body pressed down, unable to move. But suddenly, a warm light shattered the gloom of the illusion. It was as if some warm power was slowly unfolding in the deepest recesses of his consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw, at the edge of the chaotic illusion, a figure standing in the sky, reaching out to him like the first ray of sunlight piercing an abyss. It was Lewis, his silhouette indistinct, yet shining exceptionally bright in Will's mind, like some unbearable presence, superior to the mundane, superior to everything. It wasn't just the image of the Crimson Tide Lord, but the only truly worthy target of his loyalty in this life, unquestionable, unshakable. Like dawn illuminating a snowfield, it would rise without prayer. In that instant, all the oppression seemed to find its footing. Will took a deep breath, his breathing quickening, his battle key surging like a raging fire. Breaking through the critical point, his battle key erupted in a ring of crimson flames, then condensed into a swirling flame around him. The entire stone hall seemed to respond to his awakening. The red light exploded in the mist, illuminating Will's tightly closed eyes and clenched teeth. He had finally broken through. The red light in the trial room gradually faded, leaving only a faint warmth lingering in the low air. Will sat quietly, the afterglow of his battle key still lingering on his body. He felt as if he had experienced an indescribable storm, his entire body as if it had been peeled open and rebuilt. The battle key channels in his chest flowed more smoothly than ever before, as if even his heartbeat was in sync with it. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was that familiar figure. Lewis was standing behind the glass, slightly surprised, yet with an undisguised sense of relief. Did I succeed? Will murmured to himself, his throat dry. Meanwhile, a few soft murmurs drifted from outside the training area. Impossible. How long? He went in less than half an hour ago, didn't he? Was there some kind of malfunction? No. Arian's voice held undisguised shock. Maintaining red battle aura in this state means he's already completed his transcendent breakthrough. That means he really only took less than 30 minutes. Even the alchemy assistant, who was adjusting the atomization temperature control system, stopped what he was doing and stammered. The master just said he wanted to personally experience the fumigation stage, and I just adjusted the temperature to the standard, and that guard actually completed the breakthrough directly. Lewis chuckled, shaking his head helplessly, but his eyes clearly showed surprise and relief. Never mind, I won't go in and join the fun today. Arian gazed at the direction of the training room for a long time, finally sighing softly. I remember, the fastest recorded time was 26 hours. And he did it in less than half an hour. The door slowly opened, Will stood up and walked out, his battle aura already concealed. A faint scent of the medicine and spores still lingered in the air, but it was no longer a problem for him. He walked up to the crowd and stood as usual, showing no excitement. Until Lewis approached and gently patted his shoulder. "Well done." Will opened his mouth, but didn't speak. This affirmation weighed more heavily on him than any honor in the world. From this moment on, he had truly stepped into the ranks of the Red Tide Territory's top forces, and could contribute even more to Lord Lewis. Will bowed his head and solemnly said, "Thank you, sir." Lewis smiled and said, "Don't be so polite with me. How do you feel?" "I've become much stronger, sir," Will replied earnestly. "My battle aura is much clearer than before. Also, I've awakened my bloodline talent." The people around were stunned. The proportion of those who awakened their bloodline talent was not high, probably less than 30% among extraordinary knights. "Bloodline talent, absolute defense," Will whispered. "I can sense it. Once activated, my battle aura will automatically spread into a protective domain centered on me, which can protect those around me." The scene was silent for a moment. "It's an area of effect defense," someone exclaimed in a low voice. "This is perfect for guarding," Arian murmured. "Most bloodline talents are offensive. This kind of pure defense is very rare." But Lewis's expression didn't show much surprise. Almost all peak knights awaken bloodline talents, and Will already had that possibility. He turned to Arian. "Wasn't there a temporary training ground set up on the east side of the canyon? Take him there and test its effects." "Yes," Arian reacted and immediately accepted the order. The group quickly moved to a new location. The canyon's terrain was enclosed and had long been used as a training ground by the Shadow Valley team, making it perfect for talent testing. Several simple wooden observation platforms were erected at the edge of the training ground, surrounded by dozens of Crimson Tide Knights. Everyone knew that this would be a rare demonstration of talent in actual combat. Will stood in the center of the field, took a deep breath, and softly activated his internal battle key, bloodline talent, absolute defense, activated. With each breath, a pale red glow emanated from his body, rapidly expanding into a semi-transparent shield centered on him, covering an area of about 4 meters, enveloping him and several Crimson Tide Knights beside him. The shield was as thin as a curtain of water, yet incredibly stable. The air and sound seemed to be suppressed, even the dust on the ground fell silent. The first test knight stepped forward, a burly extraordinary knight wielding a spear, his battle aura intense. He concentrated for a moment, channeling his battle aura to his arm, unleashing a blue flame from his spear as he thrust it fiercely at the shield. Thump! Sparks exploded, the spear tip bouncing back like a hammer blow. The tester staggered back 3 steps, his spear humming, his palm bones tingling, a look of astonishment on his face. The second knight switched to a broadsword, channeling his battle aura into both hands, unleashing a horizontal slash, its sharpness overwhelming. The shield rippled slightly, deflecting the entire strike. Not even a ray of light could penetrate it. That attack just now, in real combat, would have been enough to shatter a rock wall, he said through gritted teeth. The third test subject was an elite specializing in penetration and rapid combos. His battle aura condensed at his fingertips, unleashing 3 consecutive thrusts, each carrying a red spiral of battle aura. The result was the same as before, the shield only rippled, without a single flaw. A murmur of amazement rippled through the observation platform, and everyone's eyes were almost entirely focused on the red light barrier surrounding Will. "That's incredible, these are all true extraordinary knights, and they're completely unaffected, and he just broke through. This talent, if used to protect Lord Lewis, would be a godsend." Next, Will proceed with a magic test. This time, Lewis stepped forward personally. He raised his right palm, a wisp of red magic gathering at his fingertips. It was only a slight fluctuation, yet many people instinctively held their breath. Lewis didn't use his full strength, after all, he didn't want anyone to know his true power. He simply used the most basic magic to begin with, a compressed fireball spell. Boom! The fireball shot towards the shield, but before it even made contact, it was repelled by a red light and instantly disintegrated. He then unleashed a series of attacks, Ice Spike combo, Wind Pressure Cut, and a small lightning blast. Each spell was firmly blocked by the shield, not even the aftershocks penetrated. When the final lightning blast landed, the shield shook violently, its light rippled like waves. Will's face paled, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, yet he remained ramrod straight. Seeing his strain, Lewis slowly withdrew his attack. Silence fell once more. Using magic of this caliber, and it didn't break, someone exclaimed in a low voice. This isn't an ordinary shield, he's only at the initial stage of the transcendent realm, and Lord Lewis's spells just now far exceeded the limits a knight can withstand. The magic flow was so precise, it doesn't seem like just a casual strike. Lewis slowly withdrew his attack, ignoring the exclamations, his gaze thoughtfully fixed on Will. He silently assessed the shield's characteristics and practical value. Will's absolute defense could cover several people in an instant, creating an extremely rare safe zone in the chaos of battle. The dual ability to withstand both physical and magical impacts means it will no longer be merely a means of personal survival, but could become a crucial fulcrum for commanders to deploy troops, transfer the wounded, and break through encirclements. This ability can save many people on the battlefield in the future, he murmured, his tone carrying a thoughtful certainty. Will whispered, I've always had a feeling this is some kind of arrangement. He looked up at Lewis, his eyes filled with an almost fanatical conviction. This is the power bestowed upon me to protect you. Lewis smiled upon hearing this. Then from today onwards, you will be my last shield. Will stood ramrod straight, his shoulders involuntarily tense, as if accepting some kind of vow. He bowed deeply, his voice firm. Yes, sir. Chapter 347 Plunder and Development. The ship rocked slightly, the masts and chains clanging occasionally. Several pirates squatted on deck, mending cracks, their tools striking the planks, the air thick with a damp, fishy smell. The Mad King's latest order was to circle south, intercept a merchant fleet of the Azure Tide Guild, seize designated cargo and people, and deliver them to his flagship in the deep sea. Bag was the captain of this squad, but he had no idea what the cargo was. It was sealed tightly, and even they hadn't seen it. Some crew members said it was an alchemical product that could set the entire sea ablaze. Others said it was an offering the Mad King intended for some ancient god. No one cared about the truth. It was just a spice in their monotonous sea voyage. The truth was, they had hijacked the Azure Tide Guild's ship but received no spoils. A third of the fleet had perished in the attack, even the helmsman had fallen. Now, the waters of Broken Wave Bay held 30 more of their brothers' corpses, in exchange for a pile of bottles and jars, and a few prisoners. Bag sat in the cabin, slowly chewing as he picked fish bones from between his teeth. 30 brothers for a bunch of junk in an iron box and a few men, not even a woman. The Mad King might want treasure, but we don't even have half a barrel of rum. He kicked the barrel in frustration, sending it crashing to the ground. Blood-stained rum seeped into the wood, and the crew and pirates rushed to right it. The boss is right, a pirate leaning against the barrel said, slurring his words. 30 brothers, wasted in that godforsaken place. The Mad King's really insane. He just finished fighting the Empire, and now he dares to mess with the Federation's balls. Doesn't he fear getting bitten off? HMPH, not the first time, a scarred helmsman said, cracking the cork with his teeth and taking a large gulp. The Mad King wants to take the whole sea under his nose, but he doesn't understand those alchemical contraptions at all. We've lost men, and we still don't know what we're transporting. Maybe he does, the old ship's doctor, sitting slowly at the hatchway, said, but we're not worthy to know. This remark immediately sparked a burst of laughter on deck. Not worthy, my ass, am I not worthy to shit? If the Mad King makes me deliver these damn jars again, I'd rather tie a rock to myself and jump into the sea. Maybe he really wants us to jump. Hey, seriously, who knows what's in that iron box? Maybe it's the Mad King's own broken tooth. Anyway, it's not gold coins, then it's worthless. As they shouted, someone put their feet on the railing and looked up at the distant gray sea. I remember, on the way back from the last delivery, the young pirate began, his tone hesitant but still speaking, we saw a dilapidated port on that frozen shore in the south. I wonder if it's been built yet. A moment of silence fell over the crowd. Are you sure it's not a hallucination? That place didn't used to have a port? One of the pirates suddenly remembered. Didn't we hold back the robbery because we had to complete the mission? Oh. I was itching to rush up and rob some women back then. But the mission was more important, so I could only watch and give up. Bag was drunk, but he remembered. Aren't we on our way back now? A pirate excitedly turned to Bag. Boss, can we go in and take a look this time? Brothers, Bag said, leaning on the railing, his voice hoarse and drunken. I haven't forgotten. 30 brothers, what did we get in return? A belly full of seawater, a few broken barrels, and the Mad King's good job. We can't come out empty-handed, can we? Tonight, we'll change course, head that way, New Harbor or Ghost Den. Let's go in and see. If they really dare to stockpile goods, wine, and women, then don't blame us for being ruthless." He shrugged his shoulders. "The wine is yours, the gold coins are mine, the silver coins are split among us, and the women, grab them quickly." Amidst a burst of laughter, he gritted his teeth and added, "This time, we'll take some for ourselves too." The crew erupted in a wave of shouts. "Rum, women, silver, well done, boss. The Mad King wants jars, we want beauties." Bag muttered a low hum, as if in response, yet also as a curse. The Empire's new port? Perfect for a treat for the brothers. The sea fog was as thick as a sticky spider web, barely illuminating 2 steps ahead. Light in the south. Suddenly, a shout came from the masthead, the scout's voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Hearing the voice, Bag scrambled to his feet from beside the barrel, slipping and grabbing the mast to avoid falling. He exhaled, his nostrils filled with the smell of rum, where, in the distance, a glimmer of light danced in the fog, flickering like a beckoning prostitute, drawing them in. They approached little by little. Most of the crew could only vaguely make out outlines in the fog, the light swaying weakly. Some were still wondering if it was firewood from a fishing village. "Still no movement after getting this close, probably empty," muttered a lame helmsman. "Bullshit, I see rows and rows of warehouses, not a fishing village." Another shook his head, his eyes fixed on the bright spots in the fog. Bag ignored them, raising his old but gleaming brass binoculars. Through the lens, he could see more clearly. The lighthouse was quite large, the breakwater stretched straight into the sea, warehouses lined the shore, and there were even figures patrolling the tower with torches on their heads. "Damn it," Bag muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with alcohol and gritted teeth. "Who the hell said this is a rundown port? This isn't a port, it looks like some corrupt official's floating treasury." He kicked the side of the boat, a fleeting thought of retreating crossing his mind, but it vanished immediately. Although his head was full of liquor, his brain was still functioning. "You're saying you won't fight now?" "I'll probably have to jump into the sea tonight," Bag said in a low voice, a grin spreading across his face. "If these drunkards hear I'm retiring, they'll tie me to the mast and feed me to the seabirds." He turned sharply, his voice rising several decibels, laced with alcohol and rage. "Don't raid during the day, go at night. We'll launch a night attack." The helmsman had barely nodded and turned around when the cabin erupted in chaos. "The boss is brilliant. Hey, he's still got his head spinning. He's got a real knack for it. That's what you call a strategy. Chop people up at night, clean and efficient." Some started banging on the deck, while others simply spun around with axes, as if about to dance. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol, sweat, and excited shouts. Bag had wanted to curse a bit, but the chaotic praise made him smirk involuntarily. "A bunch of drunkards, if they keep yelling like that. I'll start believing I'm an imperial general," he cursed, but didn't stop them. She even moved further forward, gazing at the light in the fog, and the more she looked, the more it resembled a bewitching woman. Bag chuckled and raised his hand. "Turn the helm west, slow down. No noise, wait for my command." The meeting hall was located on the 3rd floor of the main administrative building of Dawn Harbor. The building's exterior walls were painted in red and blue, completely different from the original wooden hut. The only thing that remained unchanged was the emblem of the sun and the tide still hanging on the exterior wall. Outside the window, one could see the entire harbor basin and the newly built breakwater. Several ships were moored in their designated positions, and the fog gradually dissipated, revealing the outline of the harbor. Lewis sat in the main seat, wearing casual clothes without any insignia. Elliot, Russell, Bernard, and Rita stood at their respective tables, ready to report on their work progress. Everyone was ready to go, because they all knew that today's report not only concerned the future of Dawn Harbor, but also directly related to their position in Lewis's heart. In a corner of the meeting hall, a meeting board left over from the wooden hut era was still preserved. The surface was wiped clean, and the board listed the 6 phases of port construction and their current progress in a bold, red-toned font. Completed sections were outlined in red, while unfinished sections were marked with notes, some slightly messy. Although the information on the board was clear, Lewis still insisted that each official report in person. Data is data, judgment is judgment. Lewis glanced at the people seated at the table and said without further ado, "Let's start with the port project." Russell stood up and reported, "The foundation is 95% complete. The breakwater structure is stable, the berths and tracks are in operation, and the sewage discharge channels are clear. The cargo handling area is not yet finished, and materials are delayed by 2 days. Delivery is expected within 14 days. Lewis nodded slightly and then asked, what about the transport tracks? Won't they freeze and crack in winter? Russell looked down at the board in his hand. Pressure testing has been done. We use the modified Formula F buffer adhesive in those areas prone to problems. It can hold. What about the welded joints? Some have been checked as well. The temperature difference has little impact. We'll have someone check the remaining joints. Take this seriously, Lewis said softly. A simple no problem isn't enough to prevent a snowstorm. Russell didn't reply, only nodded. Next, Lewis raised his hand. Bernard stood up. Now the shipbuilding foreman, having spent his entire life building ships, this was his first time sitting at the conference table giving a formal report, and he looked somewhat nervous. 9 of the Dawn-class warships have been built and are ready. He swallowed hard. They've all been launched and tested, and several combat drills have been conducted. During simulated enemy attacks, we successfully intercepted 2, and the pursuit accuracy was quite good. He paused, glanced at Lewis, and quickly added, the average hit rate is around 80%. Have you tested them in extreme waters? We've scheduled ice trials next week. The ribs have a double structure with internal buffer space. Lewis nodded. Seeing that he didn't speak, Bernard mustered his courage and continued, our 2 new models, the Dawn and the Tide, have finalized their blueprints. They're based on the ideas you mentioned before. He paused, then added softly, larger, deeper draft, capable of carrying both people and cargo, and the stern has a reserved space for steam engines. It's also the sketch you drew last time. Can they withstand the sudden gusts of wind in the sea fog? Yes, the hull is made of cold iron. I used to disbelieve in these fancy tricks, but now I'm truly impressed. At first, I thought your designs were all far-fetched, but after testing them, they all worked perfectly. Bernard scratched his head, as if embarrassed. I've been building ships for decades, and this is the first time I've sat at this table. To be honest, I'm a little uneasy, Lewis said softly. It's good that you've explained yourself. Take your time. He paused. Keep a close eye on the blueprints. The shipyard's pace can't be disrupted. No rush, but no omissions. The third to stand up was Elliot, his attitude as firm as ever. The fleet has completed 3 rounds of training. Current tactics cover night combat, long-range projection, and boarding strikes. Sailors are in stable condition. Casualties, 3 minor injuries, fractures, no casualties. The medical team is adequate, and food supplies are stable. Lewis didn't respond immediately, tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment's thought, he said, increase the frequency of hot meals for the nights, and have hot soup delivered during night shift rotations. Elio nodded. Finally, there was Rita, the current city coordinator and one of the earliest refugees to join Lewis. Lewis discovered her special management abilities through the daily intelligence system and promoted her to temporary coordinator at the Red Tide Territory construction site, gradually working her way up to where she is today. Wearing his formal official robes for the first time, he seemed reserved, but his speech was slightly faster than the previous few, as if he was used to switching between multiple tasks. The city's layout is stable, and the allocation of residential areas, workshops, and markets is proceeding smoothly. There are 3 bathhouses, 2 theaters, and 2 groups each for laundry and infirmaries. With a population of over 3,000, the security is relatively stable. Who else is sleeping outside? Rita shook her head. Not at the moment, but some laborers are still living in wooden huts, and we are still short 70 winter huts. What about building materials? We still have half the inventory. Submit the plan to me within 3 days. If it's not enough, get more from Red Tide City. Lewis paused, then added, don't let people worry about leaky roofs during the winter. Rita replied, I've had people keep a close watch on the next 2 nights, paying special attention to the corner areas. If any stove malfunctions, we have spare braziers in our warehouse that can last for a few days. Lewis nodded, good job. Keep an eye on things, don't let anyone fall behind. Keep an eye on the schools and hospitals, for example. Understood. I'll double check with the hospital administrator, and I'll also check on the schools. Rita nodded in response. After Rita sat down, several officials who hadn't yet reported rose one after another, reporting on port patrol scheduling, shipyard logistics, material procurement, and the site selection for the outer city. While their tone wasn't as seasoned as their superiors, their answers were clear and logical, reflecting practical experience. Lewis didn't interrupt. simply listening quietly, occasionally making a note. He had been away from Dawnport for some time, but the city hadn't become lax. On the contrary, it was more organized than he had expected. After the last person sat down, Lewis surveyed the room and said, "Winter is fast approaching for Dawnport. What we need to accomplish isn't just a single project, but the very foundation of Dawnport. The city, the port, the shipyard, the people, nothing can be neglected. Ensuring everyone has a safe winter is our most important task going forward. Although there are many things to do, as long as the plan is clear and the system is well defined, nothing is impossible." A moment of silence followed his words, then the rustling of chair legs. The officials rose one after another, first nodding, then applauding in unison. The meeting adjourned, and the crowd gradually walked out of the hall. Some whispered among themselves, while others pulled out notebooks to revise dispatch sheets, their pace quickening. Once the last footstep faded into the distance, the hall fell silent again, except for Elliot, who had been kept behind by Lewis. Chapter 348 Hunting Pirates. Night fell, and the firelight in the conference hall gradually died down. People left one after another, carrying documents and orders. Elliot was about to follow. "Elliot, stay," came Lewis's voice from behind. He paused, immediately turning around and closing the door, leaving only the two of them in the room. Lewis looked up and smiled. "Don't stand like that. It's not an interrogation. Sit down." Elliot hesitated for a moment before sitting down, still sitting upright, appearing reserved. Even after so long together, he still held Lewis in genuine respect. "What is the fleet's armament status?" Lewis asked calmly, as if inquiring about routine matters. 6 flagships, the Dawn, and 1 light cruiser have completed their armament preparations," Elliot reported clearly. "Each Dawn is an armed ship, equipped with 12 twin main guns, 8 secondary guns, rotary ballistae, and magic-powered explosive cannons. Each ship has a crew of 80, 40 sailors, 20 gunners, and 60 knights who will be assigned to different groups for boarding and defense. Ammunition and magic-powered explosive shells are sufficient for 3 rounds of simultaneous firing from the entire ship. The shore guns and ballistae positions have been calibrated and are ready to support surface fire at any time." Lewis nodded, silently calculating in his mind. Everything was almost exactly as he had envisioned, even slightly better than expected. The configuration of this fleet could finally be considered reliable. "Very good." Lewis walked to the window, pushed it open halfway, and a cold wind carrying the smell of salt blew in. Then he turned to Elliot and said, "Last night, a caravan came to me for help, saying they were attacked by pirates in North Bay. Several ships were hijacked, one of which carried the merchant's family. After looting the goods, the pirates fled south, but our scout ship spotted them at the edge of the fog belt, heading this way." Lewis spoke as if it were a trivial matter. "They probably thought we were their next prey." He paused, his gaze falling on the harbor lights outside the window. The Dawn Harbor Defense System, which he had personally helped design, was faintly visible in the night. This defense system was primarily practical, with repeating crossbow towers, stone boulders, and boiling oil traps along the outer edge of the dike. The inner harbor had thick wooden and stone walls and fire ditches, and some fortresses were even equipped with magic explosive missile launchers. Although it couldn't compare to the magical defenses of the capital, it was sufficient to withstand non-large-scale attacks by merfolk and pirates. Everything seemed perfect on paper, but Elliot still felt a slight tension. This would be the first time Dawn Harbor faced a real attack, not a drill. He immediately stood up, his expression serious. "My lord, should I order a standstill?" "Of course." Lewis smiled and gestured for him to sit down, "but don't be too tense. This isn't anything serious." He returned to his desk, tapping his pen lightly on the surface. "Let's treat this as a test. The Dawn's firepower, rudder speed, communications, boarding coordination, it's time to see if our ship can withstand the waves." "It sounds like a battle, yet you speak so calmly." "Because we're prepared," Lewis replied with a smile. "Proceed at our usual pace, no need to be nervous. This is an opportunity, not a threat. Other ships can directly use magic explosive bombs to destroy the enemy ship, but that flagship must be preserved, and no one is allowed to be accidentally injured. Its intact structure is key to testing the knight's boarding and hopping coordination. More importantly, I want the prisoners on that ship alive. Anyway, these pirates can't escape our net." Elio nodded, his voice filled with respect. "Understood. I will arrange the fleet's rhythm and will not let you down." "All right." Lewis stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Relax. If things really come to a head, I'll be on the ship. Elliot's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. My lord, forgive my intrusion, but you shouldn't have boarded the ship yourself. Even if the risk is small, you shouldn't have exposed yourself to the sea. Lewis paused for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. I'm not that fragile, Elliot. How can I know the results of your efforts if I don't see them with my own eyes? Elliot was silent for a moment, then finally bowed his head. I understand, my lord. But, please be careful. I assure you, I won't take any risks. I just want to see if they will turn out as I wish. Lewis then chuckled and waved for him to get back to work. After Elliot left, he didn't go back to his room to rest. He went straight to the dock and summoned his lieutenant and helmsman to begin adjusting the nighttime departure plan. Lewis was alone in the room. He reached out and closed the window, keeping the cold wind out. The reason the caravan had asked him for help was, of course, made up. The real reason was to conceal the source of their intelligence. Moreover, according to yesterday's daily intelligence system alert, that ship was not just a simple raider. Intelligence indicated that it carried an alchemist master. An alchemist master, that title is extremely rare, even in the entire empire and the world. Hilco, perhaps with his unlimited resources, or perhaps with considerable skill in magic explosive bombs, might already possess the strength of an alchemist master. Such a person possesses rare formulas and principles. Regardless of their specialization, they are an invaluable asset. If that person could be captured, the Crimson Tide's technological advancement in that area would leap forward by years. This was the real reason he had the Dawn Fleet lay a trap. If it were merely a matter of mobbing, a single round of magic explosive bombs would suffice. But he needed that flagship to capture the alchemist master, and also to take the opportunity to test the Dawn's firepower, pressure resistance, and combat coordination. A double win, he murmured, a mixture of calculation and anticipation. The night was heavy, sea fog churning above Broken Wave Bay, like a silent storm brewing. 12 black sailing ships bobbed on the waves, their masts casting shadows, the animal bone decorations on the prows creaking in the crashing tide. Bag stepped onto the railing, a flask dangling from his hand. Ha ha ha, 60 brothers, 12 ships, enough to give them a good scare, the crew responded, their shouts mingling with the sound of the waves. Some banged their flasks on the lids of their flasks, others brandished their long swords. Laughter and curses rose and fell, carrying a long-suppressed frenzy. Boss, are we really going to move now? The fog's so thick, nobody can see anyone, the second helmsman whispered, leaning closer. Can see? That's perfect. They're in the light, we're in the dark, a golden opportunity. Bag's lips curled into a grin. If we take Dawn Harbor tonight, I'll let the brothers drink for 3 days straight. These words sent the fleet into a frenzy. The sailors pounded their oars, whistles and shouts filling the air. Bag raised his binoculars, aiming at the distant shadows. The fog churned over there, the harbor lights flickering on and off, as if defiantly challenging them. No patrol boats in sight, no alarm bells to be heard. The emptiness fueled his growing fervor. He grinned, whirled around, and roared, all ships, listen up. Maintain formation, follow me into port. 12 black sailing ships sprang to life, sails billowing, waves crashing against their hulls. The roar of oars echoed through the fog, crew members shouting, cursing, and shoving each other. The atmosphere was like boiling oil. Tonight we'll drink the blood of the Empire. The Mad King's teeth are still in his mouth. Bag laughed, flicking his flask, spilling the liquor into the sea. Forward. To hell with them. The fleet rowed forward through the fog like wild beasts, oars thundering, sails trembling, their laughter and shouts mingling. But then, a low, rumbling sound came from the distance. Boom. A magic explosive bomb exploded on the sea in front of them, the explosion whipping up huge waves and instantly capsizing the nearest branch ship. The flames from the blast spread through the darkness, the seawater vaporizing into white mist, and shards of wood raining down. The pirates on that ship barely had time to scream before the hull snapped in two, half of the deck torn off by the blast, the mast engulfed in flames, turning into a giant fiery club that sank into the sea. The air was filled with the smell of charred wood and burning flesh. Another nearby ship was struck by the blast wave, its mast tilting, and several sailors were thrown directly into the inferno. Some struggled in the water, calling for help, but were swept away by the shockwave of the second explosion. Bag was jolted and nearly fell, gripping the railing tightly, his eyes wide as he stared at the flames, his throat parched as if burned. "Boss, that's a magic explosive bomb," someone screamed, his voice trembling. "Yes, but this power, something's not right." Bag gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot from the firelight. Flames raged, tearing the fog apart completely, and he could see it clearly. A complete ship disintegrated in the explosion, its planks turning to ash. He had seen the Emerald Federation's magic bombs before, but those things could at most flip the deck, while these seemed to be uprooting the entire sea. He swallowed hard, swallowing the salty air, and cursed under his breath, "They're fucking blowing up the sea." The explosions continued to extend, one after another, but they didn't hit their flagship. Instead, they exploded around their fleet. Each explosion was accompanied by a tearing scream and the sound of planks snapping, and the gradually tightening ring of fire was encircling them. More explosions flashed in the distance, one after another, but they didn't hit their flagship directly. Instead, they drew arcs across the sea and landed in the surrounding waters. The explosions formed a ring, and shock waves carrying waves of intense heat approached. They realized then that this wasn't a mistake, it was an encirclement. The pirates' laughter completely disappeared. Some knelt in terror, others clung desperately to the mast. Their earlier arrogance vanished, leaving only fear. "Hold on. Everyone hold on," Bag roared, his voice almost swallowed by the crashing waves. "They're not targeting us, they're trying to trap us here." The fog was illuminated by the explosions, turning the outer arc of Dawn Harbor into a massive ring of fire. Rows of cannon fire flashed, forming a complete encirclement. "We've fallen for their trap," Bag whirled around, his voice hoarse. "All ships, listen up. Break out at full speed. Don't let them trap us." The only response was the continuous explosions and roars. Bag's heart pounded, sweat mingling with seawater. Looking up, he saw a colossal silhouette emerge from behind the fog, the cannon fire on the breakwater forming a line, the outline of Dawn Harbor illuminating in the smoke and fire. From the fog, an ironclad warship broke through the waves, its iron hull reflecting the flames, its massive mast casting a shadow on the sea. The Dawn appeared directly in front of them, like a steel behemoth crawling out of the deep sea. The bow lantern illuminated the sea, its white light piercing the fog. For the first time, the pirates could clearly see the behemoth, its heavy armor and numerous cannon ports. It slowly turned, its main guns aimed at them. "What is that?" someone murmured, their voice trembling. Before Bag could even curse, the muzzle flashes. Boom. 6 Dawn-class warships lined up in perfect formation, their iron hulls gleaming coldly in the firelight. But strangely, their fire wasn't directed at Bag's flagship. Explosions circled around them, forcing their ships closer and closer to the center. They didn't miss. Bag felt a chill rise from his feet. They did it on purpose. They want what's on our ship, or they want to capture us alive. Counterattack. Counterattack, he roared, ordering his crew to grab the cannons. Several old naval cannons and ballistae mounted on wooden frames fired simultaneously. Shells flew out, landing on the Dawn's ironclad armor, sending up only a few sparks. The sound of crossbow bolts striking metal was so faint, like a toothpick snapping, utterly meaningless. "Damn it, this thing can't penetrate," the first helmsman shouted, watching in horror as the ironclad ship offered no resistance. The Dawn was closing in, its massive shadow looming over their vessel like a mountain. The pirates frantically loaded gunpowder and reloaded their crossbows, only to find their firepower a joke. All their attacks were easily swallowed by the thick armor. "What kind of hell is this?" someone stammered. Bag's face was pale, his grip on the helm creaking. He was filled with regret. Regret for not dutifully completing the task given to him by the Mad King, regret for his momentary greed. If he had simply delivered the cargo back to the Mad Fang, perhaps he would still be drinking rum, instead of watching death approach. Bag gritted his teeth, his pupils reflecting the approaching ironclad ships, and roared hoarsely, "Break out. All ships, break out at full speed. Don't wait to be caged by them, full speed. Charge." The sailors were in chaos, ropes flying wildly, sails bursting in the gale. But the undercurrents entangled them like chains, fixing the ships in the center of the waves. The pirates pushed, rammed, and cursed each other. Some frantically tried to fire their cannons in retaliation, only to be overturned by the shock waves. The sounds of oars, roars, and explosions mingled together. The Dawn's cannons flashed again, but this time the shells landed on the crest of a wave in front of them, the resulting wall of fire nearly capsizing the ship. Then, 6 Dawn-class warships gradually approached, the sound of metal hulls scraping against each other echoing in the sea mist, like invisible chains tightening. The boating bridge was lowered, the iron chains crashing into the sea, splashing waves, and the Crimson Tide Knights leaped onto Bag's flagship. Their voices were loud and cold. Hands on your heads and kneel down, or you'll be executed on the spot. The pirates were thrown into chaos. Some dropped their weapons in terror, while others hesitated for a moment to retaliate, only to be torn apart by blades slashed by battle aura. Blood filled the air, and the firelight reflected off the knights' armor plates, like a cruel trial. Hands on your heads. Hands on your heads and kneel down, a knight shouted, and the pirates at his feet knelt in terror, covering their heads with their hands. Those who still held weapons had their throats or chests severed by battle aura within moments, not even having a proper scream. Bag watched the scene before him, his face deathly pale. He knew in his heart that this was no longer resistance, but slaughter. He trembled all over, put down his scimitar, knelt down, and slowly covered his head. The cold sea breeze swept by, and droplets of blood splattered onto the back of his neck. Two Crimson Tide Knights stepped forward, dragged Bag up, and tied his arms with thick ropes. The sound of the thick rope tightening rang in his ears, but Bag had neither the strength nor the courage to resist, and his heart was filled with despair. Chapter 349 Alchemy Master. The sea was ablaze, the flames piercing through the fog and reflecting on the Dawn's hull, a fiery red like molten metal. Lewis stood before the observation window of the command cabin, silently watching the sea torn apart by the gunfire. After each salvo, the recorder bent down to record the hit rate, cabin temperature, and armor protection. The writing on the paper grew denser, the scratching of the pen drowned out by the deep rumble. Lewis didn't need to ask, he could judge the results from the frequency of the vibrations and the rudder's response: precise firepower, smooth sailing, and no armor damage. Everything exceeded his expectations. The Dawn's performance not only met the design but far surpassed the calculated values. A sense of satisfaction rose within Lewis. This ship was among the first of the Red Tide ships. With experience, future designs would only improve. Beside him, Bernard stared through the observation binoculars, the sea ripped apart by the fire almost taking his breath away. The Dawn's gunfire flickered in the fog, each salvo like a thunderbolt, shaking the entire sea to its core. Just before their eyes, a pirate ship was struck by a magic explosive bomb, the entire vessel exploding as if ripped apart from the inside. Flames erupted from its hull, turning the surrounding seawater a dark red. Planks and figures were hurled into the air, disintegrating in the flames. Another pirate ship attempted to evade, but was struck at the stern by the Dawn's secondary guns. In the flash of light, the sea churned, and wreckage tumbled in the waves. Bernard could almost hear the distant sound of breaking wood. He had never imagined that the ship he had built could possess such power, like a colossal beast awakened, its weight pressing down on him. Bernard instinctively gripped the railing, his throat bobbing. My God, its firepower is this really the ship we built? Lewis did not answer, only calmly watching the main ship forced into the encirclement, pointing out some flaws he saw. The rudder response is 2 seconds faster than expected. Adjust the firing rhythm for the next round, and see if the rapid fire causes a steam pressure imbalance. Yes, sir, the recorder quickly noted. On the other side of the command platform, Elliot was issuing new firing orders. His voice remained the same, but Lewis could detect the tension, as if he was carefully trying to make everything perfect. He whispered to Will, "Don't make him too nervous." "Understood." Will nodded and relayed the order. The battle lasted for nearly 5 minutes. 6 Dawn-class ships advanced in a circle, their cannons rhythmically pressing down on the pirate fleet. The pirates' retaliatory shells struck the Dawn's hull, only sending up sparks, leaving no trace. Elliot glanced back from the command platform, his expression tense. After a brief hesitation, he walked towards the observation window and lowered his voice. "Sir, should we proceed with a boarding operation?" Lewis didn't turn around, only staring at the rolling sea of fire. "You decide for yourself." Elliot paused, took a deep breath, turned back to the command platform, and loudly ordered, "Boarding team, prepare to move." As the signal flags rose, the ship shook, and the boarding bridge lowered. The Crimson Tide Knights leaped onto the enemy ship via the iron bridge, their shouts clearly audible. "Hands on your heads and crouch down, or you'll be executed on the spot." A few minutes later, the boarding bridge lowered, and the Crimson Tide Knights again leaped onto the enemy ship via the iron bridge, their shouts clearly audible. "Hands on your heads and crouch down, or you'll be executed on the spot." Firelight flickered in the mist, and blades flashed in response. Elliot stood on the deck, watching the battle unfold on the flagship. Only after the last pirate was subdued did he lower the command flag in his hand and let out a deep breath. "It's over," he said softly. Lewis didn't respond immediately, only staring at the still smoking wrecked ship. "Fire, salvage, blockade the sea. No surviving ships are allowed to leave." "Understood," Elliot replied. As the hatch opened, the smell of gunpowder rushed in. Lewis looked up towards the harbor. The firelight had already illuminated half the sky. The breakwater was crowded with people, laborers, guards, craftsmen, and others. Most of them had heard that pirates had been lurking outside the harbor that night and had secretly slipped out to watch the spectacle. Lewis didn't stop them. In his view, it was a good thing for these people to witness the power of the dawn firsthand. Those who had spent their days and nights hammering iron plates and hauling timber were now seeing the power they had created burn on the sea. Initially, the onlookers were just quiet observers, fearing the fall of Dawn Harbor. But when the black sailing ships were shattered and flames rolled across the sea, the silence was immediately broken. Some began to applaud, some raised their arms, and shouted loudly, cheers spreading from one end of the breakwater to the other. "Long live the Dawn! Long live Dawn Harbor! Long live Lord Lewis!" Elliot stepped forward, still somewhat tense. "Everything is under control, sir." Lewis looked at the cheering crowd, his expression calm, but he breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Well done. Dawn Harbor can sleep peacefully tonight." The sea outside the harbor was still burning, the mist shimmering and white smoke rising. The dawn floated silently between the fire and the mist. On the shore, a young shipwright gazed at the silhouette of the ship, his eyes gleaming, and whispered, "The ships we build can swallow the sea." Marion was imprisoned in a damp cell, his hands and feet chained, huddled in a corner, his back against a cold wooden wall. Water seeped through the walls, the light was dim, and the air reeked of alcohol. Each time a wave crashed against the hull, the chains swayed gently, as if reminding him that he was still alive. He was born in the Emerald Federation, a commercial federation where the rich lived extravagantly and the poor were ashen-faced as dust. There, money was like blood, and class distinctions were practically etched into their bones. Marion's brother, unable to pay his family's debts, was sold into the life of a chanting doll, a kind of slave transformed by alchemy, devoid of will. That scene became a lifelong shadow over him. He, however, was different from his brother, displaying an astonishing memory from a young age. The Azure Tide Guild discovered him, took him away, and praised his extraordinary talent. Chosen by the Azure Tide Guild in his youth, he was confined to laboratories and piles of reagents. Decades have passed, and now he is nearly 60, nominally a Grand Alchemist of the Emerald Federation, and highly respected in academia. But before the guild, he remains merely a researcher who obeys orders. Marion is timid, never arguing, and dares not resist. Wherever the guild sends him, he goes, never asking why. When the Northern Sampling mission was assigned, he didn't even hesitate, simply nodding, signing, and then being taken onto the ship. That obedience had long become instinct, like a deeper shackle. And this time, Marion never expected anything to go wrong. On the day the ship set sail, the sky was overcast, and he simply stayed in his room with his sample box, silently praying for the mission to end quickly. What happened afterward became blurry, with only fragments remaining in his mind: impact, screams, firelight, thick fog, and the scalding smell of blood. He doesn't remember how he survived, only that at that moment, his mind went blank. All reason, research, companions, dignity, were overwhelmed by fear, leaving only one thought: to survive. Now he could only stare blankly at the chains at his feet. The memory resurfaced like a tidal wave, making him afraid to even breathe deeply. Suddenly, a low explosion came from outside the ship, like someone igniting a muffled thunderclap on the seabed. The entire cell shook violently, dust and sawdust falling from the ceiling. Marion raised his head, his eyes fixed on the crack in the door. Short footsteps sounded outside, followed by the clanging of metal and painful screams. His breath caught in his throat went dry, the sounds chaotic and rapid, as if the entire ship was being torn apart. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Were they other pirates? Or were the Federation sending people to rescue him? For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart, but that hope was instantly overwhelmed by new fear. What if it wasn't a rescue? If the attackers outside saw him and thought he was useless, would they just kill him? The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by heavy thuds. Marion curled up tighter, His body pressed against the cold wooden wall. The chains trembled incessantly at his feet. He then realized it wasn't the ship rocking, but himself. Soon, the door was flung open, and firelight streamed in. He squinted instinctively, only to see a group of armored figures enter. The scraping of metal plates echoed in the cramped cabin. Their footsteps were steady and rhythmic. Someone reached out and unlocked his chains, the movement neither rough nor warm. Marion was pulled up, practically carried out of the cell. He looked up, trying to see their faces, but only saw shadows beneath their visors. These men weren't Federation warriors, nor pirates. Their armor was unlike anything he'd ever seen before, a dark black tinged with red. When the fog lifted, splinters of wood and charred canvas still floated on the sea. Dawn Harbor's seawall remained intact. A battle that had lasted all night hadn't caused the port any damage. Because the battle hadn't taken place in the port area, but in the undercurrents of the open sea. Naval soldiers and craftsmen were preparing for the salvage operation in an orderly manner. Several small boats glided out into the sea mist to salvage the wrecked ships and bring back the debris. By noon the next day, Elliot arrived hurriedly with a report. "The spoils have been cleared, sir," Elliot said, his expression revealing undisguised excitement. "The experiment was a success, and all the data has been recorded. The Dawn's main gun hit rate has remained stable at over 90%. The armor pressure test has passed, and the ship's operation is stable with no instances of loss of control." Lewis nodded slightly. "Very good." In addition, Elliot flipped open the scroll. "All the captured pirates have been interrogated. They came from the Steel Fang Mad King's fleet. This operation was carried out by an independent fleet under his command, with the aim of intercepting a merchant ship from the Emerald Federation and returning the goods and personnel to the Mad King." Lewis raised an eyebrow. "The Emerald Federation? The target was likely some kind of alchemical material, which we have also taken. One of them claimed that the Mad King was hiding in the Ice Abyss Islands of the North Sea, but the intelligence is uncertain. Their attack on Dawn Harbor was a private operation, without the Mad King's official orders. Have those people beheaded and displayed publicly," Lewis said calmly. "Hanging their heads outside the harbor will reassure the residents and let them know that this harbor is not one that anyone can mess with." "Understood, sir." Lewis turned, his tone lowering further. "After next winter, we should take the initiative. Unless the Steel Fang Mad King's forces are eradicated, the shipping route to the southeast New Province will never be safe. Elliot, prepare well." Elliot's expression sharpened, then he straightened up. "Yes, sir. I believe the Dawn's fleet can handle any enemy." Lewis smiled faintly, turning his gaze back. Just then, Elliot remembered something else, hesitated briefly, and said, "There are still a few Federal Chamber of Commerce personnel who were rescued, sir. As per your orders, they have been arranged to rest in the Port Authority's medical ward. We haven't spoken much with him. If you wish to see him, I can go prepare now. I'll go after the meeting." "Yes," Elliot nodded, bowed, and withdrew. Lewis rode his horse along the harbor road, the wind blowing from the sea, carrying the smell of fish and dampness. Dawn Harbor appeared and disappeared in the morning mist, and the sound of hammers striking could be heard in the distance. This was already a rising port city, with sturdy dikes, rows of docks, and white smoke rising from the rooftops of newly built workshops. The crisp sound of horses' hooves echoed on the stone slabs, but Lewis's mind was preoccupied with the intelligence report. 1. Marion Schmidt, an alchemist from the Emerald Federation's Azure Tide Guild, is on a pirate ship near Dawn Harbor. Beyond that, the system provided no further information. But the term alchemist master was enough to excite any leader. Such a person was almost never seen in the North, let alone encountered by him. If he could truly stay, a certain system of alchemy in Crimson Tide City could be advanced by 10 years. Lewis had made his decision. Even if he didn't want to stay, he had to. But he also knew that pushing too hard would backfire. If such a timid researcher was frightened, even the most brilliant mind would be useless. Therefore, he decided to use gentler methods. The infirmary was filled with the scent of herbs and sea salt. Several wounded survivors rescued from the pirate ship leaned against the wall, pale-faced and groaning softly. Marion sat in a corner, his expression blank, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his clothes. Lewis recognized him immediately. The others were all young, clearly alchemy apprentices. Meanwhile, Marion sensed someone approaching and slightly raised his head, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the young man in black noble attire. The man smiled, yet exuded an undeniable sense of oppression. Marion immediately lowered his head, not daring to look any longer, but his mind was already calculating. This man must be the leader here, and he didn't seem like a bad person. If you were to be questioned, perhaps he should give a false name? And then use money to ransom him? He had already devised several excuses in his mind. But the young man stopped in front of him and said directly, "Marion Schmidt, Grand Alchemist. Alchemist under the Emerald Federation's Azure Tide Guild, right?" Marion froze, his face completely changing. Chapter 350 Marion and Cavil. Marion Schmidt, the Grand Alchemist. An alchemist under the Azure Tide Guild of the Emerald Federation, right? The air froze for a moment. Marion's heart tightened. He had never mentioned his name, no one had ever asked, and even the young alchemy apprentices only knew him as a researcher. Yet this man before him had stripped him of all his identities with a single sentence. His mind raced. Who said this? Was it one of the captured apprentices? Or had the guild already betrayed him? He wanted to explain, to say it was just a misunderstanding, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a sound. Fear crept up on him. This feeling of powerlessness was familiar. He had felt this suffocating sensation in the Azure Tide Guild's Research Institute whenever his superiors questioned him coldly, but this time it was more profound. Although Lewis's gaze wasn't sharp, even carrying a hint of patience, his calm demeanor was suffocating. He observed the Grand Alchemist before him, quickly weighing his options in his mind. This man was clearly timid, even afraid to look him in the eye. Threatening or interrogating him would only break Marion completely, so a different approach was better. Lewis changed to a gentler tone. "Actually, the Azure Tide Guild sold you to me a long time ago. I also spent a fortune to acquire a great alchemist." Marion stared at him blankly, seemingly not understanding the meaning of those words. So it really was true, he had indeed been sold, and this perfectly matched the guild's profit-driven nature. This man clearly held his fate in his hands. If he had truly been sold to him, his only way out was to prove his worth. He had been in the guild for decades, understanding how to please those in power, and knowing that only by demonstrating his usefulness could he survive. Marion hesitated for a moment, his voice trembling. "I specialize in bioalchemy. I can study the circulation of magic elements within living organisms, and I can also adjust the adaptive structures of parasites. I understand regeneration mechanisms." Lewis listened intently, his gaze shifting from cold to interested, seemingly calm on the surface, but inwardly his mind was churning. He wasn't an expert in alchemy, only possessing a rudimentary understanding gleaned from old books and reports. Even so, he understood the astonishing potential of bioalchemy. It wasn't merely potion making, it was research that touched upon the very foundations of life. He tried to piece together the fragmented concepts in his mind, how potions could stop bleeding and heal wounds more quickly, how magical beasts could obey commands, how knights could endure longer in battle. These concepts might be far from true alchemical achievements, but even these were enough to transform the technology of the Crimson Tide territory. Mastering this knowledge, even in its most basic applications, could double their survival advantage within the Empire. However, he also wondered, why would the Azure Tide Guild send someone like this to sea? An alchemist capable of researching the origins of life wouldn't be sent out randomly. Countless other questions swirled in his mind. Was it internal strife? Some kind of Federation conspiracy? Or some special mission? And why was he kidnapped by pirates? But Lewis quickly dismissed these questions. After all, they weren't particularly important to him. Marion was now in his hands, in the most remote corner of the Empire. 108,000 miles from the Federation. Even if the Emerald Federation invaded, they wouldn't be able to reach this place. If they sent a small special forces unit, his knights could easily annihilate them. Thinking of this, the surging excitement in his heart gradually subsided. After listening to Marion's flustered utterances of terms Lewis didn't understand, Lewis took over the conversation, calmly praising, "As expected of someone I spent a fortune to acquire from those misers of the Azure Tide Guild. It seems this deal was worthwhile." Marion's heart sank, his eyes dimmed, and the humiliation of being traded as an object churned in his chest. He was actually feeling terrible but dared not refute. He had been confined to the laboratory almost his entire life, never having ventured into the arena of power, and was completely defenseless against lies and scheming. He couldn't tell whether these words were true or false, and could only choose to believe them. Lewis noticed the change in his expression and adjusted his tone accordingly. "I'm curious, why did the Azure Tide Guild send you to the north?" A researcher like you should logically be kept in the Federation's deep laboratories. Marion hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. It's a long story. Several hundred years ago, the Abyssal race, also known as the Fishmen, were a marine race with their own language and social structure. They mastered alchemy and underwater craftsmanship, and even left behind a formula for rune alloys. But later, the group fell into permanent madness, leaving only a few species retaining some of their intelligence. The guild suspects that this corruption wasn't natural decay. Marion's voice grew lower as he spoke, and my mission was to extract the magical energy nuclei from the fishmen's brains that hadn't completely collapsed and send them back to the Azure Tide Guild for research on the so-called sanity restoration agent. They wanted to find a way to restore the fishmen's sanity and make them obey humans. I thought it was just academic research at the time. He then cautiously looked up at Lewis. I didn't expect it would be sold to you. Lewis's expression remained unchanged, but he had already silently memorized every word. He was astonished by the weight of this mission, which directly concerned ancient secrets. Lewis paused for a moment before asking calmly, "So, is the extraction complete?" Marion shook his head, his expression filled with fear. "No, we were kidnapped by pirates as soon as we arrived in the north. The samples, equipment, and personnel were all lost." Lewis sighed softly, as if regretting it, yet also as if he had expected it. "Then there's no rush. You can research other things first, and we can discuss sampling next year when conditions are right. Red Tide City has plenty of alchemical materials and manpower." His tone softened, becoming gentler. "I will prepare a laboratory, assistants, and resources for you. You can continue your research here without any constraints. Red Tide respects knowledge, and it also respects those who make knowledge flourish." Marion listened, but hardly absorbed a single word. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind: survival. As long as he wasn't thrown into the sea, he would agree to anything. He repeatedly said yes, bowing slightly, as if afraid that his voice might anger the other party. Lewis smiled slightly at his appearance. "Go and rest, Master Marion. The experiment isn't urgent." After the door closed, Marion's shoulders finally relaxed, as if all his strength had been drained. He felt a sense of bewilderment, yet also a strange sense of relief. His life was finally spared. So be it. Moving from one laboratory to another was just a change of scenery. As for the Azure Tide Guild and the Emerald Federation, he had never truly cared for those places. Night fell on the sea, waves crashing against the ironclad warship's hull with a low echo. A few lamps burned on the deck, their light flickering in the wind. Cavil Irantith stood at the helm, half his face hidden in shadow, the other half of his metal prosthetic jaw gleaming coldly in the firelight. He silently chewed on an iron pipe until, with a snap, it broke off. He casually tossed the fragments into the sea, his voice as cold as the wind. A week, not even a signal. His adjutant stood not far away. "Yes, sir. The Sawbone Squad hasn't sent any signals." Cavil chuckled, a hoarse, short laugh. He clenched his metal prosthetic jaw, the sound of metal grinding against his teeth sending a chill down one's spine. Then he slammed his fist on the rudder, rust and wood chips flying everywhere. The adjutant instinctively took a step back. "Perhaps," he repeated softly, his voice devoid of anger. After a moment of silence, he looked up at the dark sea in the distance, his tone slowing. "What did I tell them before they set sail?" The adjutant hesitated for a second, then whispered, "Directly to the target, and return immediately. Then they won't die at the hands of the Empire," Cavil said calmly. He didn't think that Foolbag could cause any trouble. If he had truly acted recklessly, he wouldn't have been unable to send a signal. Besides, the Empire's northern border didn't have a naval force, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to roam freely here for so long. The intelligence for this operation was provided by the Ash Guild. Those people had long been secretly plotting to seize the Grand Alchemist from the Azure Tide Guild and make him serve the Ash Guild. They gave Cavil the route, ship type, an operational window. If he could capture the target alive, he could exchange it for more funds and port concessions. An internal traitor within the Azure Tide Guild leaked the Grand Alchemist's itinerary to facilitate this operation. Countless possibilities flashed through Cavil's mind. Was it the Empire's doing? Had another guild beaten him to it? That would mean the Ash Guild had leaked information before they even acted. Or was the Ash Guild secretly cleaning up their tracks? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, his head throbbing as if being struck by a hammer. Cavil narrowed his only eye and muttered, "Could the guild be taking me for a fool?" The Ash Guild, those merchants who considered themselves in control of the Federation. Calvino understood that his rise to the Mad King wasn't based on madness, but on knowing who to bow to. His fleet, gunboats, and bases all relied on the Ash Guild's funding. He was nothing more than a pawn on their chessboard. He knew what would happen if this mission failed. The guild would declare funding terminated, the funding would be cut off, his disposal of stolen goods would vanish, and his men would crumble within months. Calvino inhaled the cold air, a short, metallic scraping sound escaping his throat. Send scout ships, search the entire area. Find even a single piece of canvas. Yes, sir. The lieutenant immediately bowed and withdrew. The wind grew stronger, the deck lights flickering wildly. Calvino stood alone, his fingers tapping lightly on the railing. He knew he couldn't let anyone see his unease. The Mad King could be mad, but he couldn't show weakness. The wind howled, the ship shook, and no one dared look at him. The Dawn Harbor Administration building stood silently in the snow. Light shone through the window panes, illuminating the meeting hall warmly, a sense of accomplishment filling the air. Lewis sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the assembled guests, his expression composed. He spent another 2 months in Dawn Harbor, during which the new city saw new progress in its construction. Before leaving, it was time for one last meeting. Let's get straight to the point, Lewis said. Russell was the first to stand up and report, his voice carrying a southern accent. The port project is 99% complete. The breakwater, berths, and slipway system are all in operation. The cold storage in the cargo handling area was topped out last night, with only the exterior finishing remaining. The winter frost protection layer on the track has been reinforced, and the pressure test has passed. Lewis nodded slightly. Safety first. Do another spot check. Understood, sir, Russell replied, bowing slightly, a hint of pride in his eyes. When it was Bernard's turn to speak, the old craftsman tightened his coat slightly. The Dawn series of ships have all completed sea trials, and the experimental ships Dawn and Tide have also been assembled. However, due to the current ice cover, sea trials have not yet been conducted. We plan to conduct full-scale testing after the spring tide. Lewis nodded, his tone tinged with approval. Very good. Don't rush to build new ships, you can rest for a while first. Bernard smiled slightly, his tense shoulders relaxing a bit. Elliot, seated near the fireplace, listened to their reports before standing up. The port defense fleet has completed 3 rounds of drills, primarily training in night combat and naval assaults. The gun emplacements are fully maintained, and the coastal defenses can withstand a medium-sized attack. Very good, Louise smiled slightly. Dawn Harbor's ability to weather the winter safely is thanks to your preparations. Next, it was Rita's turn, holding account books. Speaking clearly, the winter huts are all completed, and the remaining materials have been transferred to the communal warehouses. Food is plentiful. The Red Tide City transport ship arrived last night, and the harvest from McDonald's territory has also arrived, enough to sustain us throughout the winter. The bathhouse, infirmary, theater, and laundry are all operating normally. Louise leaned back in her chair, her expression relaxing slightly. Very good, Rita, keep it up. She smiled slightly and solemnly replied, yes, sir. The atmosphere in the meeting hall gradually lightened. Russell was reviewing construction plans, Bernard was quietly confirming the shipbuilding progress with his deputy, and Rita was organizing the accounts for the people's livelihood. Lewis glanced around and sighed with satisfaction. It seems Dawnport has finally stabilized this winter. He rose, put on his coat, and said calmly as always, next year, we need more than just port construction. The merchant fleet will set sail as soon as spring arrives. And if the pirates are still around, we should deal with them then. Elliot immediately stood up and saluted. We're ready at any time. Don't be too tense. Lewis smiled. You'll be busy once the snow melts. He paused, his gaze softening. These past 2 months have been tough. The port's success today isn't due to miracles, but entirely to the efforts of each and every one of you. Everyone stood and saluted, their voices in unison. Yes, sir. After the meeting, everyone left one by one. Lewis remained in the hall, gazing at the snow line outside the window. The lighthouse's light traced circles across the sea, outlining the silhouette of Dawnport. He murmured, winter is coming soon, it's time to go back to Red Tide, or Orsis might not recognize his father. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.